Nice, we just went live. Welcome, everybody. Unstoppable Sogtulakk has made it back again. And we're going to be doing our Wars of Liberty cast stream again on this Tuesday instead of a Thursday. Just because in the poll I put out last week, you all wanted me to continue the rest of the Age of Empires 2 DE Grand Campaign for the Chronicles Battles of Greece. Yeah. I guess maybe you thought that campaign was really good and you'd like to see me finish it out. I think personally it's going to take about 2 to 3 more streams to do, so until we get that done, I guess we'll keep this format, Wars of Liberty Tuesdays, and Thursday will be Chronicles Battles of Greece Day, till that's done. Unless you want me to do more campaigns after that in AoE 2, I could always do the Victors and Vanquish ones. I could do some of the more older ones if you want. So I would also like to do the ones from Return of Rome as well, because I really like that game. So if you want me to do the rest of Age of Empires 2's campaigns, ideally on hard, I could absolutely do that for you. But without further ado, I am going to start sharing this stream with everybody. Get the link out to everyone, everywhere. At least the Discords that I know. Wouldn't it just be wonderful if I could just post one link and the whole universe of Discord would know that Unstoppable Sogtulakk is live? That'd be so wonderful, wouldn't it? It'd be a lot less work for me. Everybody would come to see us. It would be great. It'd be the best day ever, basically, in the world. Because who doesn't love a Unstoppable Sogtulakk Wars of Liberty stream? It's like the best feeling in the world. It's like Christmas and you're checking downstairs under the Christmas tree for presents, basically. And Unstoppable Sogtulakk stream is the best present that a kid could ever ask for. And it's the best present because you know exactly what you're going to get on the day that he exactly says it, at the exact same time, or at least close to that, right? Yeah. Because sometimes I start a little early, like 2 minutes early. Sometimes you start like 3 to 4 minutes late. But in general, when Unstoppable Sogtulakk stream is coming to town. Yeah, and that makes everybody feel nice and secure and comfortable, knowing that their favorite streamer is always there for them. And I'll be around probably for the next, 26? I'll probably be around for at least another 60, 70 years, maybe. Maybe even 86 years streaming Wars of Liberty, so that's a long time. Doesn't mean that, you should neglect coming to my streams. That just means you should be rest assured that I'll be around probably for another century, casting the same Wars of Liberty content for you, assuming there'll be Wars of Liberty players to keep pointed out for me. So at least you can be rest assured of that, basically. Yeah. And if the world's still around then. Yeah, I watch the news every day and I just don't know. I'm wondering, yeah. I hope we live another 100 years to watch Unstoppable Sogtulakk casted streams for Wars of Liberty games. Yeah, big time. Yep, that's all you can hope for. Just about. Wait a minute, I misspelled wool. I called it will. Like will of wool. Oh no. Let me fix that. There we go. That's much better. Let me find the streams on direct. Jugadores, Juanito players. And then go to the Leon server and say, give him an old Juanito en vivo. There we go. It's the only time you can use the everyone ping without everybody screaming. Like, why would you do that to us? You made us come to read that? Well, hey, yeah, I'm going to use the everyone ping for you to see an Unstoppable Sogtulakk stream. It's the best time of your day, and you don't even know it yet. You're going to be thinking, like, I wish I watched that Unstoppable Sogtulakk stream. My day would have just been a little bit happier if I did. So make sure you do it. If you haven't already. Well, the fact that you're here means that you're already doing it, so you're one of the smart ones. Or if you're watching it as a VOD, that means that you made the right choice. So thank you for coming. And we're gonna have a lot of fun today. We actually got a lot of games today. We got about 18 to do from a variety of hosts. So not just Kapi, but we also got more Rommel ones. And we even have some Sogtulakk ones too, which we don't see. That's sort of like a more vintage, rare type of recording to get, Because Kapi games are all over the place, and then Rommels are probably the second most common. Then anyone else like Sog or whatever, that's like fine wine or cheese. You rarely ever find it, basically. Got that. Alright, how many more servers do I have to share with? Well, we could share with, I think this server here. Yep, let's do that one. And then we will do those ones up there, I think, yeah. I'll just say I'm live there. I don't have to go into too many specifics, I think. Right? As long as they know we're live, that's pretty good. I could do that too if they want. Yeah. Why not? I'm sure everybody loves a good Wars of Liberty stream. Yeah, I certainly do. Imagine if I didn't like Wars of Liberty streams. I'd be like, why am I torturing myself like this? But no, I love Wars of Liberty. It's the best game ever. In terms of RTS, it's like the best, most legendary game ever made. And if people never played Wars of Liberty before, you're really missing out on something truly grand. Yep, so I recommend everybody does it at least 20 to 50 times in their lifetime. Wonderful, Kapi. You posted to the Facebook groups. That's good. Hopefully we get a good roster of people here to join us today. That's wonderful. So one more job for me to do left. So all I have to do left is download the games we're going to do today. I think I have to download about 16. I already got 2 of them that we didn't get to last week, so at least those ones are out of the way. Let me see where I start here. So if we look back at last week, we did we did not do Batalla Equipos 7 and Batalla Equipos 8. Those are the 2 we were missing, so we just gotta do those ones. And then I got Duelo de Cinisimo, got that one. And then we gotta download Gitanos en el Tibet. We got Bolidos y Vacas Locas. Duplica Inservible. We got we got 1v1 Arg versus Varengo. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Metal. We got stuff from Metal too. I didn't even see that one. That's a nice surprise. We got one called Como Ganar Argentina ZZZ. How to defend an Argentina push. I think we could all learn that one. Inca dates a Chinese happy ending. What? So Varengo bought an Asian woman? Is that true? Varengo, tell us. Did you buy a Chinese girl off the web? Man, I didn't know that. Guess you were again desperate, huh? Yeah, I suppose. No doubt at some point. Maple versus Burger. That's kind of an interesting one because I believe in certain places in the U.S. you can get both of those things together. Like they have maple bacon on a hamburger. And I believe they even have breakfast burgers where they have maple syrup with the burger and probably egg on it too. So that actually goes together good. Now, baguette versus sushi. Now, that's an interesting one. Like, do you really want to stick a bunch of pieces of sushi on your baguette and make a sandwich of it? Really? I don't know. I have to ask a fine chef about that one. Pile Equipa 1. Battling the last champion. What do you mean the last champion? Who is the last champion anyways? Is he really the last champion, or will there be more champions? Yeah. And record game 2 and record game 1. The most creative titles for a recording ever. Makes it so much easier to find that I will find it instantly. Just from that really good title. Yeah. At least Sog gives us flags that we can see here. A visual, actually. Argentina and Tupi versus a Haiti and Colombia. And a India Tupi versus a China Japan. So there we go. Visuals. Ooh, we don't usually get those. So that's always good. Alright, so record game 2 will actually be the first one we have in the folder, and record game 1, parentheses 7. So we gotta remember that one. We'll have to, I'll have to see what the biggest one is in the list, I guess. There. Yeah. So let's copy all those ones in. How many games is that, actually? That seems like a lot of matches. Alright, yeah, that's quite a few. Then we got 2 from last week that we gotta do as well. We can do those ones first if you want, or we can just go to the new stuff now. You can always tell me, which of these series sounds the most interesting and which ones I should start with first. Otherwise, I go in chronological order from top to bottom and read it down like a list, basically. Nope, wrong folder. I gotta go in the other save game folder. There we go. Perfect. Yep, just add all those in. Wonderful. Okay. That is good. There we go. Everything is saved and we can get started. Is everybody here? We got about 4 people here. Wonderful. Oh, wait a second. It says Kapi here. He's one of the last champions of Jeff Argento's Lightning Tournament. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Alright. So, now we're going to get started with some matches since it's about... How many minutes we in? 12 minutes? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're late. We got to get started. So we're going to look for... Batalla Equipo 7. Is that right? Yep, we got to do this one. Then we got to do number 8. And then we should be good. And then we can start with this week's stuff after that. There we go. Yep, this looks totally new. So what do we got here? We got Metal and Jesucristo teamed up against Mehmed Khan and Kapi. Did we do this one last week, or is this one new? Please let me know so we don't do any repeats. Yeah, this one looks totally new to me, so I'm going to assume that this is a totally new one, unless somebody says otherwise. We got Kapi doing Serbians. Yeah, this is definitely new. I've never seen Kapi do Serbians before, so I think we're in the right place. Yeah. The map is Alaska. This is a pretty fun map because you actually have multiple options on it. You got the water side of things. You can get these whales. You can get the fish on it. So if you're playing the Greeks or whatever, you got a lot of advantages here. And the map itself is very, very open. You got a lot of Huns, a lot of mines. You don't have a lot of natural barriers, though. Not really. The only big, mountainous features are down here in the edges here as you're heading towards, Canada, just about. These big snowy mountains, basically. And just like the expeditioners who went on the Alaskan gold rush, basically, up in the Klondike, you got all the gold mines down here, too, which will hold significantly more coin compared to the mines you have on the rest of the map, which are just your basic silver mines, basically. So if you want some really good, greedy mines, go down there. But just be aware you might get raided down there if you don't put up a town center or towers or anything. Yeah, definitely be aware of that. Yep. So we got Serbia here. Kapi looking to do some new civs, it looks like. Yeah, that's always nice. Serbia is a very interesting civ. Mainly, they have a very basic principle where they like to build very large armies because they got a little trick. When you defeat a Serbian unit, he leaves a little grave behind, like an actual gravestone in the ground that lasts for a number of minutes, right? And when that gravestone is up, all the nearby units will gain more attack from their fallen comrade there. basically. And there's even a card for one of the particular units to recruit, which is the Serbian Musketeer unit, where if they die, that grave will also have an amplified effect on attack as well as an effect on hit points too. So, yeah, in general, you're going to probably want to bake larger armies with the Serbs, which looks like Kapi's already in the process of doing by putting down the barracks. Yeah, you might be asking yourselves, if you've never seen this mod before, why is Kapi putting down the barracks in Age 1? Is he like hacking or something? Do we need to report him to Microsoft and all that stuff? No, it's totally legit, because the way Serbia works is, or any of the nation state civs as we'll call them, like Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, as well as Serbia, and then the future ones like Poland and Georgia as well. Instead of aging up at the town centers, they age up at one of their primary buildings. That being a barracks, stable, foundry, market, or their livestock pen called the hunting lodge. The Greeks can additionally age up at the dock if they choose to as well, but that's just a Greeky thing. Because, the Greeks love their fish and their naval superiority on the Aegean, that is. So they're the only ones that get to do that. And depending on which building you use to age up, you get a very specific bonus, right? So let's say you age up at the barracks, you're going to get some free infantry. If you're going to age up at like the market, sometimes you'll get wood and sometimes you'll get like a priest or something. It really depends on what civ you are. It really does vary. And sort of the cool thing I find is between these different nation state civs is that the age up bonuses are very different from each other, It's not like a one shoe size fits all sort of thing. Like, they're really radically different from each other in what they do. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, I find with the Serbs, you generally want to age up with the barracks because the bonus, at least to me, gives you something to go off the ground running with, I think. And you get 3 basic early skirmishers called Hajusi, basically, that you can rush with. Some of the other ones I feel like are a bit weak. I think one just gives you a priest, and that's like, it's nothing wrong with being a priest, but if this is a war game where you're battling each other, do you really want to have a priest there? I mean, these priests are really dumbed down from the priests we used to have in Wars of Liberty that literally did their swaying arm motions and literally sent their opponents into the fiery gates below, basically. They unfortunately can't do that anymore. They just act like normal priests and heal people, and occasionally slap their opponents if they get too close, basically. A lot like a female would, which just lets you know how masculine these new priests really are, basically. Yeah, big time. Where are the good old warrior priests when you need them, right? Where are the Armenians when you need them? Yeah, yep. Certainly one of the better civs in Defense Edition. I like the Armenians quite a bit. And I like how Kados was able to integrate them into Defense Edition 3 through his Age of World mod too. So yeah. Hopefully we get Armenians someday in Wars of Liberty with one of the Middle Eastern patches that they do. So that would be pretty neat. Definitely would be. So what do we got here? We got a Argentinian deck. First thing it looks like metal set was Cimarrones. This is probably one of the best starting cards you could get with Argentina. Your other option would be just your regular 3 villager card. Cimarrones gives you the advantage, though, of giving you a pasture. And the pasture is really the key to your late game economy as Argentina, because it spawns cows over time and it fattens the cows. So you get a lifetime supply of hamburgers without even going to McDonald's or Burger King. It's like a really good deal, And as you know, your villagers actually have a really good gather rate from these herdables. So the more herdables you get, the better your economy is generally going to be. And you're often going to find you're going to have a lot more food than your opponents do. They're stuck eating, wheat and barley and whatever else grows on those weird mill things, like tomatoes or whatever, yeah. Who wants to eat just a plain tomato unless you're having a bulking breakfast, right? You want a nice juicy steak at night, right? That's where it's at, or a hamburger or something. That's definitely where it's at, so that's how that works, basically. And then you try to synergize the two with butchers. This is just a clone of the Fulling Mills card for the British. Basically triples your gather rate from herdables, so you like gather from herdables almost instantly with like just 1 or 2 villagers. It's like really fast. And then this card simply makes sure that your cows come out semi-fattened instead of being just plain old cows with 0 food when they come out. They'll actually come out with, I think, like 150 starting food or something like that, which it's a huge boost, really. And this is a very controversial card, I guess, because a bunch of people are saying, oh, it's too OP, you have to balance it. It's too OP for the Juanitos to use. And it's like, no, it's not. It's just semi-fattened. There's all sorts of treasures and stuff in AoE3 that have semi-fattened cows. Being a semi-fattened cow is nothing OP about, you know? You just gotta learn to fight Argentina a little bit better, you know? And there's a lot of people saying that Argentina's a really OP civ right now, and I just think absolutely not. They have a lot of drawbacks, you know. Their economy is really dependent on herdables, whereas for other civs, they don't need herdables, right? They can go mill, they can go hunting. Yeah, I mean, Argentina can hunt pretty fine themselves, and especially the fact that their villagers are on horseback and move faster aids in that a bit. But the thing is once the hunts are gone, their farming is really bad. That's mainly because for the pastures of Argentina, they have 1 less gathering upgrade than all the other civs do. They get an upgrade in Age 2, an upgrade in Age 3, but they do not get a late game Imperial Age 1. So if you were to gather just off of pastures, Argentina would probably be going hungry really fast. Like really fast, basically. So here we have an attack by Serbia with the recruits. These could be classified as glass cannon musketeers. Their hit points are abnormally small for a musketeer unit, but their attack is a lot more. Right, and as you can see, as some of these units are dying, their attack stats are constantly fluctuating, right? As they move away from those graves over here denoted by these crosses, they are actually going to gain less attack now, and they're going to go back to their standard, which is about 27 range attack. Just about, yeah. Which is not... It's more than the average musketeer, right? Isn't the normal musketeer like 23 range attack? So that's like a hike of about 4, I would say, right? Yeah, just about, yeah. So yeah, just about on that one. Yep. Alright, so he's going to keep pressuring with recruits as well as the Hajduk. This is that early skirmisher I was telling you about with the Serbs. And it follows a very similar model as the recruit does. It has less hit points than the crossbowman would. Like if you were playing Europe, you would either have a crossbowman or what in Wars of Liberty was changed to the volunteer. But for nation state civs, they have the Hajduk. It has less HP, but its range attack is very good for an early skirmisher unit. Not only does it have a little bit more attack than normal, it has really good multipliers. Like normally a crossbowman would have like range attack of like 1.25. These Hajduks actually have the same multipliers as a regular skirmisher in terms of damage output, and that's very good because like we could compare this right now. This is the volunteer of the Belgians, the Serbians' ally right here. And it has less attack and barely any anti-heavy infantry multipliers, but it has more HP. But when you go the Hajduk, 15 less HP, attack is significantly bigger there. Yeah. Well, actually it looks like the range attack values are the same, but the multipliers is where it's at. Like 2x instead of the mere 1.25 here, basically. That's where the real difference comes in, just about, yeah. Also, these volunteers tend to look like they have a bit more armor, too. So, yeah, definitely a more sturdy unit, I would say. In general, I find the Hajduks to be a more solid unit, I would say, you know. They generally cut through things like pikes, muskets a lot easier than the volunteers do, I think, and I'd rather just have the more glass cannon-like damage output, personally. If it comes down to it, just about. Jesus Christo, as the Dutch here, is really struggling to keep himself defended. You know, we saw his ally, Argentina, try to send some Patricios in to protect him, but it doesn't seem to be working too well. How many villas are in this Jesus Cristo town center? Oh, jeez. Look it out, mate. 1, 3, 8, 12. 12 villagers. 12 villagers in there. That is kind of serious, actually. Oh, it is. It's really serious. It's very serious indeed. That's like a lot of villagers you're losing there, man. Big time. That's a whole lot. Hopefully some of them get away. Oh no, his coin crates were not finished though. How much coin did he leave behind? He's got about 472 coin in his base. There you go. You're definitely not going to age 3 anytime soon, but I think Kapi might. Or somebody might. Like, where's Belgium at here? Belgium could very well use that coin to get to age 3. I think they might be able to do that, yeah. Looks like they might actually be able to pull it off there, just about, yeah. Possibly. I think they can do it. Seems possible. Oh, you got some of the mule artillery mixed in as well. These are basically a alternative anti-infantry can that the nation-state civs get. So instead of like stronger cans like falconets, the Serbs and so forth get mule artillery, which they can actually make in age 2, but they're a lot weaker. You know, the HP is obviously a lot weaker, the attack is clearly a lot less, but they are more massable. They're only a 3-pop type of artillery, so about the same population cost as, say, you know, some types of splash cavalry like that of the French, right? So it's not hard to spam a lot of these, and they actually are considered to be a trash unit because they cost food and wood. So if you don't have any mines on the map, you can actually spam these things like crazy with your scythemen. So yeah, very good unit overall, I would say. Looks like Argentina's going to get outnumbered very quickly, though. Doesn't matter that his Patricio muskets actually have more HP than that of the Serbs here. They're just going to get cut down by all this damage output, you know. Every time you take out a recruit, it's going to be doing more damage than if you didn't take out that unit. So, you know, it's like taking out a porcupine when you're dealing with the Serbs, right? You take out one of the quills, you know, all the other quills are going to start poking into you, and they're going to be a lot more fierce and stuff. So you don't really ever want to fight the Serbs head on until you can take some pretty large casualties in them, right? Until you can get like artillery, grenadiers to just wipe out like 3/4 of their army, really, to make it hurt less. Because if you're taking out one Serb unit at a time or something like that, yeah, you're gonna be dealing with a lot more damage than it shows on the initial stats here of 27. You're going to be dealing with like 33 range attack, 40 range attack, you name it. And it jumps even higher once you get into age 3 and you get that Iron Regiment card for the recruits then too. Because then the Graves are basically amplifying their attack stats even more as well as their hit points. Yeah. Looks like Argentina tried to go for Escoltas. It was a good move, but he did it way too late. Way too late of a move, I think. Because, see, Argentina gets this really good card now called Team Assault Cavalry. It basically allows you to train heavy cavalry units, like late game age 3 armored cavalry units in age 2, way before you're normally supposed to do it. So if you're a European civ and you have Culisevs in your roster, you can actually make those in age 2. If you're a Latin American civ, you can make the Escoltas in age 2, like Argentina. If you're like the Serbs, you can make your honor guards in age 2. So you can get access to these really tanky and really solid anti-infantry focused cav units in age early, which can totally upset the scales of the battle, basically. Problem for Argentina is he got on the bandwagon of this way too late. If he had like 20, 30 something Escoltas and he could surround the recruits, yeah, I think you would be talking about a real good move there. But now, with just handfuls of Escoltas coming out 1Q, it's trying to get riding school, but I think that's way too late of a response. You're just not going to have the numbers to take them out enough, you know. Now he doesn't even have a stable, and he doesn't have wood for a stable. So does he have a market? Mercado? Yeah, he has a Mercado here. I just don't think you're going to construct anything near your base that's going to make a difference in enough time. Does he have vills? I think he has vills down here. So he could potentially put one like here. No, he doesn't have any more resources now, so he's completely spent and cooked. Oh, he sent all the res to, like, Jesus Cristo, is that right? Yeah. The last hurrah, I guess. I wouldn't even send it to him because he's right next door to you. So once this town center goes down, yeah, you're going to be the next victim of that, so. Good fight there on both sides, you know. Kapi is just a really strong timing attack opponent, so once he starts pushing on you, you know it. You can almost see it coming, you know. Once Kapi's in your base, it's hard to get him out at that point. It's a really tough challenge, really. So try to get Kapi before Kapi gets you tends to be the golden rule, really, with dealing with Kapi there. We will now restart the game and go into the Equipo 8 game now. That's the last one that we didn't cover last week, and now after we do that, we're going to be able to actually do all 16 or so recordings of this week, which will be great. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason my desktop is acting kind of funky. It keeps pulling up the Windows taskbar below while I'm trying to cast, and I'm wondering why it's doing that. I don't think it's affecting the stream. It's just weird to watch. It's like a weird, like, visual thing down below. Like, woo, what are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there. Go away. Come back when I need you. Yeah, just about. Where is the game? Here it is. This is the last game that we didn't cover last week, and then we can go into all the new stuff after that, just about. So we got Battaglia Equipo 8. I think this one has the Tupi in it, doesn't it? So this is actually going to be a really different match, I would say. Yeah. So what's the map going to be? So the map is going to be Colorado. This is a very interesting ESOC map. It's also a map we see in Definitive Edition. I don't know if it's still Colorado, but I definitely have seen it in Ranked over there. The biggest part of this map is basically how you have two of these mountain structures. You got one up here, and then you have one down here just about, yeah. And then you have about two sets of town centers. You got one team here, and then you have one team here on the other side of the pass. And in general, you have a couple of modes of attack. You could go up in the far north up here, you could go in the middle, or you can take the southern route down here. And all along the way, you do have these trade sockets as well that you can take advantage of. So overall, it's a pretty fair 2v2 map at the very least. And I've seen some really good bigger team games on it too. So yeah, definitely like this map. When I was more of a noob many years ago, I thought it was kind of a hard map to do because of the resource placement, but eventually, you know, I sort of fell in love with the map, and I thought it was one of the more, you know, manageable ones, I would say, because you knew where the opponents were coming from, just about, and how to possibly plug it up as best as you could. Yeah, so what are the teams here? We got Jesus Cristo with the Italians, teamed up with Metal using China, his best legacy civ. China. And on the other side, we have Kapi as Japan, probably one of his best civs, not quite as good as his Wars of Liberty Germany, but certainly up there. And Ray Power is using the Tupi. The Tupi is probably one of the most powerful civs in the mod in its own way, mainly because they can get some really large swarms of units on the field very quickly. Yeah, but there is a catch to that. So if you look at this town center, notice how much hit points it has. Only about 2600 HP. This is like nothing. Your normal town center, if we look at one right here, is normally 6500 HP. This is only 2600 HP. But look at the costs. Instead of being a fully fledged 650 town center, if we go over to this one, I'll just show you for visual. Yep, this is 650 or 600, I should say. For Tupi, it's only 450, just about. And that's sort of the principle of the Tupi civ is their buildings belong to the tropical rainforests of like Brazil around the Amazon. So, while the material is cheaper and more readily available for them, it is going to be less stronger than the more concrete, metal, brick, and wooden structures of the Europeans. It's going to be more sturdy. So yeah, you might have an easier time building the Tupi buildings because they'll be cheaper in wood, but they will fall a lot quicker if you're not careful. So things like artillery, petards, pikemen can really give Tupi a run for their money if they're not careful. And there's even a way, if you're playing as Mapuche, that you can actually destroy the Tupi in Age 1 by sniping their town center. I don't know if they nerfed the siege stats of the explorers to make it impossible now, but in the old days, there was a problem where the Tupi town center, as an additional negative bonus, couldn't use its range attack. And you could just sit there with your explorers and just siege the town center down before they could even age up. And I actually did that during one of the league games against Lars. You know who Lars is, right? He loves his special brownies and gummy bears to the point that it alters his ability to age up on time. Yeah. So basically he was enjoying his gummy bears and his brownies and his special cookies with the special butter. And I was able to take down his town center in Age 1. But miraculously, he actually rebuilt the town center again, I think. Or was it that he aged up barely in Age 2 and I took out the town? I got it mostly successful and then I won the match like instantly. It was like a really big upset. Everybody was watching it in Discord and they're like, oh, look at that. Poor Lars got defeated by lamer lingo Mapuche strats. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Now, this Tupi did an interesting thing, and he actually made some of the golden lion monkeys, which, when does anybody ever get this as their first shipment? I don't know. This might be an interesting thing to try out, I'm used to just getting regular villagers, but maybe going with the Medio, the golden lion monkey, might actually be a interesting alternative, How much stats do they get? So they get about 6 hand attack, about 75 HP, so they fall rather quickly since they are monkeys, They're not as strong as these grizzly bears are with their 180 HP and 10 attack, but maybe spamming the monkeys is good. I think it might be good if your RNG with the treasures is nice, because they do help you get through treasures very quickly. Yeah, and we do see Tupi really doing well with the treasures. Even grabbing coin. Why is that such a weird thing? Because the Tupi don't actually use coin. They only use food and wood. Right? If you look at these Tupi villagers, notice how they can't actually work on this mine. You don't see the pickaxe when you go over it. You can see the axe on the wood. You can see the sword on the food, but no pickaxe when you go over the coin. They can't gather coin. So yeah, they basically just play the game with 2 resources, which makes the Tupi feel at times much more simple to handle, because you only have to worry about 2 resources, and basically if there's no mines on the map, you literally just don't care as the Tupi. But what do you care about is when there's no trees on the map, right? If you're playing on a desert map like Sahara, one of the more desert maps, yeah, playing the Tupi is not such a great thing anymore. Yeah, so you do need to be aware of that. Play the Tupi on maps where there's going to be a lot of large, dense areas of trees, which fortunately in Colorado you do have some pretty good patches of trees here you can actually do for a while. So definitely in the case of a 2 versus 2, I think you're going to have enough trees as the Tupi to win a match. I don't think that'll be too hard to do, honestly. Yeah, so what are they starting out with here? They're getting the Oibasi archers. These are exactly the same archers as you remember them from the Legacy game, the natives. I don't think they have the same stats, because look at here. They have really low HP and their attack is barely present, 8 range attack. They do get a good rate of fire though. They do get rate of fire of 1.5 shots a second, which is very good. It's just that they don't do a lot of damage. But their cost is very cheap. 29 food and 29 wood. That is a really cheap price to pay for archers, though. That is a really cheap price. Exceptionally cheap price. You should have a very easy time massing these up with very little food and wood. And that's sort of the principle of this archer unit, It's not about getting really good stats across. It's just having 40, 50 of them and just surrounding your opponent with them to the point that they can't deal with them all, right? Because in a way, numbers can be bigger than stats, you know. Because remember, if you have like a hussar, the hussar has to stop and attack each individual unit. So if they're busy dealing with the large swarm of units where they have to keep turning around and bumping into each other to get to, it can actually be an advantage to have numbers over just plain stats sometimes. And that's where the Tupi really shines, is they just get really large armies onto the field very quickly, right? And now they're adding in their anti-cav unit, the Yibarahara here, which is actually a axeman that counts as anti-cav. Notice how it looks a lot like the Hod's tomahawk. And yes, they do wield their own sort of tomahawk-type axes, but instead of, you know, being like a musketeer unit where they throw them, these guys simply just use them in their melee form. And boy, do they do a lot of damage. Like, if you look there, they have about 10 times 5, so about 50 damage against cavalry in Age 2. So basically comparable to pikemen, and also their siege, as you can imagine, is also going to be very high. They will be joined by some Shiguma musketeers from Japan. You know, the world's first anime girls, basically. A bunch of Japanese boys dressed up in anime girl red wigs trying to get the super chats from those poor single gringos living in America, basically, in their mother's basement. So God bless the Shiguma musketeers, so those young lads at least feel like they're getting a little attention when they send the $100 super chat to them, or the super sticker, basically, yeah. So now we got some hussars. This was a good placement here for the... Oh, wait a minute, no, that's an ally. Yeah, he did get a good number of archers there, I will say that. Doing some disciples, unfortunately not enough support, I think. You're going to have to get some good RNG, I think, with these disciples to justify him here, but could be wrong. These archers do go down very fast, so I guess you got that on your side. And I think once you lose your Yibraharas, then you sort of have to retreat here because you don't have a real sturdy unit to keep the push going. Now, the monkeys are offering a very interesting distraction that I didn't expect, because it seems like the town center, the units, are busy taking out the little golden monkeys there and letting the archers do their thing. So maybe getting an early monkey spam with those cards is actually a legit way to get started here. Yeah, but unfortunately the monkeys are no more. It's no longer the planet of the apes, it's the planet of the Tupi. And the Tupi are not doing too well right now. Even these Tigermen are starting to do some real wear and tear to them, because these Tupi archers do not have a lot of HP. Even a Tigerman with 8 hand attack eventually can take out an archer, so they do have to be careful of that. These Shigumas need to be protecting these archers as much as possible and trying to soak up melee wherever they can. But unfortunately, when you're queuing up at the rate you are right now in Japan, it's going to take a while, you know. I think eventually Kapi's going to have to go on to 2 barracks to be able to keep up with this, just about. Yeah. And certainly Jesus Cristo's doing a great job as an ally providing hussars, because basically Metal could probably do the old Han army, have some anti-cav with some archers, and then Italy just spams in hussars to add the anti-skirmisher aspect to the army and the anti-artillery. So right now it looks like Team China and Italy is defending quite nicely. Tupi will have to think of what they're going to do next with their Japanese allies. Japan just really has to spam Shigumas, I think, for the time being, because Tupi can go full anti-infantry with their archers, and they can also add in some of their other cheap units like their clubmen and their axemen, of course, the Yibrahar. So we'll see how this one turns out. Shrines are not too far away from the base here. I wonder if they'll actually take any concerted effort to get rid of any of these shrines here, because that's one of the best ways that you deal with a growing Japan. Take out the shrines. Cuts off their resources, and it houses them eventually. So, yeah. And then Japan, of course, has to shell out additional wood to reconstruct them all, if they can get them in those same spots. Like, if you can exert control over this area, then Japan's literally forced to put all the shrines in the back of the base without the animals, and the economy they get back is not the same one they had going in before. So that's generally a good move that you can do, just about. And Varengo's here saying, let's see, are you ready? Ready for what? Casting. You actually want to do a match? Yeah, we could do it tomorrow maybe or something. We'll see. Yeah, right now it's casting day, so we got a lot of recordings to do. We'll probably be doing this till probably like midnight, I would assume. Yeah, if everything's going the way that it is. Yeah, so we'll see. Going for rainforest logging. This is the second wood chopping technology of the Tupi. Costs about 400 food. And then they get another one, I think it's slash and burn techniques. It has about 700 food cost to it. So yeah, that's one of the other things. The Tupi market is slightly different than the other civs because they don't do mining. So the way the Tupi market works is they got hunting upgrades, they got wood chopping upgrades, and then they have these sort of agricultural based upgrades that are very cheap that affect, I believe, berries, farming, as well as fish. Because I believe your Tupi villagers can gather fish on the shore. At least they used to be able to do that some time ago. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that isn't that cool that Tupi villages at one point were actually able to gather fish from the shore? Well, they had to be within a certain radius, right? Like if the fish was basically right up against the beach, you could actually send your villager, if they were able to reach their proto-unit circle, and actually start shaking around the net and start gathering them all, which is pretty neat. Yeah. So certainly a neat little feature there to take advantage of. Getting the 700 food right now. Does he have any wood? Yeah, he has wood. Has some clubman shipments too. I don't know if these will be used. The Maritecoras. These are basically like Tupi's answer to the Coyote Runner, basically. And they do generally well against artillery as well. I believe they have a card that actually gives them additional multipliers against artillery later on, which I don't see here, but it's something he certainly could have considered, I think. Going into this, maybe he doesn't need as much anti-skirmisher artillery as we thought. Maybe he'll just go anti-cav archer here and let Japan deal with that. Because Japan has some really solid cavalry as well, and the Guntos, they're very fast, and they have multipliers against skirmishers, so those could be a very good choice as well. Yep, and where's China standing in terms of resources? We gotta see where China's at. So China just focusing on unit production now, and it looks like they did make it to age 3. They got a huge batch of boxers right here. From the home city, about 16, plus a banner army, it looks like, of them. Yeah, because it looks like they're doing the territorial, or what's now called the Boxer Army from the War Academy there. Basically your Chengdao and your Arquebusier. But instead of Arquebusier and Chengdao, you got the Boxers, who might be carrying a Chengdao sword, but they might be carrying a variety of other weapons too. And then the Zangus are your new equivalent of the Arquebusier with about the same stats. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Tupi raid. Tupi raid. Hussars will be called to deal with that. Yep. Should be able to get these Hussars up to veteran, I hope, before you engage. That would be good. Nope. It has the numbers, though. I think it will be alright. Will be alright. Because the thing is, these Ibraharas, though they do a lot of anti-cav damage, being a Tupi unit, they're kind of squishy. So if you have enough Hussars, you really can fight them. Just not the most optimal return in terms of potentially losing a Hussar or two, which is a big loss. Yeah, so does get the veteran upgrade on the Hussars. Is getting refridge and then 1,000 coin. So looking at maybe Industrial Age. Italy here. Doesn't have Royal Decree, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any Swiss Guards here. But we might be seeing Alpini and Basiglieri as the main output in the late game. But we'll see, though. We'll see. I wonder if we'll get any of the Camaristas as well, because we don't always see that in these casted games. People going with the Camaristas. Those are basically the mafiosos, just about in Age of Empires, 3 Wars of Liberty. And they can be very powerful. We just don't see them a whole lot because mainly, if they have their Explorer with them, they kind of lose their purpose, which is basically to attack and stealth. But yeah, sometimes they can overturn games very effectively. Comes the coin. should line up pretty perfectly with the food that's being gathered right now. Probably can get that industrial age pretty quickly, I think. And what's Tupi up to? Tupi seems to be an age behind. They won't be for long, though, about halfway to the chief, which at this point, the chief, I believe, just gives you cheaper costing buildings in terms of wood. I don't know that for certain. I know in the first stage, he just acts like the core master with 400 wood. But after that point, he'll actually start to make your buildings cheaper till you get to like Imperial Age and your buildings are like 65% cheaper. Yeah, you basically have town centers that only cost like 140 wood. But as you could tell, yeah, the HP is not that great, so it's not as great as you might think it is, actually. Because all it takes is something like a petard, an army of pikes or halbs, to just cut through entire swaths of the Tupi's tropical buildings, really. Using a lot of raiding parties now. So these are Tupi raiding parties. These were an alternative way of training your military as the Tupi, where you get about 2 of the clubmen, 2 of the archers, and 2 of the axemen instead of just 1 unit. And you can constantly send them out in these 6 population batches of units that are much more expensive than just train the units individually. It's a good idea when you need a very mixed army, when you know you're going to be dealing with skirmishers, cavalry, and musketeers just about. But if you know you're going to be dealing with just 1 or 2 unit types, it's better just to train them out of the war hut and be more specialized. But if you are dealing with a very large, varied army, or you just don't know what you're going to be facing, sometimes just doing the Tupi war parties, or raiding parties rather, from those longhouses is going to be your best move. We do have 10 Yiburas being shipped as well, which is going to be even more anti-cav. And we already see Nagua Gaishi here. Nagua Gaishi, yep. He's basically one of the Japanese generals that you get from aging up with the shogunate in late game. And he's your everyday daimyo. He can train military and he can ship military. Just like these cannons. About 4 Kananao cannons. These have about the same stats as the flaming arrows do, so they're good against infantry, artillery, buildings, ships, you name it. Good against everything except cav for the most part, so yeah. Generally a good unit to get. Looks like Italy's base is pretty unprepared right now, and China's going to be sending some help. Looks like Hussars did try to go for a raid against Japan, but unfortunately the Anabushi were there to meet him as a surprise. So we'll see how that goes. Now we have a big army of disciplined boxers, as well as various Chinese skirmisher units in the Chukonu and the Zangus. I think they can maybe take out the infantry potentially, but I don't know how this one's going to turn out. The boxers are doing a good number on the cannons, but of course, with Japan shipments, you could ship their shipments twice. So, after you deal with the first 4 cannons, they can ship another 4 cannons right after that. So, you really got to be ready to deal with 8 cannons. If you're not ready to deal with that, well, it's GG, well played. Exactly. This is probably one of the neatest units of the Tupi yet. They're basically a long-range archer that actually shoots green fire from their arrows. Notice how it's a green tint of fire instead of the orange fire that we're normally used to. Yeah, must be very hot and smoldering then. Yeah, so you can see the green coming from their bows, and then when they shoot from long range, you can see the green fire rain down on either units or buildings. And these are definitely different than the Arrow Knights, because the Pomberos not only have multipliers against artillery and good siege, but they have multipliers against infantry as well. So they're basically like fully fledged artillery in their own right. They can take out a wide variety of units. Best thing is to make sure that they have enough range to do their work. They have a range of about 28, so they do outrange enemy artillery. Place normal artillery, right? So like a normal Falk, I think it's like 26 range, right? So yeah, they can outrange that, but they won't outrange these Kananao cannons. So it's good that they're on the same team then, I guess. That's all I could say for the most part. So we got the hand mortars here. They do sort of outrange the Pomberos, but unfortunately they're not going to have enough stats, I think, to take out these archers here, because of their very powerful multipliers. Oh, the Moritarus came out from the Daimyo here as well, so this is going to be enough siege to basically take out Italy's town center and get the ball rolling on defeating them. Yeah, just about on that side. That's a lot of damage. And there goes your town center. We'll start to take out some of these houses as well. And the Pomberos will start to rain down some of the green fire arrows here too. Wars are sort of a moot point, since the Pomberos will counter them pretty well. It looks like he's still trying to get little snipes of them with whatever hand wars he has left. Trying to protect his ally with as much strength as possible there. I just don't think he's going to do well, considering Japan is already on their honored Shiguma upgrade, their guard upgrade. So yeah, these things are really powerful at this stage, and it's going to be hard to deal with. Is using Hussars to deal with some of the Pomberos, it looks like. Yeah. Here we got some of the blowgunners. These are basically Tupi dragoons, so instead of having normal dragoons on a horse with like a carbine, these guys just run really fast and shoot from their blowguns just about. Apparently their darts have like this green fire emitting from them as well, so I don't know what that's all about. Is that like fire or is that poison? I don't quite know what they're shooting out exactly, but it definitely doesn't look like it tickles if you do get hit by it. If you don't want to get hit by a Pombero or a blowgunner dart, basically. Yeah, I think Italy is cornered into the back here, and yep, and they are going to resign. And China will probably follow in suit very quickly. Yep. One after the other. GG. Was an interesting one to see. I didn't quite know how Tupi were going to work in this match, but I think because they had a solid foundation in Kapi playing as Japan, Tupi sort of had the defense and flexibility to do what they wanted to do to play the supportive role, either spamming out lots of units or using Pomberos as like a long-range siege and anti-infantry artillery option. So I think that overall worked out pretty good there, just about, yeah. So now we're going to be rebooting into the game again, and we're actually going to start doing some of the casted games from this week. Yeah, so because the last two games we did are stuff that were left over from last week. Now we can actually get started on this week's roster of games, and we got about 16 of them to get through tonight, so we'll go through all those as many as we can do, of course, and we'll see where we get. Let me see here. What's the first one going to be called? Let me find out down here. Let me look. I was reading some Discord chat stuff, but I'm gonna climb up here and look at the messages and find out which one we're on right now. So it looks like we are on, I think I went too far up. I have to scroll down a bit. Batalla Equipo. We are on Duelo de Chinosimo. So it's Rommel China Tax 2. So it's China versus China? Rommel playing China Mirror? Okay. I like it. Let's see how that one goes. Should be a pretty interesting one, I think. Look for D. D for Duelo. D for Duelo. Duelo de Chinisimo. Alright, so it looks like we're on the Gran Chaco map with Rommel and Metal. I think we know Metal is probably going to be the better China here, but maybe Rommel could do something. We'll have to see. This is a pretty cool map because it's both like sort of like a Great Plains style map and being very open, but it's also very tropical looking, right? Set in sort of the more Latin American environment with these rhea birds. And then you get some of these more tropical natives in the Tupi on here too. Got the Tupi ones over here, now called Kalaha, and then you got the Kalaha Tupi over here as well. So, yeah, this should be a pretty good one. Yeah. I think when it comes to China versus China, it comes down to who has the bigger egg roll and the bigger dumplings, just about. Yeah. But seriously, it comes down to who can mass up quicker and sort of what sort of method they use. Because, as you know from Definitive Edition China, it really comes down to two sort of main primary builds you can do. You can either go for an all-in Age 2 with China, or you can go for the FF. FFs with China are very possible to do in Wars of Liberty. They're just not going to be the same, really, in terms of what you get, I would say. And you may opt to go for one or the other. I think, personally, for Wars of Liberty China, you're better off going for the Age 2 method, I think, and adding in stuff from the consulate using diplomatic intrigue. That's at least my personal opinion. And to boot, you can actually build a market in Age 1 and research a technology called economic concessions from the market that only stays in Age 1. So if you go off to Age 2, the tech disappears if you don't research it. And what it does is it gives you about 75 export, but it ruins your market trade rates to be less favorable. But I think by like negative 10% or something. So your market trade won't be as good, but you do get some extra export, which makes it a lot easier actually to get 2 back-to-back consulate battalions in Age 2 to help you with some sort of an attack. And I think China in Wars of Liberty gets some much better options that really suits them well here compared to Definitive Edition and Legacy. Yeah, the main things they have is if they go with the Russians, they can get up to 13 Russian pikemen, the Opolshenets, and that can actually really help out with siege. They can go with the British and get some green jacket skirmishers, some good anti-heavy infantry, and then they can go with the Germans and get some Maykoffer line infantry, so some musketeers. Yeah, not that different from the British, actually. And then the Portuguese are pretty much the same with the Academico Volunteers, which is the same as the Bestiero crossbowmen from Definitive Edition. So yeah, you get a variety of things you can do, really. So yeah, it looks like Rommel's actually going to send Furrier. As you know, China does not get any normal villager cards, so that's why they're resorting to other stuff like Furrier here. I don't think the Trade Empire is going to be the best option for this map because there's no trade route. Yeah, I mean, basically on that front. I mean, land grab could potentially help you to get your villages up more quickly. Mainly because with the Chinese in Wars of Liberty, you actually get 1 free villager from each village when you age up, just about. So if you can get all your villages set up around your TC in an age earlier, you're actually going to get a huge batch of free villages than if you didn't do it. It's sort of China's way of making up for the lack of their villager cards, and also a way to get rid of their old migration cards, right? You remember, like, Northern Migration, all those migration cards where you get a villager at every town center and village. Now, basically, the Wars of Liberty team got rid of those cards, and they just worked it into the age-ups of China instead, to just have that functionality there. But China does, I believe, get a negative bonus where their villagers gather 10% slower. It does not affect the base stats of the villagers gather rate, just like a negative economic theory that's applied to them. So they gather microscopically less than other villagers do to make up for the fact that they can boom quicker. Yeah, we only see 1 village from Rommel so far, so it's totally possible if Rommel doesn't get any villages other than this, he's just going to get 2 free vills, which it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing by any means. But if he can get another village here, that would be great, because it would be like having a 3 villager set up rather than 2 village in one. Trains, another disciple, looks like. Is he going to make another one? Nope, just 2. What is Metal doing? Is Metal going to do Summer Palace as well? Yep. Summer Palace is usually your go-to wonder is China, but we have been seeing White Pagoda builds as well lately, where A player will get the White Pagoda and spam out a bunch of disciples to do their kung fu fighting sort of thing to take out the skirmishers and so forth. And it does work very well and as fast as lightning too, and it is very frightening. It is very, very frightening when it's done well. So, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Just ask this poor jaguar there. Didn't even know what was going on as they were kung fu fighting him. And they will grab his gold coins. Yeah. What jaguar do you know that owns gold coins? I don't know. Should definitely enter the stock market then. Especially when the economy crashes. Yeah. Big time. Alright, villager. Grab this food. Looks like a bag of rice and fish and shrimp and I don't know, what is that, like tofu or soy sauce or something? I don't know. Chinese food. Yeah. And how are the scores looking? It looks like Rommel is slightly ahead in age up and in score. So this might be a more even fight than I thought. Potentially. We're going to have to assess Dex as well. Looks like what Metal does is he has the infinite 300 wood probably to get an extra village early on, which looks like he utilized. He has 3 extra villages. He has 3 villages here. So he's going to get a lot of extra villages out of that when he goes to age 3, 4, and 5. And he has some training, a training upgrade here with Banner School to allow his banner armies to train a bit quicker. Has the sort of the primary rush cards I would include besides the cavalry. So he's got the Chukunu, the Tigerman, White Banner Army, which gives you some Chukunu with the flamethrower, and then the Diplomatic Intrigue. And then in age 3, it's just a bunch of unit shipments, as well as refridge. Got intervention to get some consulate stuff. And then in age 4, of course, you gotta have Red Banner reforms to basically beef up your Chukunus and your Tigermen. Notice how here it's cheaper than the Asian dynasties to get it, but they have the effect of it, basically. So it looks like it improves the unit stats by 30%. But it only makes the Chukunu and Tigerman 15% more expensive. Whereas in the Asian dynasties, the cost hike was a lot more, basically, for what it did, just about. So, yeah, it's good in terms of preserving your economy, but in terms of strength of your army, it's just a little bit less than what it would normally be there. Yeah. Got some Nien riders here. These are basically the same as the Steppe riders. Basically anti-skirmisher just about with their anti-skirmisher multiplier. Has some disciples here as well. Will we see anybody get taken out here? We'll see. Goes for the porcelain tower, it looks like. War Academy's going up. We don't see a consulate yet though. Alright, so goes for the village. He should probably get another village, I'm thinking. Only if it's safe though, because if China here is gonna destroy China's villages, China defeating China, right? Basically the Chinese Civil War all over again, right? This is the Red China and this is the the nationalist China wearing teal colored uniforms for whatever reason. So yeah, it's China versus China basically. So I think right now it seems like Rommel has the bigger army, but potentially Metal might be able to get an edge in better shipments. Because he's going to be able to add in 10 Zangus. He can basically send in the 16 Boxers. Depending on what he gets for a consulate option later, he can add in a big mass of stuff from that just about. So we're going to have to see how Metal plays this. So he does have the consulate and goes for the Germans. Jawohl. That's a very good option because basically it's going to cheapen the food costs of the bear armies from the War Academy. And if he gets intervention now, that's actually going to grant him how many hussars here? Gives you this nice little chart here where you can see what it gives you. About 5 veteran hussars from Germany. Because as you know, with consulate units, they shadow tech with each age up, so they become stronger, 20% stronger in age 3, 30% in age 4. 50% in age 5. And that's going to be a really good tanky unit that he can use to take out a lot of these Chukunu archers with. How many Tigermen does China got? So barely any. So Hussars, very good option. And he's exactly doing as I said he was going to do. So he knew what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. We think alike here. It's perfect. Unfortunately, though, he loses a Summer Pal, so that's like a huge loss, because imagine all the free armies he could have gone out of that, in particular some of the stronger units too, because what you normally do with the Summer Pals is, once you get to age 3, switch to the Green Banner Army, which is the most expensive one, and just auto-produce those. It takes longer to do, but yeah, when it does arrive, it's like a sweet, delicious dessert, basically, in terms of how it benefits your army. So you got about 5 of the Totemkopf Hussars here from Germany, some Zengus, some Chukunus, and the Boxers here. Basically, China has to stall out Rommel and try to defeat his army here, because if he can defeat his army here and do it with as few casualties as possible, then it's safe to say Metal wins this. But if Rommel can keep this attack going, yeah, continue to be a threat, taking out villages, I think Rommel is looking better here. Definitely helps when you have the flamethrower from the White Banner Army to help you with the sieging. Looks like flamethrower takes out in the end, right? Hussars finally get onto the flamethrower. That's probably going to be one of your more primary targets that you're going to want to focus on. But it does look like the Chukunus are raining some arrow fire onto the Hussars, so I don't know if that lasts. Shaolin Master's about to go down over there. Looks like these Chukunus can eke out another Hussar. Just one more remain, though. Yeah, I mean, looks like for right now, Metal's looking pretty good because he did win the defense there. Chukunus are going to be forced to retreat. He may as well just keep them here and probably just take out a couple more units, but I guess he thinks he can save some of these. He might be able to save a couple of them depending on what he's got. So he's got about 6 Nians and some more Chukunus. So I guess he can actually save some of those units there. But he is dealing with the Zangus now, which at least at this moment in time are probably going to be the better skirmisher unit just because of their higher HP stats as well as their armor stats right here. It's really not until Industrial Age that you see the Chukunu and Tigermen really outdo the Boxer army just about with their Red Banner Reforms card. We got some Meteor Hammers here. This is a very interesting choice. Normally these would be used to snipe artillery, but they are indeed an assault unit, so they actually can be good in melee of any kind because they do have 30% hack armor, which makes them really good for fighting things like pikemen compared to normal cavalry, which tends to be pretty squishy makes cavalry pretty squishy because of their anti-cav multipliers. But thankfully for assault they have hand armor, so they can actually take on a bit more abuse from pikemen just about. Yeah, looks like Metal is able to maintain constant queues of the Banner Army, the Territorial Army, which has the Zangus and the Boxers. Is going to give Repelling Volley to add additional damage and a counter-infantry rifling level multiplier to the Zangus in particular, so that's going to be very significant. What does Rommel have as a response here? So he is going to go for diplomatic intrigue, and it looks like he is going to try to eke out about 2 battalions of Green Jackets with the British, just to get enough numbers here, I think, to force back China. From China, yeah. Yep, so basically take out that Shaolin Master there, and then take out some of these Boxers just about. Yep. So you got about a couple of Green Jackets there. And not too far away from getting his nets back to them as well, so he probably wants to think about that. The Shaolin Master is doing wondrous work here and basically soaking up all these shots, really. Meteor Hammer is finally wiped out there. If he can take out the Shaolin Master, that's going to be a good start, because it's basically going to allow him to actually engage with the actual Chinese. Oh no, he got another disciple from the kill there. That's great. Unfortunately, it didn't last too long. So he's gone. Yeah, Mel's doing pretty good right now, and I think he's able to apply the necessary pressure to win. You can already start to see the score advantage right now. And he's going to actually get a secondary war Kami, so he can start sending 2 banner armies at the same time out of his queues there, which is great. Also catching up with his market upgrades, going with Imperial Bureaucracy, his water wheel, as well as his flume and ditching for the mining. Also starting to pick up some of those nifty trickle technologies from the German consulate. Starting with the food trickle one to trickle some food, and then you can get ones to trickle wood and coin as well, which is always nice. Is also shipping in the 7 Handmores, so he's thinking about getting the siege over with right now. Really. Oh, Rommel's actually going to switch up his consulate to a new ally. Question is, now he said, never mind. I'm not going to be able to change it enough time. He can't choose. You can't choose between Green Jackets and leaving the British. Make your decision, man. You don't have much time. You don't have much time at all, actually. So, better come up with something soon there. What he might be doing is he might be trying to pre-plan what he's going to get for his intervention shipment. Maybe he's going to opt for the Russians and get a bunch of plastoonis to go after him with, or maybe the Germans and get some hussars. It really will depend on what he thinks is going to get him the best outcome here, possibly. Nians are going to be able to not, but doesn't look like he gets a clean enough shot to go after the Handmores. Still goes in anyway, so he might have a bit of a delayed response there, or it might just be Rommel lag too. Because if you didn't know, Rommel has some of the best lag in the world from Venezuela, courtesy of the Venezuelan government. So, if you love lag, you're going to love large team games with Rommel, basically. It's going to be so fun, just about. Yeah. And he might even disconnect from a few of them, too. So, just enjoy it while it lasts, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, looks like the boxes will actually completely obliterate these Chukanus, just about, and it's GG, well played. I think Metal was the favored winner here because he is a really solid China. Kapi probably thinks he's the best China in the world, but I don't know. I'm pretty well up there myself. So, I mean, I should try to 1v1 Metal sometime with China versus China and see, you know, who really has the better China concept down, because I have my own sort of China where I go heavy on the console, and it seems to get some pretty good wins on its own. So we'll have to see, you know, which of those is the best way to go, really. Just about, yeah. Yep. Just ran some more Discord stuff there, and now I'm going to restart the game after we do this post-game. And we'll be going into game number 4 of the night, just about. So look at, I think first the villager count. That's an important stat. And then I can look at, we could look at resource count. Yeah, you could tell Metal was really ahead here, just because of his higher production of the villages and the free villagers from them. And then in terms of shipments, yeah, it looked like it came down to mostly who was the effective fighter, because you don't have any trade route here to factor in on that. So, yeah, most definitely. We're going to boot into the next game now. Game number 4 of the night. We do that. Kind of curious what we're going to get here. Should be good, though. Should be really good. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to check the Discord just to see what recording it's called. It's called Glitanos in El Tibet. So we're going to be playing on Tibet. We got Romania versus India. Alright, so yeah, that should be a really interesting one. So look for GGG. Not GG yet, but GGG. Let me see. Where is that? Oh, here it is. Gitanos in El Tibet. Tibet's kind of interesting one, you know. We don't always see Tibet be used in like normal games. Normally what you do on Tibet is you try to do it on King of the Hill matches, because the fort will always spawn right in this exact quadrant over here, and it basically makes an intense sort of battle for everyone, where they're on the lower slopes of the mountain just about, and they try to fight their way to the top of the mountain to get the fort. Literally a King of the Hill game, because you're literally fighting for control of the top of the hill. Get it? King of the Hill, an actual hill, yeah. So yeah, that's generally the main focus of this map, though, is being sort of on the middle slopes of a mountain. You can either go down to the base of the mountain and capture all these trading posts, or you can work your way to the top of the mountain and go right across to your opponent. Or you can go around the summit as well, so you got that option too. So it's a really fun map. And without further ado, we're going to see Rommel face Metal once again. This time Rommel's using India, and Metal is using Romania. It's one of the new Wars of Liberty civs he's really trying to master here, and he's a fairly good Romania. I think he even almost beat Cap one time with Romania, if you remember from last week, how Metal was actually able to get some pretty large armies against Cap's Ottomans until he started to go Lammer mode with the great bombards and stuff. Like, oh no, you don't beat Ottomans, they're too OP. Yeah. Just when you think you beat the Ottomans, it's never over, right? They either send out that nasty ship to Safahi or bombards, and it's totally a GG game over for you. Just about. But I think in this case, Metal does have the advantage of at least going up against... Oh, wait a second. India can get great bombards, right? Yes, they can. They get them at the consulate, but thankfully that's not till a lot later. And it costs a lot of export. Actually, no, they get that cheaper tech, right? It lets them get 2 bombards. So, yeah, that can get a little dicey. But we'll see. I will say, though, that even though India is basically almost the same civ as you have in the Asian Dynasties in the 5th edition, they do, just like China, have some really great consulate options now. And particularly the French are very solid here for them. Mainly because the French can offer them their Grognard Grenadiers, they can offer them their Zuevos, they can offer them their Chasseurs à Cheval mounted skirmishers, so they're really good against infantry. If you're looking for really lots of good anti-infantry, the French consulate is like really good for that now with the India civ. But you can also, of course, go with the British, same as China. The Portuguese is something they also share with the Chinese. But then you have the Ottomans, and the Ottomans looking a lot better under Wars of Liberty, because instead of like Hussars and what was the other thing, like Janissaries with the old Ottoman consulate, with the Wars of Liberty Ottoman consulate, you get Abbas gunners and Humbarsi grenadiers. So again, not only good against infantry, but also a bit of siege in there as well that you'll be able to use to your advantage. It's totally possible, actually, with India to go Janissary Abbas by just making sepoys instead of Janissaries and just doing Abbas from the consulate. Yeah. And it's generally what I prefer doing, actually. I usually find that the Ottoman consulate is the route to go with the Indians, unless I'm going like mid to late game, and then if I'm going mid to late game, then I'll decide to do the French consulate instead and go for some of those stronger anti-infantry units like the Chasseurs à Cheval or the Zouave, basically. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Wars of Liberty did a great job with these consulate choices, I think, and they really stand out now in ways that even the older ones couldn't. And I guess the one last sort of detail you need to know about India is the number of villages you get per card is proportional to the age up. So if you look here, notice how you get 4 free villagers instead of 4 free villages instead of just 1 villager. Yeah, basically. Doesn't count for like infinite shipments, but for all the other shipments, it's like 3 free villages here, 4 free ones here, 2 free ones here, and then just 1 for the age 1. So it's actually possible to boom up its India very well if you can get some trading posts and get a lot of XP. Because you'll just be sending shipment after shipment after shipment, and while you're adding in units, while you're adding in crates, you're going to be getting extra vills, and you're going to grow pretty quickly. So, especially if you can get it sort of into that FF setup there, where you're going to be able to basically have like 3 to 4 villagers with every card, which is going to be quite significant. India does opt to go for Agrifort here, and not the Karnamata greedy option, I guess. I mean, I can't blame them. I mean, you definitely don't know on this map if your opponent's going to be super aggressive and come this way, if they're going to come this way, if they're going to come here, or they're going to be like a ninja and sneak up from the lower slope and go up that way. So, kind of do have to be careful with that. As for metal, he is aging up with Kenyamin Kostache, which is basically a livestock pen politician that you age up with Romania, and he'll grant about 3 free peasants, 3 free villagers, just about, yeah. Now with Romania, you got multiple eco options. You can either just train peasants the whole game by themselves, or you can ship these gypsy wagons as well, full of gypsies, these Verdons with Roma villagers, and you get one at age 1 here, and then you get this one at age 2. And then you can even have an infinite one. Now, do be aware, as you ship additional shipments of these Verdun wagons, your build limit of the peasants actually goes down to make room for the Romas, basically. Because, as you know, in wars in general in Age of Empires 3, the rule of thumb for balance is, oh, hey, it's a sepoy, or 2 sepoys. Watch out. Basically, the rule of thumb is to have a build limit of around 99 villagers per civ, or something like that, depending on what their gather rates are, just to keep it balanced. So, that's sort of the reason why the build limit of the peasants goes down when, you know, you get higher build limits with the Romas, basically. So, you can't have like a 200 villager army and just totally get insane wins on treaty mode, because even though Wars of Liberty isn't officially treaty balance, it sort of has to be treaty balance to actually call it balance, right? So there you go. Balanced but not balanced. So it'll always be balanced, yeah. Here we got some of the Durabanti, and these are Romanian musketeers. What sets them different from other musket units is their HP and range attack is pretty abysmal. I think, yeah, pretty abysmal in general, but you do notice here that they have a really good armor value. They resist about 40% melee damage, so that's actually really good armor. Like almost half the damage, just under half the damage that they receive in melee is going to be ignored, so they're generally going to be really good for fighting cavalry. And then in terms of costs, you know, they are actually microscopically cheaper than your average musketeer too. So you also have that advantage to consider when you're making these as well. Really. Looks like house is being made. And what else we got here in terms of deck? We do have the Latari card here, which is really good when you're massing up lots of these Verdons, because basically what it does is it allows the Verduni wagons to improve the gather rate of the Roma villagers, which is a really neat thing. And one more thing you're going to want to make sure you do with these Roma villagers, you keep them away from the town center, because if these Roma villagers are within a mortar's radius of the town center, they actually get less gather rate, so you have to move the wagons away from the town center. And you can actually put the villagers in the wagons and let the wagon protect them while they're traveling. Now, the wagon isn't the fastest thing in the world. You know, it's about the same speed as the villagers themselves, but it's a nice, quick way to protect the villagers if possible, basically. Yeah. So right now it's going to be a bit of a boxing match between Sepoys and Durabants, I think, until one of them backs off, which looks like Rommel's going to do. Maybe he thinks he can go to age 3 and do a bit there, perhaps. I mean, he does have to be aware, though, that the Mahouts won't be as great against the armor of the Dorbante, so it does have to be ready for that possibility in general. But I will say, though, if Rommel goes with the Arumi swordsmen, the Arumis, that would actually be really devastating because these Dorbante give up a lot of their normal HP just to have that 40% hack armor, and guess what? Arumis deal pierce damage and not hack damage. So Arumis would be a really great counter to these Dorbante if he wants to dwell that far into his age-ups and go for that more greedy late-game approach. It does look like Romania is going to age 3, though, with Tudor Vladimirescu. Yeah, Vladimirescu. And I believe he gives him some Venatori skirmishers, which is Romania's skirmishers just about. Oh no! Oh no! Put the gypsies in the wagon to get away. There you go. Wouldn't want to be that wagon today. Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling confident about this wagon, though. That's gonna get cleaned up. Is gonna lose some villagers too. So I mean, even though he is aging up, technically Rommel's doing the better rush here. Oh, and he went with the almonds as well. So here's those Abiskars I was talking about. So this is basically like a Janissary Abbas setup. Not quite as intense as the Janissary stats, but it's quite up there because, as you know, the Sepoys are a pretty sturdy village musketeer, to say the least. And they do have some pretty decent damage as well. Now it goes for the 4 Sawars as well, so it has a bit of anti-skirmish in there. I'm just thinking potentially, depending on how much res metal has, he might not be able to hold this defense out too much. Yeah. Looks like we got some visitors here. We got Rommel, Raul Nicolaes. Good evening, Gringo. We got Nicolas Lopez, Sogtulakk. Hola, Gringo. And we got Horacio Zelate. Que onda, Gringo Loco. So we got all the Juanitos here to watch their cast of games. Wonderful. Later in the night, if we get to the last of the recordings, we actually will get to see some recorded games by Sogtulakk himself, which we haven't seen in a long time from him, so that'll definitely be a bit of a treat for us, you know. We got these games by Metal, Rommel, and Cap to look forward to, but at the end we'll be treated by some from Sogtulakk himself. The one we did Age of Empires 2 with last week in that game when I was the Bohemians. That was a pretty nice experience. Hopefully we can do some more of those in the future as well. Yeah. Didn't get a lot of views, but maybe if we keep doing them, people tag along and watch some of our Age of Empires 2 content as well. Not the best Age of Empires 2 player, but I did start out as one in multiplayer before I did multiplayer AoE 3, so I do know a thing or two about macro in AoE 2 and the bare bones basics of it to at least win some games, depending on the level of the players. I do know the tech trees pretty well. At least in part, and I can look them up pretty quickly as well, because you do get the advantage in AoE 2 that you don't get in War's Liberty. If you sort of forget what your tech tree is, you can just look it up super quickly in the chart or whatever and say, oh yeah, I get fletching, I get bracer, I get halberdier, I get hussar, and you can figure that out. Pretty convenient. So I'm not too sure. Are these Venatori going to be good here or bad? What's going on? So, looks like the Venatori in general have some really good HP. 234 HP is actually really good. And their cause, well, in terms of his Gurks, yeah, they are a bit more expensive, but for HP values like that, they are going to be a pretty solid tanky unit overall. Unfortunately, though, he does not know about Rommel's Sawars, or does he? We'll have to see exactly. Desert Terror being researched from the home city, well, with some Sawars being queued up. This will be a really good way to basically wreck the Vantori, basically. Yeah. Looks like he does retreat with his Vantori, though, so I guess fortunately for Romania, he's going to be able to protect it with the TC for now, I guess. Was he aware of the Sawars, though? Because that would have been a pretty nasty surprise if he had to deal with the Sawars with the Desert Terror active and their added anti-skirmish multipliers. That would have been very devastating overall. Yeah. About 40... How much would that multipliers be? About 40... 45, I believe. Or would it be... No, actually it would be about... Yeah, I think about 45, 50 damage. That's actually really big. Almost like an Imperial SR's level of damage against them. So, yeah, quite significant. Romania building a stable there. Vantori are looking like they're in real trouble now. Durbante are not even near them. This is going to be a clean sweep. Those big, stinky, smelly camels are going to destroy them. If you never smelled a camel before, please don't. It's a very pungent smell, to say the least. Yeah, I've smelled multiple camels in my life, and they are not the best scent. You know, obviously, if you're used to them, depending on where you live, you probably have a different fondness of the scent. But at least for me, as a Westerner, I don't have the fondness nostrils for smelling them, basically. So it's really a personal preference there, I guess. Yep, take out those peasants there. Just about, yep. Wonderful. Nice. Alright. I mean, in this match, it was pretty clear that it came down to India's competence with their army, I think, against Romania. See, with Romania, you got to play it a really particular way. See, they do have the option of being able to research their the ability to unlock their later units earlier for a larger cost. So if you pay 400 wood and 400 coin, you can actually get Vandatorian Age 2 with their veteran Shadow Tech applied to them. So, I mean, he could have potentially did that and was able to get a bigger mass of them potentially, but I don't know. I don't know what it came down to because, you know, sometimes Romania's roster works really good and sometimes it just does not hit the spot at all, and it can really cost you quite a bit, I think. So, yeah, definitely have to put that into consideration when you're choosing to do your game as Romania there. Yeah. Oh, Kevin Rodriguez says it's my worst match of the series. If you didn't know, Kevin is basically the 9.6 finger man himself with only 9.6 fingers. He used to have 10 fingers, and then he had a really bad industrial accident that severed off part of one of his fingers, and now he's only has about 9.6 fingers left. Which, when it comes to playing Wars of Liberty, you know, doesn't always help most of the time when one of your fingers isn't quite the same height as the other ones and you're trying to mash the keyboard, basically. Yeah. So now we got the Boledos y Vacas Locas match to look at. It's Haiti versus Argentina? Oh, okay. So that's a pretty good matchup. Let me look for this one. Here we go. All right. Perfect. And now we're going to basically see a Haiti versus Argentina. And the map will be Hudson Bay. This is probably one of the more famous maps to do the Liga on. So this should be a really good, fair, clean fight, I think. If you haven't been to Hudson Bay before, you got two islands up here usually that you can take advantage of and put your units on depending on the season the map is on. And then you get these really good natives. You got the Cree natives, which are tanky skirmies. And then you got the Huron down here, now called the Wendats, which are basically mantlets. So a really tanky, nice siege unit you can do in just about every situation. Yeah, so this should be an interesting duel. It really, I think it comes down to what Haiti makes versus what Argentina makes, because Haiti has their strong suits, I think, in roster, and then Argentina has their own. So I guess the main thing I will say is Haiti in general has not the best cavalry, unless it's their special ultimate unit cavalry from their ultimate building. That thing is very good, and it really changes the way you play the game. But in terms of stable, Haiti actually doesn't get any sort of age 2 stable cavalry, right? They can make escoltas and units in age 3, but that's about it, really. That's about it. As for Argentina, they apparently can't make lanceros themselves, but they do have a H2 cavalry in the Infernale, which is a mounted pikeman, basically. So really good against cavalry. So I think it really comes down to what Haiti makes to try to deal with the Argentines. Like if they go with too many, Musketeros or the Zinglins, which are all shock units, the shock multipliers of the Infernale could be a serious problem. But if they go with more of the Conscripto Escopetero route, and Argentina ends up going with the Infernales, I think it's going to be more of a Haiti win there. Yeah, it really depends on scouting, planning, all that sort of cool RTS stuff, and how they decide to carry it out, really. Yeah, just about. Alright, so now we got Metal over here going with Cimarrones. He's sticking to the same plan he did earlier today when he was playing Argentina. Cimarrones again is going to get the ball rolling and turns again those 3 cows out onto the field. And the later in the game it goes, the more cows he's going to be able to eat. And thus the more cavalry he's probably going to afford, since Argentina's biggest strength is its cavalry. The total opposite of Haiti. Like, Haiti is really good with its barracks, but really bad with its stable. Argentina is really good with its stable, but kind of abysmal with it. Actually, not as abysmal with its barracks. They actually do get some reasonable options at the barracks, namely the Escopetero, but not as good as Haiti's, because Haiti can actually get the Royal Guard upgrade and then upgrade them beyond the veteran upgrade, whereas Argentina can't. But Argentina does get a tanky musketeer in the Patricio, though, so they're not totally subject to the stable. It's not like you're going to be able to just spam like 20 pikemen and say that they've already been in Argentina their game. Nah, they literally can go barracks and curb stomp you with Escopetero Patricio if they want to. And you saw that in the last game. We saw Patricio's coming out metal, so he definitely knows a thing or two about using those as a backup when the stable isn't the option to go for there. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one, to say the least. So what deck are we looking at with Argentina here? Is it looking like sort of like the last game? Yeah, sort of looking like that. Only got crates in age 2, it looks like. Infinite 300 food. Oh, okay. I'm not too sure about that one. I'd rather just have like another unit shipment in age 2 perhaps, or maybe another crate of some kind. Just because, I don't think 300 food's going to translate really well in the late game, because your herdables are going to really basically dominate your food market to the point that you're not going to need that 300 food, basically. So yeah, definitely. What else has he got? He's got his ultimate build there, and as well as the build limit improver of the Horse Grenadiers, San Lorenzo. Does use Tácticas de Guernas, basically. Basically allows the Infernales to train faster, and then they can be trained at houses and towers. Ooh, okay. Now, in the old days, the Infernales used to only be considered like an archaic unit that you can only get to the veteran upgrade. You actually had to use that exact card there, this Tácticas de Guermas card, to actually get their guard and imperial upgrades. But now, they were changed to a food and coin cavalry, so they are considered to be more of like a standardish unit and not like an archaic pikeman. And thus, you don't have to worry about including the card just to get them to viable upgrades beyond age 3. So that's good. That's good, at least. Yeah, and then with Rommel, he is running 3 villagers. He's got the chicken card, chicken fighting card there. Then he's got some unit shipments here, which is normal for Haiti. Some crates, combat upgrades for his hand infantry, which is really good. And then he has his ultimate building, a fort. Then he's got Mechanical in age 4, which is a really good upgrade card. And then Boyer Ordnance, just about. Yep. It's got all that good stuff there. Yeah. Here comes the Escopateros, or if you're friends with them, the Escopatero Bros. Yep. Yep, so these guys are really good. So instead of like crossbowmen, like an early skirmisher, the Latin Americans literally get actual shotguns. These guys wield actual shotguns to deal splash. And you'll see that in just a few moments when these come out, really. Yep, notice here how they did this little target here, that's like one splash. So as they fire their shots, they'll actually shoot bullets into multiple areas, they'll hit multiple opponents. Which is like a really neat setup for them, just about, yeah. Now you got more pickets coming out, just about. Yep. So some of these pikemen there. Alright, so you got about 6 pikemen and about 8 of the Escopateros, so this should be a really good push. Yeah. Nice. Soldados, that's an important card because now basically again all the cows that come out of these pastures are going to be semi-fattened, and they're basically going to be up to fully fattened stats a lot quicker, basically. Goes Patricio, which is definitely the smart move I think here because it does help to deal with the pikemen. But he will probably try to add in some sort of Infernale, I think, to deal with the Esco. Argentina kind of has a weird dilemma in that they don't have Lanceros, so they actually have to wait till age 3 to get any sort of scout, hand cavalry unit, and the horse grenadier. So yeah, kind of a bit stalled out in that sense, and it really doesn't put them in like a standard case, because you'd think that Argentina would just go Lancero here, but they can't actually do that anymore. So they just sort of have to, you know, do their own sort of thing with the Patricios, the artillery, and so forth, and find their way that way. It looks like Patricios do manage to take out a lot of the pikemen, the pickets. It's a picket fence. Get it? A picket fence. Pickets in a line, a picket fence. Yeah. Basically what sets these apart from normal pikemen is the fact that they have the ability of a larger line of sight, and they can detect stealth as well, which you can see here. So if you have like a spy and stealth going near them, they'll actually be able to spot them. Just like an Explorer can, which is really good when people are using espionage units with stealth to ambush you. Yeah. Looks like Metal is losing quite a few units here, though, which is not good. Still has his Gaucho out there on the front lines, though, instead of putting him away. I mean, look at the amount of HP he's down on him. He's very well going to lose another villager again. Ah, now he understands. He's like, oh no, I got to get out of here with my Juanito Gaucho. It's going to die. Yeah, so get him out of there before he succumbs. Yeah. So Patricio's out, and now another Patricio will be eliminated as well. Wonderful. Alright, so Escopatero's doing fairly well here just because of their splash from their shotguns. But it does look like he's going to have to add something else in now, because it looks like the Patricios under 2 racks are finally in control. What's the speed on these, by the way? So they got about 4 speed, so about the same as that. So they're not particularly fast, they're just tankier than normal muskets, it looks like. Yeah. What's Rommel going to do? So Rommel is going to get his wood. Oh, he's made some conscriptos and some escopateros there. Alright. From here, he could basically just keep shipping in 4 Civites, which is his villager, I think, and try to boom ahead that way, which might be good. He could add in some Musketeros, which technically are good here because they're assault and you're dealing with heavy infantry, so that might actually be a very decent tactic there. Overall, I would say, yep. Oh, I was just responding to somebody in a Discord somewhere. I guess what's going to go on now is I'm actually going to start to cast games for Age of Empires 2 Return of Rome now, because I haven't had HVNI or anyone send me any Age of Empires 3 DE games in a long time, so what I figured might be a good move is basically to start casting Return of Rome, because I feel like it's a good way for me to get introduced to casting games into Age of Empires 2, and I feel like I've always generally done better with views when I've done Return of Rome versus just regular AoE 2, because there's not a lot of content creators and activity in Return of Rome community, so it's really appreciated when anybody does come in to do stuff, so I'll definitely be doing one of those, and it looks like somebody actually did a recording today, so I'll cast that one. It'll be a bit of a challenge because I don't play it a lot, so I'm going to have to review the tech tree a bit and understand some of the text better. But I think in general I understand the build order enough of playing it enough times to know what units are good where, because I was a pretty big analyst before Return of Rome came out and figuring out what units were good against what. Because some of them were pretty interesting, because sometimes it was even possible, depending on what unit it was, to actually dominate with like earlier units like the Camel Rider that don't have any late game equivalent, as you know, and sometimes you could even win with Composite Bowman, even though that's like considered a Bronze Age unit and not an Iron Age unit. So yeah, very interesting. If people don't know what Return of Rome is, it's basically Age of Empires 1, but it's the variant of it you get in Age of Empires 2 once you buy the Return of Rome DLC. So basically, Age of Empires 1 with a lot of Age of Empires 2 quality of life changes to it to make it more accessible and easier to understand if you're an AoE 2 or player of another Age game, basically. Because Age of Empires 1 had all these bonkers quirks to it, like the pathing and stuff that really frustrated people and not being able to garrison villas and town centers. But in Return of Rome, you can do that, you know. The only caveat is the town center doesn't actually fire any projectiles like this one does. It will just sit there and let the town center die if you don't send anything to protect the thing. So you do need to take defense really seriously in Return of Rome as well as AoE 1. Regardless, yeah. Seems like Patricios are taking over here, you know. Even with the shotgun skirmisher unit, the Patricio numbers are just way too much for Rommel to deal with. And the Juanito is probably going to tap out very soon and go like, "Oh, I surrender! Patricio too OP! Got the North Argentina! The Solidaros card is too OP! Nerf it!" Because there's a lot of people who really think they're going to nerf Solidaros now because of all these Juanitos crying about the card. Like, "Oh, it's too OP to have semi-fattened vacas. Too OP." Yeah, I don't think it's OP at all. I think it's basically the bread and butter of the Argentina Civ, and if you get rid of that, Argentina's not going to look like Argentina anymore. It's going to look like some weird hippie vegan Argentina mission where they stick chimichurri on tree bark and seed oils and stuff, basically. Yeah, just about. Not going to be good. Can't have meat with. You can't have Argentina without meat. You know, can't take with all that meat and expect them to eat soy and seed oils and all that icky stuff, basically, that they serve at McDonald's and stuff. Definitely not. Definitely not in that case. So now we're going to boot into the next one now. Let's do that. Ooh, we got a message here from Metal. Is it a shame that you don't cast... It's a shame that you don't cast the games on order UU. China Mirror was the last game. Oh! Oh, it is? Well, you gotta understand something, 9.6 fingers. I actually do the games from top to bottom as default, so if there is any particular order I have to play them in, you do need to let me know ahead of time during the stream so I know that, because if you just submit them in that order, I'm gonna make an ass of myself, gonna assume that that's the right order from top to bottom. Yeah, so you're gonna have to do some diligence, either make sure you put them in top to bottom order for me to do, or you're gonna have to let me know, alright, you do this one, this one, and that one, and so forth. Otherwise, I'm just gonna read it like a book and go from the top of the page down to the bottom of the page, basically, like that. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. So what's this game going to be called? So this, I think it's going to be the last one, right? Discord is acting weird again. I don't know what it's doing. But here we go. We got a Chile versus Argentina. Sogtulakk Inservible XD. Okay, so this should be a pretty good one. See what this one's all about. C is for Sogtulakk. There we go. A wonderful speedy mode on the Chilean Civico Musketeers. Alright, this should be pretty good. So we got Argentina. Then we got Chile down there with Rommel. The map will be Mendocino. This is like the most competitive Liga map in Wars of Liberty history. If you only play Definitive Edition, it would be called Dakota and be more Great Plains focused. This one is more Juanito focused and has some like Juanito natives like the Mapuche and the Zapotecs. Whereas that one would probably have the Cree on it and so forth. So, as well as the Cheyenne, I believe. So yeah. If you like more of the Midwest, probably do Dakota and Definitive Edition. If you like more Juanito maps, then stick the Mendocino here. And you'll definitely like it, yeah. So we got Argentina again with Metal, which he appears to do very good with. Then we have Rommel with Chile. Another Juanito Civ with some really weird mechanics around their villager. So what you need to know about these villagers, what we call the rotos, is that when you research a economic technology for the villagers, like let's say you do hunting dogs, if you research hunting dogs, the hunting dogs technology will actually have an improved effect on the rotos specifically. As you know, hunting dogs improves the villagers' gather rate from hunted animals by 10%. For the rotos, it's about 15%. So it actually turns him into a better villager. But to make up for that, the Civico will concur an additional food cost. So instead of being a 100 food villager, they'll become like a 100 and I believe free food villager, 105 or something. So if you're fine with paying extra resources for the villagers, feel free to get all the eco techs you get and you will be rewarded. But if you can't afford the escalating cost of the villager, just hold off on those techs until you can actually afford to keep queuing them up, basically. So, yeah. And as time goes on, if you get more of the... And this does apply, too, to the cards in the home city as well. If you start adding more of those cards, more of those market techs, more of the ones from the hacienda and the plantation, just be ready that your villagers are going to cost like 200 food, 200 wood, 100 coin, or something wacky like that. So just be ready for that. Because it does pertain to the resource that the tech deals with. So if you get like gang saw for the rotos, then they're going to cost more wood. If you get stone washing, which is sort of like the Juanito version of placer mines, then they're going to cost more coin then, basically. So yeah, just be fully aware of that. Yeah, these rotos underwent a lot of adaptations over the years. Back in the old days, these rotos used to just be one villager unit that had two villagers working together, basically. Yeah, because Chile had this old quirk back in the day where they would train two units for the price of one or some weird thing like that, where you would train queues of 10 units instead of 5, and Yeah, it was really weird. And then with the Juanito rework, they totally got changed to something completely different. Yeah, probably for the better, I would say, because old Chile had kind of a similar economy, but their military just felt like it didn't work. They were missing a lot of key stuff. At least it seems like now, particularly in the area of cavalry, Chile actually does fairly well. They get a really nice slow pop, one pop dragoon. They get lanceros, escoltas. They even get war wagons. Yeah, like actual war wagons. And then they get grenadiers now. They get healing skirmishers, the Juanitas, Bonitas, Vivendetas, they got that. So, yeah, a lot of stuff like that, basically. Yeah, just about. Definitely. Oh, it looks like 9.6 Fingers was biking to his home when I casted the last game. El gringo nada le police roto capito. A mí me parece que está bien que bajan la velocidad de creación de las vacas, pero solo eso. A la civil la quieren hacer mierda. Es que no está rota arg. Ojito que no estoy diciendo que no se colía el bug. Solo dijo que no está rota la CIV. Y es todo. Claro, como digamos, todos le alegras el bug para que no sea tan rápido que necesitas más pistolas y listo. Gingo, these series show that people say ARG is OP because they don't know how to play versus... Yeah, that's sort of the thing. And that's the point I always try to make is Argentina does so well because people don't know about them. Because their roster just doesn't fit the normal puzzle piece. Because if you look directly at the Argentinian roster from a purely impartial point of view, you would know that Argentina's roster is actually lackluster in a lot of areas. They don't get late game skirmishers that they can train. They don't get scout units that they can train from the stable. They're stuck with a stronger one that they get in Age 3 from one building that can be sniped and lost forever. Yeah, like the only areas where Argentina definitely scores really high on across the board all the time is in assault units, their mounted pikemen, and maybe their musketeers. That's about it. Their units are pretty average now. Back in the old days, the Argentine dragoons, the units used to be really good. Now they're not that great. Their escoltas are great because they get a lot of combat cards on them. They get a card that improves their armor, plus the Royal Guard, so they're looking good. Argentina does get a skirmisher in late game, but they can't train it. They get this thing here, the Choiquiero, that unfortunately you can only ship from the home city using an infinite shipment like this, just about. So in terms of training them out of the stable, good luck with that. It's not going to work. I mean, I wish that it worked, but no, unfortunately it's not going to work for you. So there you go. Yeah, just try to play the Argentina Civ yourself, people, and see how hard it actually is to play Argentina consistently against every Civ matchup. Because if you go back a week, approximately a week, or I think half a week, there's a game there I did against Nicolas as Mapuche, and you'll see there that against a Civ like Mapuche, Argentina can actually have some serious problems because of how dependent they are on the Escolta to do their bidding, and how a Mapuche can just spam their Windatufe maneuver unit and actually completely destruct Argentina from the ground up, basically, just doing that. So it's better to just master a Civ before you can judge its balance for the most part, so you can sort of understand what it takes to actually win with the Civ, basically, and what Civs do well against them, which ones don't do so well against them, and so forth. Yeah. That's why, whenever the Juanitos, the Wars of Liberty dev team are basically looking to do a new patch nowadays, that's why they always come to me to play testing and stuff, because they know I've been here for a number of years now, and I know how these Civs work. So they're like, all right, is this working properly? Does this make sense? I'm like, yeah, I know that this makes sense because I've been here since the very beginning of Wars for Liberty's conception, you know. I've been here since the first release of Wars for Liberty, actually. So I know a thing or two about Wars for Liberty and what history it's gone through from, like, the very first days. What is this? What are they doing? They were attacking it from all the way over the... What is that? What kind of magic attack was that? They were swinging them from all the way over here. It's like a beam sword or something, like they're hitting them from like a mile away. Like shooting rays of energy at them or something. What sort of game is this? It didn't seem like they're using normal swords there if they were hitting their bullets from all the way back over there. That's just strange. I don't know how he pulled that off. That's really weird. Maybe a glitch with the Chublika Diablo mode, perhaps? Could be. Is he going to do that again over here? If he does, this is crazy. I did not know that this was a thing. Why didn't we see that on some of the other games that we saw with Chile before? Why was that doing that now? I mean, hopefully a dev sees that and they're thinking like, we got to fix that one. You know. Can't have Chilean swordsmen sitting there from a mile away doing anti-infantry multiplier damage. Then they're basically going to become skirmishers at that point. Yeah, I guess so. Rommel does add in Lanceros, though, which is their scout unit for the Juanito civs, so that should be a good help. Also ships in the Yongueos, which are a Chilean grenadier unit. So those would be a nice addition for anti-infantry. See what he does with these Chublicos here. Is he going to turn the Diablo mode on again? Nah, I think he's going to wait for backup to arrive. The reinforcements, the cavalry to come and save the day, I think. Yeah. Exactly what I think is going to happen here. Alright, so you got Patricios here. Alright, we got... Ooh! Yeah, now he's outnumbered, so I think he's probably going to want to retreat from that there. Looks like it. Vamos, vamos, Juanitos! Get out of there! Yeah, it's not safe there. Yep, go back to the safety area around here, I think would probably be good. Just about, yeah. So how much stuff does he have? He has about 8 Civicos, 4 Yongueos, 1 Lancero, and about 3 more Civicos returning. I think right now Metal's probably in the better spot here. He's got Patricios, which seem to, en masse, handle this very well. As well as even a few Escopeteros as well, for some anti-heavy infantry twist to it as well. So he's basically going to do that. The Scopeteros return, and it should be a pretty easy push, I think, for Metal from here. The one thing Rommel has, though, is he has stagecoach on both sides of the map, so he is racking up resources like muy loco right now. Grenadier does 1 grenade throw there, and then gets destroyed, just about. Yep. Alright, so where's he going? He's going for coin? Ah, okay. One thing I will note to you, too, about Chile is that their cards deliver 100 resources of coin each, which pertains mostly to the theme of what the card deals with. So if it's like a coin upgrade card, you get a crate of 100 coin. If you actually are shipping coin, you'll get a crate of 800 coin instead of just 700, so it almost makes your crate cards slightly more effective to play as Chile. Even more than Argentina. You know, Argentina, if you never notice, actually gets special coin crates called silver coin crates, where each of the crates has 110 coin instead of 100. So basically 700 coin card is basically 770, as you can see right here. which basically gives him as much coin as anybody else would, plus a little bit of extra to, say, maybe train a couple of Patricios with or something. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like 2 Patricios with, just about. Goes for 700 wood, followed by 600 wood. So he's going heavy on the wood shipments. Wonder what that's about. What he's going to do? Is he going to get some more houses? Is he get some more production? What is the exact game plan on that? So it does look like Rommel is starting to age up now as well, from the looks of it. Metal does double up on his immigrant colony. He's getting both a Polish colony and an Italian colony. That's normally what I like to do with Argentina, is I like to have both the Polish and the Italian colonies at least, because I feel like sometimes the Danube Legion Grenadier battalions can work really well for Argentina, and other times I want some of those more heavy-hitting shock units that Italy has, you know, either the Legion Agricolas or the Tatamedians, basically. Does go into the Trublica Diablo mode, and it's not going so well because he just doesn't have the numbers there. Yeah, it's making some headway in kills, but just not enough to make it work. You know, the Yungeos will try some grenade throws as well before they're forced onto their musket attack, and at that point the Ascoltas have already arrived, and it's looking like GG already. Yeah, GG, well played. There you go. A good game indeed, yeah. Definitely was a good match, I think, yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Neat, neat, neat on that one. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to boot into the next match now. Let's get that over there, and we can boot in right here. Yep. Nice. So what's this next game going to be called exactly? Let me see what it's called. It will be called Arg versus Spain. Oh, it's going to be Metal versus Varingo. Ooh, Senor Valingo. Alright. We can see Senor Valingo doing a match. Okay. It's good. Juanito battle. Alright. See that one. So 8 is for Argentina, and that's good enough for me winning. Yeah. It's about, let me see. There we go. Alright, so what do we got here? We got España in the north here, and then we got Metal to the south. We're not doing a ESOC map anymore. It looks like it's good old Deccan. Yeah, the Deccan Plateau to be exact. This is probably one of my most favorite maps because, you know, the plateau effect on how it affects the match is quite significant. You got the trade route. You actually get a lot of trading post options on this map. You got a 3 trade route one here, and then you got a 2 trade route one here. And you also get extra starting resource crates too than what's normal. So yeah, you get a really good shot of getting a quick age up, getting techs you normally wouldn't. You really get a lot of flexibility on this map, so it's really fun for that, just about. So we'll see here. We'll see here what Metal can potentially do against Varingo's Spain. Because Varingo's Spain, you know, is nothing to laugh at. He does have a pretty good way of massing up his line infantry and his culisses. Oh yeah, I said culisses, right? You might be thinking, oh, that's only France. No, In Wars of Liberty, it's considered a common assault unit for the Europeans. And you can actually make cuirassiers with France, Spain, Italy, Danish, Germans, and the Austro-Hungarians too. I don't know if the Swiss will be able to make them, because there's been a lot of stuff circulating now since Fenris has rejoined the Wars of Liberty team to work on the Swiss. So I don't know if the Swiss are going to have cuirassiers, but knowing that Fenris is on the team, probably is going to make sure that they get there one shape or another. So that'll be good. That'll be good. And then also, one thing you got to note with Wars of Liberty Spain is that their missionaries start out with function already researched. So as soon as you start training the missionaries from the church, they're already going to start producing that aura around the allied units to improve their attack stats. Yeah, and it's actually more pronounced in Wars of Liberty, because instead of that little feathery ring thing around the feet of the units, here it actually shows the Lord himself sending a mighty golden glow from the heavens onto the units to prove that they have more damage. Yeah. And of course it amplifies with the more missionaries you have nearby, so yeah, you're going to want to mass those up. Most definitely. Yeah. At least in Wars of Liberty Spain, you don't have to save a card slot for Unction, because the Unction is already there. And everybody will expect the Spanish Inquisition after that, because, well, Unction is already there, just about. Yeah. So what do we got here for Argentina? Argentina's looking about the same deck-wise. Faringo's España. Very crate heavy, you can tell, but does have some late game built in. Has infantry hand combat. Mostly focus on line infantry, but also a lot of shipments of the Infantes de Molinas. These are actually naval skirmisher. What sets them apart from a normal skirmisher is, instead of multipliers against heavy infantry and dragoons, naval skirmishers have multipliers against siege units like grenadiers as well as artillery. And they're actually based off of the U.S. Marines in Definitive Edition. So that's sort of where that idea was concocted from. Because how these Marines worked previously was they actually had no multipliers and they just dealt crush damage, which made them absolute sniping monster behemoths against ships and cannons, to the point that, you know, people like, oh, the Marines are too OP, you got to nerf them. And they ended up doing it because, yeah, a lot of the time Marines were OP. You know, playing a civ like USA, you could get a lot of Marines out called Leathernecks in a very short amount of time and just win games doing that. And it was just really, really not fun to be going up against the USA. But now that the USA's Leathernecks are just, you know, weird skirmishers, nobody cares about them anymore. Unless you're going for a grenadier spam or something. Then you'll care. But not doing that, it's like nothing. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Yeah. Goes for the statesman politician, which is basically the same as the governor general in Definitive Edition. Get an outpost as well as about 200 coin. As for metal, he's going with butcher's card. Oh, interesting. He's going for the butcher's card. Is that right? Oh, wow. It's kind of surprising to see him getting butchers this early on. I think he's planning on eating some of these water buffaloes once he finds them, I think. That's probably what he's going to do. Because that's the thing on Deccan. You got so many water buffaloes that you can literally fatten those up at your pasture, in addition to the cows, and you already can start eating them right away. I mean, I can't tell you if a water buffalo burger is just as good as a cow burger, but probably is good enough, you know. I know people who have had bison burger, like American bison, said that it's very gamey. You know, it's got a very gamey taste to it. So I don't know if a water buffalo from India is going to be sort of that Great Plains level gaminess, or it's going to have like an additional sort of Gandhi scent and flavor to it as well. So I'm not too sure about that. Just about, yeah. So we got a lot of discussion of strats in the chat here. I just want to read some of this stuff while they're aging up. So we got, let me see. Rommel talking about la civ es que está vuelta ruga en general, independiente del bug y que se muda a eso su bonus de ganado no distancia mucho. Oh, Rommel's saying stuff about Argentina, I guess. And then 9.6 Fingers says, no entendí que coexiste desornico. Que su bonus de ganado no le ayuda a menos que sea en latte. Y por eso se nota mucho la diferencia de una Argentina con el bug que una sin él. And then Kapi says, sí, la ayuda desde el inicio. Por eso desde el inicio hay que estar sobre ellos. Mucha presión le ganas por masa y control de mapa, ya que los patricios son lentos al clearse. Yeah, basically talking about the effectiveness of the patricios that we're potentially going to see here with Argentina. I think he's probably going to put a barracks up somewhere around like here. Just nope, that's the Polish colony going in over there. I think barracks is probably going to come up. Yep, right over here. Yeah, so we might actually see some of those patricios in real time. And they continue with a statement from 9.6 Fingers. It says, así, tal cual, por ejemplo, yo puedo empezar a crear Musk al min 7 o 7 le 100 muchas ya mi le contra la Sierra en ese punto. Y por controles de mapa quiero decir minas. Alright, so, and then Rommel's like, y te relación con 300 Musk, si is Cap. Yeah. Basically, if you didn't know, Cap is a really big spammer of musketeer units. And you'll find a lot of the time Cap will stick with civs that have stronger musketeers, whether it's Germany, Japan, Austria-Hungary, as well as any other ones he can find. Like, he's been dipping into Chile now and Argentina. You know how some people like fine wine, some people like cheeses, some people like sushi. Kapi likes musketeers for whatever reason, so he just loves spamming musketeers. And that's exactly what Metal does a lot of the time with Argentina, is he'll start out with the Patricio spam just because it's a tanky musketeer unit and will get him a lot of value overall. Because in general, if he goes up toe-to-toe with Varingo with his musketeers, if he builds a barracks, basically the Varingo line infantry, which we already see a bit of right here, because it looks like he's actually got barracks right here, is these guys don't have as much HP as the Patricios. You know, the Patricios have about 200 and something HP. These guys only have 150 on it. So Patricios, if in the right numbers, will actually dominate against what Varingo's doing. I think even if he does get the missionaries with the unction ability already there, with those shining lights go woo on top of them, yeah, just about there. And then Kapi continues with, y claro, sabes que tus colonos estarán seguros porque no pelea mucho mapa el argentino. Hablamos y versus alemanes y versus Brit, no tienen chance. Basically, Argentina really doesn't do good against Germany and British, mainly because British can usually do some tricks to get around Argentina. They can either go Green Jacket in Age 2, or they can go FF and get the Household Blues, which is an assault unit, basically. In the case of Germany, their economy is much stronger than Argentina, and they'll just win out with the standard line infantry, just with their pure numbers, basically. Not because they're stronger, just because they'll be able to be all produced faster. Not all produced, but rather just train quicker, just about. Because Germany, once they get enough manor houses in Wars of Liberty, because the Wars of Liberty Germany are basically just the British in Definitive Edition, they're going to have enough line infantry to totally outnumber the Patricios every time, basically. That's sort of what he's insinuating with that concept, really. And then they continue on with, let me see. Y versus Mexico en el torneo de Jeff is debil el FF esa estrategia. By the way, just for clarification, my main is China and only China. Oh, so you don't main Argentina? Alright, that's good to know. And then Raúl Nicolás Rommel says, es que como tal la única ventaja militar de ARG es las infernales for mejoras si te atacan con cav y los granaderos a caballo por el raid. So basically what Rommel is saying is Argentina is OP because they have some okay raiding options with the infernales and the horse grenadiers. But the horse grenadiers, as I've mentioned multiple times, you can't actually train those the normal way. Well, you can't anymore. Back in the old days of Wars of Liberty, maybe 4 years ago, back in the old Argentina Civ, they were actually a unit that they're stable, but they were totally different. They weren't a melee unit, they were literally just that. A grenadier on a horse that literally just threw bombs, and that was it. Now what the horse grenadiers do in Wars of Liberty, to reflect the way the most grenadiers work in Wars of Liberty now, is they'll throw a bomb, and then they'll engage in melee for 60 seconds, and then they'll throw another bomb again. So they're basically hussars with the added ability to throw a bomb and sometimes completely mess up the musketeers that are defending against them. Yeah, and that turns them into some pretty bonkers raiding units sometimes because the grenade, can sometimes take out a whole grouped up group of villagers near a mine or a hunt or near berries or something. It can be really impactful. But yeah, just because you can only train in one building and you're only going to have one queue of it at a time, it does not make it that scary to deal with, Because all somebody really has to do is get dragoons, and dragoons will completely shred them. Basically, put the dragoons in melee, and in melee, dragoons have multipliers against scout units that are quite efficient, actually, and should be able to generally clean them up pretty well, overall, yeah. Does look like Metal's doing quite well here with his Escopetero Patricio combo, I think. Yeah, it's definitely working pretty well, I think, overall, I would say, yeah. I think for right now, at least, Ringo's potentially going to have to think about backing up to his base, potentially. Though it does seem like he does have, resources to spare. Does he have enough? Well, he is an age 3 now, so he can actually get the 2 Falk shipment. Did he happen to age up with the heroine at all? Yes, he did. The heroine is a Wars of Liberty politician that Spain can get that actually grants him a falconet. Yeah, so basically Spain can commit to a 3 falconet push instead of the normal 2 falconet push, which really puts them in a superior position for going for the line infantry / musketeer setup, because with Spain, you can have a huge army of musketeers and then have 3 falcons backing them up in age 3 once you hit that age 3 button. It's really good. Makes them much stronger than the British, all the other musket civs there are. At least in terms of the artillery support they get early on through basic shipments and technologies. So it looks like we got about 5 hussars coming in as well. This will be good against the Escopetero component of Metal's army, I think. Could also be used potentially for raiding, which Ringo is pretty well known for incorporating into his strategies. Is being sure that he gets that veteran line infantry upgrade. But where's Metal? So Metal is also going to be upgraded as well. So at least it seems like in Metal's case that his Patricios are going to be on upgrade par with whatever Ringo's doing, which is good. He does also have infantry range combat, which benefits the stats of both Escopetero as well as Patricio. Basically, making both units slightly more effective, about 15% stats hike in both attack and HP. Just about, yeah. So that should be a good setup for him, really, in that one. Looks like you gotta take out that tower now, just about, yeah. Very good. Looks like the Escopeteros will... Alright, I'm going to take out a good number of stats on these naval skirmishers here. The Infante de Menina. I think this might be an old Varingo deck because these things are not that useful anymore now that they're more specialized against siege units and stuff. I mean, I think they technically have multipliers against the Horse Grenadiers because they're a Grenadier unit, but other than that, it's just not that great. Oh, wow, look at that. Perfect timing attack with the Hussars. Took out an arsenal wagon from the Polish immigrant age up level 2. Oh, nah, unfortunately not enough to deal with the stables, but rest assured he will take out another villager there. Yeah, that's actually quite significant there. Yeah. Quite significant, actually. Yeah, big time. Because now, looks like Metal's actually down a few gauchos, which I think is quite significant. At the same time, though, looks like most of his Patricio mass is still there, and now it's going to have the veteran upgrade applied to it. Already has the combat card on him, so they're really looking good right now. This Hussar raid is going to be an absolute failure for Varingo now, because Metal knows that he's there, he already has the army there. He's going to probably take out at least one of these. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, can the Escopeteros take out a Hussar? Potentially. Well, nah, it doesn't look like he's actually going to clean up his Escos there. But now he's going to have to retreat out of that situation there and take off. Yep. Is starting to invest into Infernal as well and get veteran upgrades on that. Probably as a response to these Hussars. But he does need to know, though, that he only got them because those were shipments. Varingo, from the looks of it at least, has not actually made any commitment to training stable units yet. So maybe that Infernale training will be more of a population detriment to Mel than a benefit. From the looks of it, yeah. So we'll have to see how that turns out, actually. Using them to go after the Falcons, but the problem with Infernals is their hand attack is not the best of cavalry, you know. They're mostly just a mounted pikemen, so their base damage is not going to be that substantial. It's mostly just going to be known for its multipliers of wiping out Hussars, Dragoons, mounted skirmishers, even Cuirassiers, you know. Anything with the assault tag as well. The 3 Falcons is really showing to be a great success here for Varingo. And now this is going to force Metal to go from Infernal to a more viable cavalry in the Escolta, which is considered to be a assault unit. The Escolta, in particular, has a lance that it gives it multipliers against heavy infantry, about 3x to be exact. So Escoltas are a really good way here to wipe out the line infantry and start to reach in the back to the cannons. I think in general the Escoltas have a slightly higher base attack than the Infernals. Yeah, like at the veteran upgrade they have like a hand attack similar to that of a Hussar at their base attack, so that's definitely a bit of an improvement. Looks like he's going for he's going to attack from behind with the Escoltas. Unfortunately, that gives Varingo more time with his cannons to take out the Patricios, though. That's definitely something to consider there. And I think either way, he stalled himself enough time for that fort to go up. Fort should be going up any second now. Skirms will also be picking off Patricios from this hill here on top of the Deccan Plateau. And this will be quite significant. Let's see how many Patricios you can actually wipe out here. and if this fort might actually survive here. Because if the fort survives, that's definitely a good sign for Varingo. If the fort goes down, doesn't look as great, honestly. Yeah, that's the problem. You got his Skultas on the field now. And fortunately, skirmishers get a malice against assault units, so they really need to deal with this, taking out the Patricios really quickly here, or else he's not going to be able to save that fort. Yeah, try not to focus on the Skultas. That's the last thing you want to be defending against there, just about. Yeah. Big time. Oh, here's the Dragoons. You're going to need these for the Ascoltas because these were a maneuver unit. These have range multipliers against the assault class. He's going to try his best to kite against these Ascoltas as much as possible. It's definitely going to be easier to fight Ascoltas than, say, Cuirassiers, because Cuirassiers have splash attack. These guys at least just have like a normal lance attack that's going to have no multiplier effect on these Dragoons here. Like Dragoons are working pretty well there, dealing with the Ascoltas, but yeah, get those skirms in the position and start hitting those Patricios. Make the most use of that fort as much use of that fort as possible, because it's obvious that fort is not going to make it, and then yes, it indeed falls down. Has 2 Dragoons left. Where's Varingo's economy at right now? Well, his food economy is looking really golden here. His coin's a bit low though compared to his opponent, so I don't know how that's going to affect anything. Does he have like a... Well, he still has his barracks over here, so he does have buildings still on the field. Does actually make a move to get a foundry out, which I don't know when you want to get artillery, because you are dealing with an Ascolta spamming civ, so you're going to have to make sure you either get Dragoons or you get a really solid line of line infantry, because they're called line infantry. You put them in big lines to be able to deal with that. Yeah, just about. So I'm going to keep reading some of this other chat stuff that I didn't see yet. Just about. Rommel said that Las Escoltas in H2 is buena, but cannot do much with the bug. So, I mean, you don't necessarily need to get Saladeros to make good use of the early Escoltas of Argentina. You could just have a really good hunt with hunting dogs and the steel traps technology for you to actually be able to make good use of the Escoltas, you know, because an Escolta costs about 135 food and a similar amount of coin. So you just need a good food economy, and you can actually get a fair amount of Escoltas up early on to make good use of them. The thing that determines if going early Escoltas is the way to go is to know how good your opponent is with macro and their ability to get units on the field fast. Because if you're dealing with Juanito Kapi, who's doing 2 barracks Germany line infantry, Escolta's probably going to fail, because he just needs to kite those muskets, and they're just going to use their bullets to cut through the lack of pierce armor on the Escoltas, because assault units only usually get hack armor, which is the case of the Escoltas, so they don't have any protection to bullets from musketeers, only their bayonets. Yeah. And that's the thing people don't get, is that between assault and heavy infantry, yes, Escoltas in theory hard counter muskets, but only if they're being poorly used. If the muskets have numbers and they're being microed, muskets actually seem like they're countering the assault units. At least until, you know, the assault unit player gets more upgrades, maybe uses better tactics and puts the assault units at different points. You know, it's a real 50-50 relationship between muskets and assault units. It really depends on usage as well as upgrades at the time and numbers, right? Because if you can only afford like a 1 barracks musketeer, assault units like the Ascolta are excellent units, and they're probably even better than skirmishers. And sometimes, because of course the Ascoltas are going to be able to deal with hand cavalry as well, just because of their hand armor and stuff too, at least with the proper numbers and everything. So yeah, definitely has to be a consideration there. At this point, Varingo can only try to hope to go with some Dragoons. Does he even have any Escoltas anymore, or is that gone? No, he's just doing Patricio with some Infernales at this point, so I don't think the Inettes are... Oh, he does have these Escoltas here, never mind. So I guess the Dragoons are going to have some usage here. But a little bit too late, though, because he already has like a big bowl of infantry there and stuff, so... Metal is just like ruling this entire map at this point, so I don't know how this is going to turn out exactly. It's not looking too good, though, for Senor Velingo. Not at all. Yep, just blast away the rest of these Escoltas, I think, and you should be good there. Just about. Yep. Perfect. There you go. Wonderful. Start sieging away at the rest of these houses, just about. Some weird thing showed up in my desktop there. I don't know what that is about. Freaky. Yeah, I don't know. My desktop's acting weird. It's like showing weird pop-ups and stuff that normally does. It's like twitching or something. I think it's one of the Windows updates, honestly. Gotta fix that. Yeah. They definitely gotta fix that. A little minor victory for Ringo there, I guess, but the base is not looking too good. The town center's gone, and Patricio's there to meet the villagers. That's not great. I mean, looks like Metal's pretty close to going to Industrial Age now. Again, he's up to the guard upgrade on the Patricios now, which would be quite significant there. Get some mainly plantation upgrades, it looks like, for the coin. That's probably going to hit a click up anytime soon, I would think. Or maybe he doesn't, I don't know. Yeah. He's going to try to retreat here, is that right? Yeah. And what's the rest of this chat say here, too? Rommel said, necesitas mucha pop y orlo y in early is difficult for the Escoltas in Age 2. Yeah, that is sort of true. The mining is actually probably harder than the hunting part of it, I think. Because it's certainly easier, to, I think, to herd the hunts towards yourself sometimes. But if the mines just aren't there on the map, that can really throw a wrench in going with early Escoltas, depending on what map you're on. Because if it's random ESOC maps, you always have that RNG effect of not knowing which map it's going to be in particular there. So you do need to prepare for that sort of possibility, I think. Yeah. And then it looks like Kapi says, ni tanto cualquier si que tenga guerreras y dragones se come a las infernales arlengias el army argentino básicamente. Portugal is un hard counter de Argentina, por ejemplo. Basically, for an example, Portuguese is a really good hard counter to Argentina because they have dragoons with extra ranges, you know, with their Genitors card or how Order the Aviz card in Age 4. Which basically makes them into literal Escolta snipers. And then for everything else, Portugal can either go line infantry or cazador. Just knock down the Argentinians' door, basically. Yeah. Sort of the dilemma they deal with Portuguese. And then Rommel says, también, pero el ganado a caballo la salva el eso. But that's an H3 unit. Yeah. Look at that amount of food. Oh, yeah, look at all that food. That's a lot of hamburguesas and steaks and carne. Yeah, that's a lot of yummy meat you got there. Juicy, juicy meat. Yeah. It looks like Cap said Escolta and Patricio is a good Age 3 combo for Argentines. There was a point on the boom that you don't even care if you lose units on bad trades. It's GG is one for Metal for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a Metal win. Like, Varingo would have to spawn a tuk-tuk truck, monster truck or something to win this, I think, at this point. Yeah, we know what Varingo doesn't do that. He's a good Juanito Peruano. He plays fair. He doesn't create monster trucks or George Washington heads or stuff to basically do all that. Just about, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Look at all these water buffaloes here. So yeah, he's definitely gonna have to make sure he works on these ones over there. Yep. GG, well played. Good. Very good indeed. So now we're going to go into the next match now. Let's go look at these stats. Alright, let's restart into the next game. I'll go into it right now, just about. Yep. Alright, so what do we got here? We got, what's the recording called exactly? If I look at the Discord, it says it will be called Como Ganar Argentina ZZZ. Aquí dejo este 1v1 para los que piensan que está imposible ganarle a Argentina. So basically, Kapi's proven a point that Argentina is not an OP Civ and you can actually defeat them rather easily if you put your mind to it and you set up a decent build. Yeah, pretty much. And I think that's the thing that everybody forgets about, that Argentina has those weaknesses to them too. So we're going to be doing this one now just to prove that Argentina is not an unbeatable Civ, and we're going to see how that's going to be done right now. It's going to be done by Kapi, just about, yeah. Alright, so we got Kapi playing his favorite Civ, Germany, on High Plains. Yep, this is basically the High Plains. It's like the Great Plains, but it's higher, yeah. Got this really nice trade route with about 5 trading posts on it. You got the Comanche, the Cheyenne on it, some really solid cavalry natives. So this should be a really nice, interesting match here between Argentina and Germany. At least you think it is until you realize what Cap actually does with Germany. It's like really, really dangerous. Yeah. Because this is not the Germany that your mom and dad and grandma and grandpa grew up with playing Age of Empires 3. If you're viewing this stream at the time when you have a grandma and grandpa that played Age of Empires 3. So, yeah, basically, Germany turned into the British. You see this house here called the Meatskern. Yeah, once you construct it, you get a free villager. Yeah, free villager. Germany no longer gets settler wagons, though. Basically just this free villager manor boom concept of the British, pretty much, yep. And the roster also changed, so they don't have Doppels anymore, they don't have war wagons. They still got skirms, but they're not Royal Guard. They got a pikeman, I guess you could call it a pikeman. It's a bit weirder. They still got what you would consider crossbowmen. But then they get line infantry, and they get hussars, no Uhlans. So, and those are Royal Guard too. So they basically got like a very British-esque roster. Of course, with the lack of longbowmen and grenadiers, But at least they get cuirassiers to make up for that, and dragoons and stuff. So that's good. That's definitely good. And, and factories that produce artillery for free over time too. Krupp factories, to be exact. Yeah. But we rarely ever see Cap get to that point in the game where he needs those. So, yeah, I think Kapi will probably have this handled just with his line infantry. If I got this right, yeah. Yeah, I think Kapi will have this resolved pretty quickly with just his line infantry, if I'm pretty certain of it, yeah. From the looks of it anyways, yeah. Could prove me wrong, but I think all it's going to take here is for Kapi to get like 2-3 barracks. Have enough villagers through the manor house booming, and he'll be able to just shoot off tons and tons of line infantry right at the opponents there, just about. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the way he's going to do this here. At least it seems like it, yeah. Well, we'll see, though. We'll see how it goes, Things can certainly vary. Yeah, isn't always the same though, so we'll see how it goes precisely. So we got Andre Rivera here, a very a very Juanito sounding name for a German kraut, basically. So yeah, definitely. And what do we have on the others? What is his deck going to be mainly here? So his deck is going to be mainly crates, upgrades. So this is like his standard 1v1 deck, right? The one with Eco Theory in it, because I think Kapi has one with Heartbreak Plan in here as well, which is basically Virginia Company, but this one just has Eco Theory in it, so this will be mostly more of a boom up and spam stuff type of deck, which is totally great. With all the necessary upgrades, I would say, too. All the ones for the line infantry, the ones for the cav. You got Jägerbusch for the skirms, and then you got needle gun for the muskets. Yeah, I don't even think it's going to get to the point where he needs a needle gun to be researched, personally. But if he does get to that point, I consider Metal very lucky for being that late in the game without failing at that point, because I think just the massing of line infantry here is going to be enough for Kapi to do pretty well. Yeah. So what are they going to age up with? So Cappy's going to go with the Statesman, very similar to what Faringo did in the last game. Get an outpost, get 200 coin. I'm presuming Metal's constantly doing the same immigrant setups here. Oh, he's doing Scandinavians. That's not what we always see a lot of. We don't usually see the Scandinavians a whole lot. It's one of those more creative, I guess, sort of immigrant options, if you will. Basically, the first time you research the Scandinavian immigrants, they actually upgrade your hero stats. They make your explorer stronger, basically. So if you like a strong explorer for treasure gathering, you're probably going to want to get the Scandinavians at least once. Preferably, the degree of which you need the explorer to be improved will depend on when you get it. Like, if you wait all the way to like Industrial Age to get the Scandinavians, I believe the effect will be pretty strong. It'll be like 1,000, like 100% improvement on the explorer's HP. But if you get it earlier, it's only like 25% improvement, so it's not as good. Yeah. Now, the houses that they get are actually quite substantial. We'll get into that in 1 second. going to talk about was basically the functionality of the Scandinavian immigrants' houses. So when you build them using the Scandinavian workers, they'll actually spawn a bunch of treasures around them. And that's sort of why their first age up will improve your hero, so that you can actually use that hero as well as the workers that have multipliers against treasure guardians to actually fight the treasure guardians and get the treasures from those houses. Yeah. It's very strange seeing Metal actually invest in this, you know. I don't know if he's going to hope for some sort of RNG from the treasures, perhaps. He tried to make good use of it. I did try that once or twice, and I find it to be really tedious and time-consuming. And not always the most effective way to try to get resources, you know. Definitely does take a lot of time to get going, really. Yeah. Yeah, looks like 9.6 Finger said, there's a point on the boom. It's GG for Mel. It's born when they start hiring the last settlers around the map. Oh yeah, just like Lars does it, and Gene P started doing that too. Go Kapi! This is how you're supposed to rush the late game, Civ. Looking at this match for future matches, I will consider to add fencing school to outmass hardly Argentina. Oh yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse. Get the fencing school so that the queues take a lot less time to actually get going as well. So, yeah, definitely. Alright, so looks like it's already beginning now. Kapi is already starting to add in the line infantry. Looks like, yeah. Yep. So he's going to lose. Looks like, at least for now, Metal has the advantage because he's got the Patricios closer to his base, just about in 2 barracks. But as you will see here, Kapi has a really good economy coming up, right? As he gets more wood, he's going to be adding more of these manor houses, these mites cairns, and he's going to have more villages than Metal does. And once he gets that going, it's going to be really hard for Mel to keep up, because he's already overwhelming him with just this massive line infantry here. Because here's the thing, having 50 more HP does not make a difference when you have this many bullets flying at you, really. Really does not, because it looks like the Patricio mass has already actually been wiped out. And Metal's forced to again queue up about 8 more of them. He's probably going to get about 9 maybe. We'll see how many exactly. Yep, about 8 of them. There he goes with that. Just about. He's got about 8 of them here, and he's going to probably have to queue up some more now, in hopes that he can basically defend his position here from the opponent. But the problem is that Kapi's going to have endless economy. He's going to have endless eco, and once he does, he's going to be able to not only keep queuing up line infantry from his 1 barracks here, he's even going to ship in 6 from the home city as well. So he's already going to have about 23 of them, enough to overpower whatever Metal's currently doing here. Right in this exact moment. It's going to be a very swift push there, I would say. Yeah. Also picking up the placer mines technology, just so he has enough coin to continue the production of the line infantry as well. Here he drives in forward, and he's going to make a move on all these Patricios, just about. There you go. Yep, and then he's gonna... Alright. Take out that Explorer there. Nice. Take out all those Patricios. Perfect. Now he's going to start sieging at the barracks too. Just has to make sure he takes constant shots at those Patricios so he can wipe them out slowly. Oh, here comes the fireman. It's the fireman. But unfortunately, these firemen don't know how to put out any fires. They just know how to fire on their enemies with their firearms. Yeah. Really good firemen. They actually even have a siege attack, so they actually are good at starting fires and not actually putting out fires, you know. The only thing that makes them a fireman is their cool fireman's helmet, but that's about it. Yeah, for some reason these guys have like gold metal fireman helmets, but yeah, basically, you know, nowadays our firemen basically climb up ladders to get cats out of the tree and put out fires and stuff, but instead of doing all that, you know, these firemen just know how to start fires, and instead of getting the cat out of the tree by saving it, they just shoot it out of the tree and make their famous firehouse chili or whatever with it. Yeah, just about. Here's the other emergency unit, the Solano. Basically, just a pikeman that has multipliers against siege units for some weird reason. Unexplainable reason, just about. Yeah. Whatever convinced Maston to actually change it from an anti-cav emergency unit to an anti-siege unit one. I think it was back in the days when Grenadiers were more OP and stuff, and had quicker rates of fire, had a bit of an improved cooldown on the grenade throw, because back in the original time, Grenadiers had a cooldown on their grenade throw for every 45 seconds instead of 60 seconds, which meant the Grenadiers were throwing their bombs a lot more often, to the point that it was almost impossible at times to deal with Grenadiers in a meaningful way. Just about, yeah. So we'll see here how this one turns out in terms of massing. As I predicted, you know, Kapi is now on the double barracks, and this should be enough to actually clean up this entire army here and get it completely wiped clean, I would say. Yeah. Quite easily. Yep. There you go. Get that one. Nice. Get all those escopeteros out of there. Wonderful. Got some good melee against those escos. Perfect. Oh, nice. Good cleanup on aisle 5. At this point, yeah, metal can't really do much against that, unfortunately. Take out that barracks there. Yep. GG, well played. That was a good demonstration by Kapi, just to prove that Argentina is not the OP scary monster that everybody says it is, you know. All these Juanitos Malos wants to say that Argentina is like the boogeyman civ that destroys everybody, and it's really not. You know, Germany can absolutely obliterate Argentina. 100%. 100% clean them under the rug. So that's a good demo for you to understand sort of how the balance of that works. Now we'll just go into the next match right now. Yeah. So what is this match going to be called? It's going to be called How to Defend an Argentina Push. Oh, so our teacher Kapi is going to teach us additional techniques on how to survive Argentina. Okay. Yeah, basically Kapi is our maestro de Argentina. Just about. Our Maestro de Argentina. Yeah, just about. Yeah. Basically our teacher on how to deal with Argentina, just about. How to beat Japan, how to defend an Argentine push. There you go. Take your notes, students. You're going to be quizzed on this in a week. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, you might want to take notes anyways, so you'll stop complaining about Argentina being OP. Yeah. It's like we're on good old Tibet again. Up in the Himalayas. So it'll be Metal doing ARGs and Kapi doing British. So my guess is this time he's going to do the Kapi FF method of dealing with the ARGs. At least that's what I think he's going to do here. It's going to be a bit longer to perform, but it's going to lead to similar results, really. It's going to probably involve him massing up red coats with household blues, I'm assuming. Maybe some green jackets, who knows. But I'm assuming, for the most part, it's going to come down to the red coats and the household blues. Because with the British Civ, you have to have a color associated with all your infantry and cavalry units, for the most part, yeah. Like your red coats are red, your household blues are blue, and green jackets, well, they wear green jackets. So, how do you do? Yeah. And then, of course, you got the Scots Greys that are pretty gray, and the Cherry Bums, which are cherry colored, which I didn't know that was a color. I thought cherries were a fruit. Very delicious fruit, mind you, with good nutrients and nice sweet and tangy taste to them. So, there you go. Just don't swallow the stone or you'll be choking on it. Yeah. Fortunately. Yeah. So there we go. This is going to be a pretty interesting fight, to say the least. I think what's potentially going to happen here is Metal's going to go for that Patricio push. And then Kapi is going to basically defend and basically go for a FF to get the Falcons and then start pumping in household blues with his red coats. Because Kapi is pretty solid with the concept of the semi-FF, getting the age up going and then being able to add appropriate amounts of red coats to his defense there, basically, to hold off the attack. Because the one thing that the British red coats are not good at is basically resisting melee. Yeah. Yeah, basically the way the British redcoats work is they have extra multipliers against Cav, and I think generally pretty good stats. But what they don't have is any armor, so they don't have pierce armor, hack armor, any armor. So if it comes to going into melee against a redcoat and it comes purely to their armor types, the redcoats are going to be in trouble because, well, they're wearing nothing but red coats. No plate armor, no chainmail, just good old red coats, basically. Because they are, well, the redcoats, yeah, or the lobsterbacks, or whatever name the American colonists call them, basically. So this British will start out with Colbertism Food Trickle because this new Wars of Liberty British does not have any villager cards, yeah. They wiped away the villager cards from them for some odd reason that I don't particularly know about. I think the idea was to basically get rid of the normal villager cards and just give them trickle cards to emphasize on their booming aspect with the Industrial Revolution, basically, their industrial stuff. So yeah, it looks like we got some redcoats over there, but they look like regular musketeers. They don't look like redcoats, so maybe they're gonna have to update the home city to turn them into actual redcoats. Who knows? That would be pretty interesting. So he will begin married to some French dude because in Wars of Liberty, the British don't have politicians. They just marry people and then divorce people and then remarry them again. The cycle of love in America. Yeah, and I'm not even kidding. but for Wars of Liberty, it's good because every time you marry somebody new, you get their Civ bonus, basically. Yeah, so if you marry the French, your villagers will essentially turn into little mini Courrier de Bois, you know. They'll be a little bit more expensive, but they'll gather about 10% faster as well. So, yeah, just pick accordingly who you marry, because don't worry about you're going to marry somebody anyways in the next 5 minutes. So you don't have to be the best husband or wife. And yes, you can go both ways as well. So enjoy. Yeah, it's not like the Habsburgs. You know, back when the Habsburg civ was around, it was purely female princesses. But now you can go both directions, and it can lead to some pretty interesting results, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yep. Whatever floats up your boat or your dress, I guess, is the name of the game. Just about, yeah. Alright, so basically it looks like Meadow is still intent on getting early butchers, I guess. This map has water buffaloes as well, so that's probably what he's banking on here. That he's going to be able to get some water bison here, or yaks, I should say. He's got about 6 yaks right now, and he's already going to be able to start fattening these boys up pretty quickly. Some of them are about halfway to reaching full food, and then once he gets those, he can start thinking about eating up those bison, or those yaks, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. And he's going with the Polish wave this time. Probably a more preferable one. The thing that makes the Polish wave a really good starting immigrant for Argentina is the fact that they're the only immigrant that Argentina gets that can actually make battalions from in Age 2. All of Scandinavia and Italy's units come later in Age 3 that they can start sending in. So if you want units right then and now, like you need some Danube Legion Grenadiers like right now, then your only option is just to go Polish. It's the only option you got there, just about, yeah. So looks like he's going barracks, Polish colony Mercado. So he's going to be doing double Patricio, maybe with some Danube Legion. Maybe. Or potentially one with Polish immigrants to get some extra cows, because when you train the immigrant workers from the Polish colony, they come with free cows. Yeah. 1 villager to a 1 cow ratio, basically. Yeah. And with Argentinians, you know, the more cows, the merrier. The more burgers and steaks and stuff like that you can make, it's just generally going to work out better for you overall. Yeah. Comes another cow. It's going to start working at that pasture there just about, yeah. Well, you probably want to take these cows and just stick them over here. Moo! Go over there. Yeah. Start queuing up those Patricios. Yeah. And then on the other side, we got Kapi basically just preparing to go to Age 3. He decided he's sick of marrying some French guys, so he's going to marry a Portuguese woman instead. Yeah, you got some really exquisite taste, I suppose. Yeah. Now, the Portuguese marriage is quite good because it basically gives you, well, Portuguese best bonus of getting a covered wagon with each age up. Yeah, that's like really good, basically. And it will actually increase your build limit of town centers going forward as well. Too, once you get beyond the once you get to the industrial age, so you'll actually be able to have 4 town centers, which is pretty good. Yeah, definitely. I find when I do my FI strategy with the rockets, Portuguese is the perfect way to go to just get your additional villager queues going. And if you can get the wood, you might even be able to get 4 TC booming, you know, which is really good. And allows you to focus more on spamming out those shipments of rockets and whatever sort of unit you're going to train with it, whether it's a red code, a household blue, maybe a Scots Grey. Really depends on what you're looking for there, really. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Kapi knows that he's fine because he's got the town center there to help deal with the Patricios. And even though the Patricios, you know, are going to have more HP than your standard musket, he's in safe enough of a place that he's actually going to be able to age up now and get the Minutemen, which is going to stall him even more time. And he's already starting to queue in his own redcoats, too. So he's already getting that job going as well there. So that should be good. So it looks like Minutemen actually will be able to clean up these Patricios, it looks like. Town center will be going down somewhere, I'm assuming, near to that. Oh, he's going to stick it all the way over there. Okay. And now, basically, Kapi has full reign on what he does now. I'm assuming he's going to ship in the Falcons with the redcoats that he already has, and that's going to be his initial starting push here. Should be a pretty solid move, might I add. So, yeah, get that. Take out that over there. So we got a factory right here. If you're wondering what this is about, well, because the British are the architects of the Industrial Revolution, well, when it makes sense that they got the earliest factory before everyone else. So yeah, basically the British can get their starting factory in age 3 instead of age 4. And then in age 4, of course, you can add the robber barons in to get the second factory. So yeah, it's a good way for British to basically get an eco edge over their opponents, just about. Really good way to get that early trickle going. So where's that factory going to go? It's going to go probably somewhere, I'm assuming right here maybe. Yep, right there. That's what I figured. And then I'm assuming he's going to go with the 2 Falcons right after that. Right there. They call them foot artilleries for whatever reason because, you know, it's basically foot artillery because it's artillery with a foot fetish or something. So that's why it's foot artillery. It's artillery with a foot fetish, just about, yeah. And just wait for those cans to arrive, and then once they do, we should be in pretty good shape. Oh, he actually goes for redcoat shipment instead. Alright, that's pretty reasonable, I think. Because what he can do is he can get the veteran upgrade on the redcoats, and he'll have a bigger mass of muskets to work with here. And these muskets actually have a really good setup of stats here. Like, they're actually more tanky and have more damage than the Patricios do. So this might just be fine to just mass out a bunch of these redcoats, I think. Yeah. He just has to make sure he manages them well. And he takes advantage of the range attack on these TCs as well to get him some extra snipes on there. He's probably going to wait for 8 redcoats to come in, and as well as the other 5 to train up too. There you go. Yep. Lots of redcoats, some Minutemen. Wow, look at that. Really good performance there by those redcoats. And now we might consider again those Falcons, I think. Yeah. That's the way it's looking right now. Start taking out those Patricios. The Juanitos Patricios. Yeah. See? Here comes the Falkies. Lend some support. Oh, we got some gauchos here too. Some Juanitos gauchos. Yeah. About 5 redcoats. $23 redcoats. More redcoats are going to be queuing in as well there. Aging up with second Polish wave to get some free stables, maybe to add in the addition of a Skolta, because the Skolta would actually be really good here, because these redcoats don't even have any armor resistance to them in terms of melee, so those Skoltas would be dealing like a full 90 something damage per hit against the redcoats, to the point that, almost like 3 Sogtulakk hits is enough to take out 1 redcoat pretty directly there. Yeah. Yep, the Falcons are definitely going to help out as well going in. Okay, get those Falcons going. Yeah, looks like the redcoats are definitely pushing in pretty effectively there. Wonderful. Take those out. He's going to start sieging his way at those barracks, it looks like, next. Yeah, start sieging those barracks down. Should be a GG well played right around the corner. Oh, he's going to start to add some Danube Legion now, some of these Grenadiers, as a last-ditch effort, because he would probably want to make sure that it hits the cannon. Oh, he's going to just try to take out these redcoats with it, I guess. Yeah. Here comes the Household Blues. Unlike the Cuirassiers that have splash attack, these guys simply just have a lot of hit points, and they're pretty tanky overall. Yeah. Quite a tanky assault unit, to say the least. And now he's going to take out some additional Raxes there, and should be a pretty quick win. Any chats here that I haven't read yet? Got some stuff here. Looks like Redcoats at 100% is going to be an infamous Kapi timing. Yeah, confirmed. Kapi timings are millimetric. Yeah, it seems like Kapi's timing attacks always do exactly what they're intended to do with perfect precision. It's like a sharpshooter in a way, in terms, again, his timings out with the units. And it's like, oh yeah, this is the last time I want to deal with Kapi right now, and he's right there with his army. Yeah, he just knows how to pick his timing from everything from the units he does to the times that they're actually going to be doing the strike on particular locations. Yeah. There's a GG right there. Even the Sculptors aren't going to be able to do anything for you anymore. And there we go. It proves that even if you're rushed by Argentina, you can still win. To all those that said that you couldn't win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, that was a good one. So now that we're done with La Escuela de Argentina, we're going to actually see some other matches now too. So we'll go out of this one, restart, and go into the next game right now. Just about, yeah. Alright, so what we got here? What's the next one going to be called? It's going to be called Inca Dates a Chinese Happy Ending. Okay. It's an interesting one. So Varingo's going to marry a Chinese woman. That should be interesting. Alright. I is for Inca. There we go. Record game is invalid. Hey, that's not nice. Now we have to restart the game again and go to the next recording. Alright, let's go to the next one. Maybe they were on a different version, I don't know. Yeah. Alright, so what's this one going to be called? So it's going to be called, Maple versus Burger. Canada versus America. A classic. American classic. So B is for burger. And I actually want a burger right now. So get me a burger. Get me a burger. I need a burger. Oh, it's M for maple. Alright. Maple bacon burger. There you go. You can have your maple and your burger. Maple bacon burger. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure a lot of places offer maple bacon instead of like the normal bacon types that you can stick on your burger. So, yeah, there you go. A sweet, sticky, salty, savory, deliciousness dish. Yeah. Looks like we're even in the land of Iowa, the place where pigs live, basically. So, plenty of pigs to go around to get bacon from. Yeah. It'd be kind of funny if they added pig herdables to Iowa because of all the pig farms there. Yeah, it'd be a pretty interesting addition, to say the least. Yeah. So what's Cap doing? Kapi is doing the Canadian Civ, and Jesucristo is doing the American Civ. Yeah. I mean, this... I think USA technically counters Canada well. They just need to make the right stuff. It's kind of similar to how USA actually counters Australia. Because, in a way, I've said for a long time that USA is probably not that great of a civ. But when it comes to countering Anglo civs, they do seem to do very well. Just because of how the Louisiana Tiger actually gives them a way of dealing with the unique units of the other Anglo civs. Like, in the case of Australia, Louisiana Tiger is great against both Boomerang and the Bushranger. In particular, the Boomerang, which seems to be the biggest problem. Because very few Australians are actually going to go Bushranger. It's quite rare. And I think if you are dealing with USA as Australia, definitely go Bushranger, so you at least have that Pierce armor to protect you. Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation where you got an Australia player who's going to want to go Boomerang, and then you pull out the Louisiana Tiger, and it becomes a real hassle for them to deal with. Because, well, guess what the Louisiana Tigers have since their assault? Hand armor. And what do the Boomerangs have? Hand attack. Melee. Heck. So there you go. Very crisp way to win that one. Yep. And I think in the case of Canada versus USA, Louisiana Tiger once again can be used against the Troupe d'Arméniens. And certainly if they go if you go with foot guard as Canada, just about, it's not going to go well. You know, foot guard, it's kind of a weird costing grenadier that I think just doesn't work usually. It sacrifices most of its damage for hit points, which I think most of the time is probably not going to be great. Yeah, unless they bring down the price of it. If they bring down the price of it, it turns into like a Cataphracts, the type of tanky grenadier that you can just mass up. Yeah, maybe foot guard is going to have a future, but I don't know. I just see Louisiana Tigers completely shredding the foot guards. But they'll also shred the Troupe d'Arméniens with their multipliers, though. Yeah. In particular, Troupe d'Arméniens have low HP to make up because they basically have a larger damage output than most naval infantry do, to the point that they're actually viable one-on-one units. Yeah. So yeah, basically, Louisiana Tigers can exploit the low HP on the Chupadilla Marines and just completely smoke them, basically. Smoke them out. Yeah, and do we see a CSA setup here for USA? Benjamin Franklin. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Benny Franklin, but why didn't you go in with the Tigers, man? The eye of the tiger, the eye of the Louisiana Tiger. That's what you're gonna want to use here. Because if you go Leathernecks, you will die. You will die if you go with the Louisiana Leathernecks, because Chupadilla Marines, at least from what I understand, in numbers actually deal enough damage to completely rock the Leathernecks world, basically, because both units are naval skirmishers, so they're gonna lack pierce armor. Yeah, I did mention that piece. Naval infantry don't actually get pierce armor. They actually get crush armor that makes them more immune to ships and to cannons. And to grenade throws, surprisingly, as well. So, yeah. A bit of a trivia lesson there, I guess. So, yeah. Basically, the last thing you want to fire at a Chupadilla Marine is actually a grenade or a cannonball. So, yeah. In that sense, the Chupadilla Marine does better, I think, against Leathernecks, the USA, just because they have the higher damage output and they can, beat through larger masses of whatever the USA is going to do with those. So, USA would be much better off with the Louisiana Tigers, because at least that's a faster unit that can come in and out of trouble and mass up and use its multiplier to eke out a bit more damage, Little factors like that. Oh yeah, the other thing. The Louisiana Tiger is an assault unit, right? So it also has the shock tag, which means the Chupadilla Marine actually has a malice against it because it's cavalry. Because naval infantry, unlike, it's a weird situation. So basically, anti-skirms get no malice against cavalry. Early skirms get malice against scout cavalry. Late game skirms get malice against assault cavalry, and for some reason naval infantry gets a malice against all cavalry. I guess people had PTSD from naval infantry destroying cavalry in the old days, said, you gotta have to have a really hardcore malice to naval infantry to just make sure our mounted skirms will be safe from them. Yeah, stuff like that, basically. Like, I would never send an army of Chupadilla Marines to fight an army of Cazador Montados as Brazil. Might be the few times Brazil actually gets a win in something. You know what I mean? Yeah, literally one of the only times I would say Brazil would actually eke out any sort of win in that sort of a matchup there. Yeah, pretty much, yep. We'll see, though. We'll see what Jesus Cristo actually pulls off here. Does he go for a Leathernecks build, or does he go FF? He could FF and go Texas Ranger. He could... I hope he doesn't do what Kazan did and get those mounted riflemen. Because I think if he goes mounted rifleman, he's looking down a really steep slope. Yeah, that's the very least I can say about that. Because I thought in that game with Kazan versus Kapi, if he went with Texas Rangers, he would have been fine and would have gotten a win there. But he didn't do that, and it, the rest is history. Yeah. Now, this is a really cool way for Kapi to take advantage of this map. He put a wall in this very tight choke point in Iowa, this little sort of island in the middle of the water there, just so he could send pushes forward at Jesus Cristo and be able to hide behind the wall when he comes reeling back for a counter push there. So, yeah, that was a really good setup, I'll say, at the very least there. Yeah. Yep. Looks like he's got his seats down that market now, just about. Yep.
Yes.
Take out the rest of that general store there. The general store actually has a lot of HP. That's a really sturdy building. Like, don't normal markets have, like, Yeah, only like 2,000 HP. I never noticed how the general store was actually so tanky. If it's like even tankier than the barracks is, wow. Definitely seen some robberies, I guess, to be that sturdy. Yeah, on the Wild Wild West. Yeah, just about. Leathernecks, probably the worst thing you could make here. Like, I would probably be doing light cavalry right now if I were you. Or militia. You could do militia. At least the militia have pierce armor. I mean, what does he think he's going to get out of this? Because look at the stats. They have 140 HP. These guys have 50 less HP, but they do basically double their damage. Double their damage. Which is really serious, because it comes down to the fact that only like 5 Troupeau Marines could one-shot a Leatherneck very easily. So that's not good. Not good at all, actually. I guess the same as, I don't know, I'm kind of looking at the stats here and trying to figure out the maths and all that. Yeah. Well, one thing I will say, though, is the Leathernecks actually seem to have more multipliers against the siege units and artillery than the Troupeau Marines do, which I find pretty fascinating, actually. Yeah. It's almost as if they do equal damage, except that the Troupeau Marines do more damage against other units that aren't siege units and artillery, basically. Kind of what it looks like when you see it there. He does doing some light cavalry, though, so I do give him credit for that. And I don't mean light cavalry as in dragoons, I mean like actual light cavalry. Like back in the days when light cavalry were called light cavalry, this unit probably messed up a lot of people because they thought that the light cavalry was literally like a dragoon or something and not an actual hussar unit. Like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not going to make that. That's light cavalry. I can't use that against skirmishers. And yes, you can, because they're hussars. They're good at that sort of thing. Now, I don't think they're as effective as hussars. I think they actually have a little bit less HP overall. Well, yeah, unless they have more HP. I don't know. I'm trying to look at it. Like, it seems like their cost distribution is a bit different. Like, they're a bit more pricier in the coin area, but food-wise, they're a bit cheaper. Is that right? Yeah, from the looks of it, it seems like that's the case. It's like the Troupeau Marines got to basically have to wade through all those Leathernecks just about. Got that light cavalry there. Even with the malice, these Troupeau Marines can actually do fairly well against the light cav in numbers, just because of their high damage output. Seems like Kapi has the upper advantage here, just because of his aggro overall, I would say. Yeah. Looks like he is going to go over here now, looks like. Yep. Gets Patriot Combat. Probably his only real way of equalizing the stats of the Troupeaus here. Basically what this does is it basically improves the stats of both of your Age 2 Anglophony faction units as well as your militia. Yeah. If you didn't know, with these Anglo-civs like USA, Australia, Canada, you can choose either one faction or the other one aging up with the politicians. And depending on which faction you go with, they'll give you a certain unique unit. Like if you go with Quebecois with Canada, you'll get Troupeau Marine. If you go with the British faction, they'll give you the Foot Guard. Similarly with the US, if you go with the CSA, you'll get the Louisiana Tigers, basically Southern Zouaves, and then if you go with the Union, you'll get these nice Leatherneck Marines, basically. So it's really up to you, and you can mix and match as you please, really. But one thing you do need to keep in mind as well is each politician for the Anglos also has their own unique technology. Like for Benjamin Franklin, he has the lightning rod, right? Because, well, he's the poor fool that tried to run out in the middle of a thunderstorm with the key at the end of his kite and somehow survived. So, yeah, but he figured out how the electricity worked, basically. Sort of the wrong way, yeah. But, yeah, definitely don't try that at home, kids. You definitely don't want to have a kite with the piece of metal at the end of it during a lightning storm. It just won't end well. Yeah, basically. Looks up, he's going to get the Louisiana Purchase card now, which is basically a food trickle card that gives him a food trickle, as well as 3 free Courrier de Bois as well. He can use all the economy he can get here, especially with Kapi so far ahead in his score. Yeah. Looks like the TC is now under fire from Spontooners, which are Anglophone pikemen, as well as the Tupadi Amanines. He's going to try to resist as much as possible, it looks like, yeah. Take those out, yep. Like Kapi, yep. Start sieging away at that TC. The town center is going down now, just about, yep. Just gonna ship in 6 more leathernecks to try to defend. Trying his best with the light cavalry as well. You know, I just don't know what he should do at this point. Like, if I look at that TC's HP, yeah, it's almost about down, so he doesn't have much stalling time to do left. Right, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's got enough Spontooners as well as his own light cav shipment to basically finish off whatever Jesucristo is doing to defend at this point, and it's looking like a solid GG there again. Yeah. Looks like the Spontooners are spontooning very well. Just has to finish off that TC, I think, and will be a pretty easy win there. Alright, TC didn't even have to come down. Jesucristo had enough. Good game, though. Good demonstration of how Canada's good against USA if they make the wrong units. But if they make the right units, and then you have a bit of a challenge, you know. Then you have a bit of a fair fight there. And I'd be happy to face somebody playing as Canada using the USA just to show the potential of the Louisiana Tigers overall, I would say. Yeah. Just about. Yep, so now I will be going to restart the game now, and we will go into the next match. Just about, yeah. Let's reboot into here, yep. Alright, so where do we go from here? What's this recording going to be called? So if I look down here, it is called Baguette versus Sushi. Alright, do that one. Again, I don't know what it's like to make a baguette sandwich by sticking sushi in there. Must be an interesting taste, you know. Yeah. I've had sushi before. Sushi is actually not bad. Like, you need a certain palate, I think, to enjoy it. But, it's not a bad food at all. Definitely not. I've had, the shrimp-based sushi before. I've had spicy mahi tuna. I've had, I think, like, basic tuna sushi. And I've had, maki. I think I've had maki before as well. I'm trying to think if I had any other type of sushi before that I can recall. I don't know. Oh, I've had California roll before, but that's a bit different. I don't think that always necessarily has fish in it. Sometimes it's vegetarian blend of just like avocado, cucumber, and carrot, I believe. So if you don't like the raw fish and the whole tapeworm idea, you can sometimes just get a California roll just for avocado, cucumber, and stuff, and the seaweed wrapping with the rice and all that. Yeah. But I think Japanese sushi chefs have said before that the gringo sushi isn't the real stuff. So if you want to get the real stuff, you're probably going to have to go to Japan for it, I'm guessing. Yeah. Go to the land of the anime cat girls where all your super chats go. Yeah, exactly. And speaking of anime girls in Japan, we got some anime girls right here with Japan. Miyako and Nozomi. Ready to accept all possible donations of super chats immediately. Including your $100 bills, your $1,000 bills, and your $220,000 bills. All in the funding of your cute anime cat girls and bunny girls and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Just about, yep. And what's opponent going to be here? So the opponent is going to be... So this is Memicon and Jesus Christos is using Francia. Alright. Yep, the baguette and the sushi. Alright. Yeah, I mean, normally I feel like this is kind of a toss-up. I think in the early game, Japan can do pretty well, and I think in super late game, Japan obviously has those really nasty timing attack things that Kapi seems to really be an expert of, personally. That's at least the way I see it, but could totally go a different route as well, personally. Yeah, we'll have to see, though. Should be an interesting match, nonetheless, yeah. I think if you're France, maybe just skip out on H2 altogether and just go for Zwaves. Zwaves, Chelsea, Cheval, Mounted Skirm, Kilise. You go for all those H3 heavy infantry destroying weapons, I think. Even the 2 Falk shipments, all those are going to be the thing you're going to want to do. Yeah, because I believe Chelsea, Cheval, Zwave, Kilise, 2 can shipment, that's what you want to use against Japan. Because what's Japan good at? They got super speedy anime red hair wigged anime girl musketeer things that move super fast. So how do you stop those quick moving ladies, if you'll call them that? Probably the long range mounted skirmishers, yeah. The Chelsea Cheval. And the waves, though they have less range, they have full bodied anti infantry multipliers that can be good against the Kie skirmishers as well, so yep, basically gives you more options there. Yeah. Overall, should be an interesting battle, though. Yeah. Overall, though, I would say France really hasn't changed a whole lot from the Legacy Civ, only in that they have a new sort of bonus, if you will, that all French units that they train from a barracks, stable, or a dock, like your naval infantry, have a Royal Guard upgrade. So if you like Royal Guard upgrades, you're going to love France, because everything in France is a Royal Guard upgrade. Because of French Revolution stuff, yeah. Even the pikemen and the volunteer/crossbowmen are Royal Guard with France. So if you like those units, you're going to love the French a whole lot. Oui, Chedafne. Yeah. And I guess the other thing France really changed too was a bit of their roster. As I mentioned, Chausier Cheval is a mounted skirmisher that France gets. They don't get like regular skirmishers anymore, right? This wave starts out as only a home city only unit, but eventually you can train them at your forts with the card at age 4, which is pretty neat. And since they're like a home city style unit, you don't have to upgrade them. They sort of shadow tech themselves, basically, so that's good. And then also, France can train grenadiers now from their barracks. With the Rail Guard upgrade the Grognard, which is pretty neat too. So yeah, a lot of good stuff going on with Francia, basically, yeah. As for Japan, Japan is basically much more akin to the Asian dynasties, I would say, because Shigumers are just Ashigarus, the Kies are just Yumi Bowmen for the most part, except their, I guess, basic stats are readjusted a bit to be a gunpowder unit. And then instead of Nagis, you got Guntos. The Abazumi and the Samurai is the same, though. Oh, the Kananao cannon is the replacement to the Flaming Arrow, but you still have the Moritaru. And I guess for the Japanese isolationism, they have some new units there that they didn't have before. So instead of the Yamabushi, it's just the Onabushi. They take the male Yamabushi and turn him into a female through V-tubing technology. Yeah. Groundbreaking in its own field. Yeah. And then they have like some anti-spy unit that has multipliers against spies and can detect them, which is going to be used very seldomly, but if you do have somebody playing like Italy with the mafiosos, that anti-spy unit comes really handy. They got the Hadamoto samurai still, just with the different texture and everything. Like, they look a lot more Western, you know. They have a nice suit and tie on, basically. A lot more gentleman-like than the samurais before with all their armor on, basically. And then they also have the Yakuza, of course, just like the series Yakuza. And, well, they're the Yakuza, you know. They're sort of a hybrid between the shinobi and the ninjas, because though they do have like a ranged and melee attack like a shinobi, they do have multipliers against, you know, everything that a spy would, basically. So they sort of act like a hybrid between both units in a way. And they're covered with tattoos as well, so that's the other cool thing, if you'll call it that, I guess. Alright, so it looks like Kapi, Jesucristo is going to go with pikemen, and he's going to go for a siege against Japan. He's living by the principle that if you can siege all Japan's shrines, then Japan is truly defeated. That's never been quoted before. I just made it up, and it's probably true, though. You know, seriously, if you can take out all of the shrines of Japan, Japan is going to have a real hard time not only getting resources, but also just getting out units. Yeah. This seems like something I used to do a lot with France, actually, back in the old days. Like, back in the pre-Latin reworked France days, I used to just spam armies of pikemen at some opponents as a way to defend my base from cavalry raids and a way to push on them. And it seemed to work most of the time. Just spam pikemen with hussars with France, and it just seemed to work really well. I don't know why it worked, but it just worked really well. That's all I can say. Nowadays, I'm not too sure if it's efficacy anymore, but it seems like if Jesucristo is doing it effectively, it must still be a viable strategy in its own right. Yeah. It does look like, though, Mehmed Khan will put up a bit of a fight here, I guess. I mean, he is going to lose a great amount of his shrines, though. I guess he doesn't want to lose those pikes, so he's going to let them skitter off back home, I guess, while these ones get to work on this shrine. And now Mehmed Khan, I'm assuming, is going to move his Kies back to over here to save this shrine from going down. What's his population right now? So he's got about enough shrines to have 60 pop. If he can get this one down, he's going to be down to 50. Oh, he's still constructing his own shrines, too. So, I mean, he's not in horrible shape. It's not like he's completely toast. He's just being capped from reaching his 2 Japanese Shokoyodane potential with his economy. Yeah. Just about. No. Yeah, he's going to try to chase him off with these skirms for now, looks like. Yep. But now that he's done with that, it's like whack-a-mole. The other pikemen come in on the other side to take out this shrine. which is I'm assuming, very frustrating for Mehmet Khan here. Oh, he's got shrines up here. He could get this shrine. Yeah. Totally a possibility there. Yeah, it just backs up. Doesn't want to take any heat there. Oh, he's got a shrine here, too. He could take this one out, take that one out. Yeah, I mean, he's doing it. He's got some volunteers now, basically crossbowmen with rifles, just about. And then Japan might even go up for an H3. He seems to be going more of the naked FF route. I don't know what he's going to... Oh, he's going to get the... Oh, the Shogunate. Not the Golden Pavilion? Usually you get the Golden Pavilion, so you get an additional group of Kies with some added range attack once that Golden Pavilion's done. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. We'll see. See if it'll work. Take out these pikemen here. Oh wow, look at that. Again, totally swarmed by the pikes. Yeah, it's when you see hand infantry at their best, I would say, is when they're able to overpower the skirms. Even these Kies swinging around their katanas aren't enough to deter the pikemen from going in deeper. Goes for some flankers. Some nice battalion flankers. Yep. So basically these will be really good for kiting the pikemen, I think, just because of their longer range of about 16. As well as their higher than average movement speed too. Like most units, like infantry, move at a movement speed of 4. These guys move at about 4.5, so they can actually outrun pikemen to an extent and kite. It does look like, though, Jesus Cristo is doing a great job at taking out Japan's shrines and keeping them in the dark there. Oh, big time. Yeah. Doing a really good performance there overall. Yep, pikemen and the volunteers will take off up there. There's our good old friend is back. Gorka Gaishi, the wonderful general that trains units and receives shipments. There we go. One thing that I'll note, though, about these generals in Wars of Liberty compared to Definitive Edition, these guys also have the hero tag. So if you have, like, spies, you can actually snipe these daimyos down. Only in Wars of Liberty like that. You can't do it in DE. I remember I think I was asking someone during one of the streams, like, why aren't they making spies to take out the daimyo? And they said, oh no, they don't have a hero tag there. But, yeah, in Wars of Liberty they do have the hero tag, so you have the added option of going up with spies to basically take out the daimyo. And we really don't see enough spies being used, I think, so that would definitely be a cool thing for somebody to do in a game. Like, get some spies in the stealth, maybe get the upgrade at the safe house to give them the pistol, and then just shoot away at the daimyo that way, because as you can see here, since the daimyos are assault units, they don't have any pierce armor, so the pistol attack from the spy is probably going to make more of a dent in them, especially since it has such a good rate of fire. You know, it's like pew 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 pew, like that, constant barrage of bullets, because it is a powerful spy weapon they use. Looks like it's got a massive line infantry with some more volunteers and some pikes. Alright. Still not definitive who's actually going to take the win here yet. I mean, Mimikons could certainly ship in some stuff that could eke him a stronger win. He could get some of these cannons and go for a real siege. You know, it's just not known yet who's the true winner here. We're going to have to wait this one out and figure out who's going to get it. Could be anyone's game, really. Yeah, that's all I can say for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Goes in for the fight there. Yep. Looks like it. Nice. Take that out. Yep. Here comes about 7 more Kies to add to the mass as well. Yeah, at this point with this comp, basically just spam Kie is probably the answer right now. You just have to be ready for that little possibility when Jesus Cristo starts... Well, yep, the artillery, there you go. There is indeed a problem. That's why I probably would have considered adding the Canal cans in. Because the Canal cans would have actually sniped those Falcons very easily, and then you could actually go for a bit of a siege at this point, you know. And he does have a bit of anti-cav in the flank war, so it's not like he's completely blindsided there either. Yeah. I just feel like once the Falcons get involved, it's going to be a really detrimental situation for him to deal with there. Yeah. Seems like it. Yep, gotta make your stand right there. He could actually send the Emyo right against the cannons. Oh no, but he's gonna start trying to shoot the Emyo. Yeah, that's probably what you want to do there. Oh, yep, he is gonna do that. He is gonna do that. Watch out for the bullets, though. The bullets are a problem. He is distracting his units, I will say that. Fortunately, though, barely even got a dent. Yeah, and at this point, he's desperate enough to just go after the Falcon. Gets one, but the other one does not go down. That will be game ending. Yes. Take that one out. Yep. Let this can roll in and start blasting away just about. Yep. GG, well played. A very interesting, reminiscent build for Jesus Cristo with France. It's almost as if he took one out of my old playbook with France in that sense, you know. Like France from about, 2-3 years ago, basically. Yeah. Because remember, the new France that we got now is actually pretty recent in terms of Wars of Liberty history, right? Yeah, so definitely a good change of things there. Because when that type of France was around about 2 years ago, because I started YouTubing about 2 years ago, and then it wasn't until so many months until everything completely changed over. Yeah, that's right. So definitely. So let's just do the shipments here, and then we can go into the next match. Just restart the game and go into it. Yep. Here we go. Yep. Oh, wrong area. Whoops. Not today. What's the game going to be called, though? That's what I want to know. Oh, Piglia Equipo. So it's going to be Germany and Canada versus Tupi and India. All right. I like that one. That's a good combo. So let's see how that one turns out exactly. Definitely liking the sound of that one. Yeah. Piglia Equipo one. So look for the letter P. This one right here. Here we go. So what do we got? We got Kapi is the Germans, jawohl. We got Bebe Khan as Canada. Great Powers Tupi again, so we got two Tupi games today. Tupi, yep. Jesus Cristo was Mekolunga. Kulukam Dalewala. Alright, so let's get started. Now the one thing I'll say is this is a very woody team here. Very wood dependent. Like, India's very dependent on its wood. And then Tupi is obviously dependent on its wood as well. So this is, we'll call them Team Woody, I guess. Or Team Woodpecker or something like that. I don't know. And then this will be Team Maple Bacon Bratwurst or something. I don't know. Something like that, I guess. Yeah. Should be an interesting outcome, though. I think technically from a team balance standpoint, technically the Tupi and the Tupi India team has an advantage, but I know Jesus Christos India is not quite as strong as mine is. I technically have a bit of a stronger India per se early on, so I think it's going to come down to Ray Powers Tupi versus Kapi's Germany, who ends up taking this one. Yeah. Could be wrong, though. It really is hard to mess up Canada, even at a lower level, like the Liga B level. So, yeah, just get the barracks down, start tapping that Tupadia on the Marine button, and you should be fine. Yeah, so I think that's how it's going to turn out there, really. Yep. As for the Tupi and India side, I think probably the easy go-to is Sepoy Ubasi Archer for the win. You could also do Yibraharas with Gurkhas or something. I just don't know the efficacy of that build. Yeah, definitely. And I would probably go after the Canada first, just saying. Because you don't want to go after the Germany because he's just going to have all those manor houses that you're not going to want to burn down because that's just going to go back into the machine again of Kapi and add more villages in. And yeah. So he actually does go with the Lawbreak plan now to basically act as the Virginia company and get those manor houses down to about 88 wood. Because as you can see right here, just like with the British, these manor houses are pretty pricey. More than your average house. But once you get the wonderful Lawbreak plan, these manor houses, so these mice cairns will go down to a whopping 88 wood. Yeah, very nice. Cheaper than your average house, actually. And this one, sure, Kapi can get his batches of villages out just a little bit speedier, Just a little bit quicker, really, yeah. Alright, so almost about 800 food there. The Statesman How about Jesus Cristo? Is he going to go Agriford, Carnamata? What path is he going down? Yeah. Yep. So he doesn't have a secondary age 2 card. I mean, the way Kapi, Jesus Christos is playing India, maybe you should consider again a second age 1 card just so we can get that extra free villager out. Maybe. I don't know. He went for the yak spamming of the XP, right? Because as you know, in India, you can't eat cows, right? It's like strictly forbidden. Like it's against the Hindu religion to eat cows. So basically the way Legacy Age of Empires 3 set that up is that India basically can't eat herdables. Any herdables. Not even the ones that they actually eat. Right? Like if you go to an Indian place, you can actually get lamb, but you can't actually eat sheep as India, which makes no sense. Like, yeah, it's only whack. Yeah, you can't even eat chickens actually. Like chicken tikka masala, you can't even make that in Wars Lib. You can't even eat the chickens because they're herdables. You can always stick them up against the sacred fields and rack up XP with them. That's about it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta do more stuff with Sacred Fields, actually, in Wars of Liberty. I feel like I could get some good Arumi masses in there just by using those Sacred Fields, perhaps. So, I don't know. Maybe it's something I should invest in doing, Especially on a map like this that has all the yaks on it. Yeah, it might actually be a good way to do it. I'm just looking to see what his wonder's going to be. He's already a bit slow and stalled behind. He's going to get the Carnamata. Okay, so he's going greedy. Tupi is already in age 2. That's why I said I think it's going to come down to Tupi versus Germany because Jesus Christos is kind of a slow India. And Mehmet Khan, of course, is going to be a bit behind as well with this Civ. A bit of a sneeze there. Didn't sound as cute as when the cute anime cat girls do it, sadly. Like, it's you! And everybody sends them money. Like, here's $1,000 for doing a cute sneeze. I don't quite know how to do those. So they'll have to train me in the arts of that, maybe. For me, I actually scare people when I sneeze. Like, when people are near me and I sneeze, I do it super loud, basically. Yeah, and that's like, ooh, like that, and it gets people jumping. Yeah, I knew somebody like that in the school I was in too. Like you could tell from his voice that he didn't have quite a masculine, like deep voice, which was pretty. But when he sneezed, it like came like a roaring lion, like roar, like that, and it, like really, somebody with a voice like that managed to produce that. And it's like wow, that's pretty surprising the way that the vocal cords work. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't quite figure it out until later ages of how loud my sneezing capabilities actually are. Yeah. Interesting story. Bless you, good sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Looks like Kapi was coaching JC69 on how to play this match. Basically, France is better than Japan like 60-40. I didn't quite know that was an actual statistic there. I didn't know that France had an advantage over Japan, but it makes a lot of sense to me in Wars of Liberty just because you have this wave. I think this wave basically changes up the whole game because this wave counters all the Japanese infantry, and this wave is an assault unit, so the Gunter doesn't actually have multipliers against this wave, which basically defeats its purpose almost, is having like all those extra anti-skirmisher multipliers. Yeah, definitely. So I think, I do agree that France probably has a better edge against Japan, just on that alone. Obviously if you're doing what Jesus Cristo did to Mehmet Khan and can pull that off successfully, that's another way you can deal with Japan in a meaningful way. Yeah. Absolutely in that case, yeah. Looks like he's going to go for a caravanserai. So looking like Sawars, maybe Zams. I think that's a horrible idea. good sir. Unless he's planning on just going up against Canada. If he's going straight up against Canada, yeah, Sawar is absolutely going to do wonders for you here. But if he plans on going up against Germany at all, I would not do that. I'd probably try to go for Gurkhas maybe and try to outrange the Tripadian Marines and then pull those down to go up against Germany. That's what I would do anyways. Like, you don't have to do exactly what I do, but that's probably the build I would go for there. And how many mayors is he on, Kapi? So he's almost Kapi'd it out, basically. He has to only get 2 more. And what's the Vil count? 42. This is why Germany, like, dominates games. They get their Vil count out early with the manor booming, and then it's off to the races to spam all the line infantry onto the map. And it's like a perfect combo almost every time there. Yeah. Looks like he's got some volunteers and some Fusiliers, though. Basically, what makes these Fusiliers different than regular pikemen is they have a better rate of fire, if you will, or better rate of attack. So they attack really fast. Like, you look at their base damage and it's like, yeah, that's like really bad. Like 20 damage against Cav? Like, really? Like, it's like the kitty gloves you would use to go up against Paraguayan Cav, but when you know its rate of attack, it actually goes super fast, basically, yeah. Just about, yeah. If I could look at like an actual pikeman, I would compare it to that, but I don't see any pikemen on the field here at all. Because nobody has access to pikemen. Yeah, India can't get them, Tupi can't get them, they got their own thing, so it's really hard to compare that Fusilier HP to your standard pike. And this is the thing that confuses a lot of people in the Discord is, why is he using a war scythe but in the icon he has a firearm? Like, what's the point of that? Like, why doesn't he just pull out the range attack, basically? Yeah. I guess they sort of could do that if they want to. They could make it like the Insurgentes in Defense Edition who also can pull out a firearm as well. I guess, you know. I just don't know how effective it would be because just like the Insurgentes in Defense Edition, you can't actually get these guys beyond guard in Imperial upgrades, unfortunately. Even though the uniforms look pretty cool, you know, I like that shade of blue on them because blue's sort of my favorite color. Just about. I definitely like that coat they got on. I kind of wish I could make them in the late game and just spam them out and stuff, but it's not always the way you want it, exactly. So what is Jesus Cristo going to do with the Sawars? Because I would say, yeah, get the Sawars over here and ram them right in the back. Oh no, here comes the cover mode. Oh, the kitties are going to scratch them. Meow. Get scratched by the kitties. There you go. Mother Nature coming to the rescue. Oh, that's a lot of Sawars, though. That might be enough to... Oh, yeah, definitely. And you still have some Oibisi archers here helping out as well. Still got that part down, yeah. Oh, no. Looks like the Sawars are going down. No more stinky camels for today. Like, I would not want to be on that spawn the map right now. A bunch of, like, defeated camels. Ugh, it's a bad scent. Bad scent indeed. Come some more Orbisi archers there. Yeah, now Tupi's kind of burned. How is Tupi doing in the resource area, actually? So they can still afford a good number of stuff. They just don't have a war hut anymore, so all those resources are kind of nothingness right now. Like, what he really needs is more resources to do the raiding parties now, because he has no war hut. Because if he gets a war hut now, it's going to cost him like 250 wood, and he's going to have like nothing left to make the units he needs here, from the looks of it. Unless he has a war hut around here somewhere, or does he? he does not. So that's looking like a GG situation there for Tupi. And like I said, these towns there, these buildings with the Tupi are like paper houses. Like, they fall really fast. You know, you sacrifice the cost of the building to have it be like actual, like a house of cards type of survivability. You could literally blow from your whole diaphragm and knock down the Tupi town center in one blow, basically. It'll just scutter in the wind at that point. Yeah. It's the way the Tupi are, just about, yeah. Here comes the Pomberos, the wonderful Tupi archers that shoot green fire out. Where's that coming from? That will be coming from over here. So it looks like Tupi already migrated to a new spot. The one good thing about being the Tupi and losing your town center is the fact that your next town center is going to be so cheap to build. It's like the one good thing, I guess. Yeah. What's not good is you can't afford more than one Pombero. It's only got like 2 of them. And up, he doesn't even have the Agri Fort even started yet. Like, what's he even hoping to do there with that? Not good either way. No, definitely not. Comes the Hussars. The Hussars are rolling in. Kapi veteran Hussars join the veteran line infantry. Boco Fuegos. Those are basically the native South American native culverins. Yeah. You don't see them a whole lot because we don't see a lot of players actually do these Southern Juanito native civs a lot. What's that? Oh, a town traveler. Okay. Looking like GG on that one. Alright. Yeah, that was a pretty good execution by Kapi there, I think. And Mehmet Khan definitely did a good job supporting him, so good work on that as a team. Definitely a good job on that one. I think now we got a series between Kapi and some opponent of his. Is that right? The last champion, if we'll call him. So we'll just check out what that is right now, what that's all about. Up, wrong area again. Whoops. Here we go. So what are these recordings called? So it's going to be called Battling the Last Champion 1, 2, and 3. B is for battle. And here's the battle. So who's going to be the opponent? We'll see. Ooh, Der Kaiser. Oh, that's a good opponent. Seen some gameplay of me lately with that. He's a tough opponent to defeat, you know. I mean, sometimes I can beat him, but it's not easy. I mean, I still think Kapi has the advantage here, but I think, yeah, definitely is going to be a close fight. So let's just get started with this one on the high plains. It's going to be Germany versus Italy. Yeah, and that's not a matchup we see a whole lot, you know. Der Kaiser, as you know, has a pretty competent Italy. You saw what he did to me the other day as Dutch. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it. It was interesting to say the least. You know, I really peppered him up at the start there with the flankers, but when it was time to get the ultimate units down, the ultimate units did not feel that ultimate anymore when he went Kulisev spam on me with the line infantry. It was just not, well, expected. That's all I'll say. I think in this matchup, though, Italy does have some weird stuff that I think can cause Germany some trouble. Mainly the Italian skirmishers, the Alpino, or the Alpini, actually have more than standard range. The Alpini actually have a range of about 24 instead of 20, which means Alpini can actually kite down German line infantry from a pretty safe range that most skirmishers can actually pull off. So, I mean, it's totally possible if Der Kaiser sets his cards right, he can actually blast down large contingents of whatever sort of line infantry Germany's doing. Yeah, that doesn't mean that Kapi would just accept that, though. He would obviously get a stable out at Hussarzen, and then at that point, Italy has options. They can either go line infantry, they can go pikemen, or they can go bersaglieri as well, which is their maneuver unit. Because Italy basically doesn't get dragoons at their stable. Their stable only has the hussar and the cuirassier at it. They basically get the bersaglieri as a dismounted dragoon from their barracks. Same pop cost as Dragoon, and its stats are more akin to a Eagle Runner Knight than a Dragoon because they don't actually deal any anti-artillery multipliers, so take that into consideration, I guess. Yeah. But in general, though, I mean, Italy can always fall back on pikemen at the worst case scenario because Italy is one of the few civs in Europe that actually gets Royal Guard pikemen. The Picciotto. So, yeah. They can actually go Royal Guard pikemen to protect their Alpini if it really comes down to it, I guess. But, you know, not the worst thing, because it is anti-cav and it does siege well. Allowing the Alpini to act as sort of the buffer and the support in the back to take out whatever infantry Kapi would be doing there. Yeah. We'll see, though. I mean, it's always an uphill battle going up against Italy, honestly. At least that's what I think. Or Germany, I should say. Germany. Italy, you know, I have mixed experiences going up against Italy. Sometimes you're dealing with the real easy Italy that you can figure out right away, and sometimes you deal with one like Der Kaiser or Kaiser or Der Kaiser. There's multiple Kaisers out there. Of course, you got Kaiser Klein, but he's over on the 5th edition, thankfully, so I don't have to deal with him anymore. So, yeah. Yeah, basically, Italy could be a real pain sometimes, depending on what player you're going up against, because they can go into volunteer pike, they can go hussar line infantry, they can go grenadier. Italy gets probably like the grand majority of regular European units in their back pocket, really. Everything except dragoons, really. Everything except dragoon. But that's what the bersaglieri does, though, so I guess you can't say that. Unless, of course, you want your light cav to be good against Artie, then, yeah, I guess you can make that complaint, I guess, that grievance with it. Yeah. What we got here? We got 300 food instead of 3 villagers. Okay. What school did he learn this from? I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's certainly a very different way to do it, I guess. Yeah. He does have the Skiambaski card here. Now, this is an interesting card. It basically is... You might think it's just a regular Explorer upgrade card, but it also allows your Explorer to train the Ascari. Yes, the Ascari. You might recall those from the 5th edition, right? The Mercenary. But in Wars of Liberty, they're simply just a African skirmisher that the African civs have as a shared unit. Now, what makes the Ascari particularly good is that the Ascari has higher than normal multipliers against heavy infantry. He has about 2.5 against heavy infantry instead of just 2, which means once you get counter infantry rifling, Ascaris become a real nuisance to your opponents, right? So they can do really good stuff in terms of kiting, doing damage, to the point that you might even choose them sometimes over the Alpini and Yursiv, you know? Really depends. Like the Ascari, I think, do overall more damage, whereas the Alpini just have that extra flexibility with the range. So it's give or take. Whichever sort of stat matters more to you will determine what skirmish unit you do more of, really. Yeah. We'll see, though. Does get capitalism as his second shipment, so adds the coin trickling. Now, I'm assuming Kapi is going to play this like he usually does with Germany. He's mostly going to put an emphasis on getting, the Mites and manor houses up first, and then focus on getting military a bit later. This is more of the eco theory deck and not the one with the Harbreak plan that we saw last game, so, yep. Just going to focus mostly on villager booming unless something happens otherwise. He is preparing his barracks, though, with the outpost from the Statesman right here. So he is getting that set up. I'm assuming he's going to do line infantry here. Yep. It's his favorite unit. Why wouldn't he? Yep. And here we go. Yep, line infantry right off the bat. I wonder what Italy's going to do in response to this. Like, does he have any shipments? Yeah, he could ship some line infantry in a pinch, I guess. He could get some volunteers as well. And he does have some natives in his back pocket, too. He does have the Dunikil natives. These were actually a very strange unit because they're actually pikemen that have multipliers against artillery. Right, it's pretty strange. Like, they have damage against cavalry, but they also do damage against artillery. It's a pretty strange pike unit that you wouldn't expect, And maybe he uses that if Germany does Falks at all, potentially. We'll see. Does get his own outpost from his own statesman going. Minutemen will come to try to force the line infantry back, which will be pretty successful here, I think. Germany adds in some more line infantry as a bit of a protection there. Looks like, yep. There we go. Wonderful. Perfect. Perfect. He's going to make his way towards that outpost again. There's a villager taken out. Oh, if he gets the architect, that's really bad. Take out the architect, please. Take him out. You're not going to get this opportunity like ever. Because, see, he's making the wagon. And then the wagon turns into the military bill. He could have literally taken this out. He could have denied him a military building. And, oh boy, that would have been so bad. The match would have already been over by now if he did that. He is going to get the outpost, Dad, so that's no small feat. We'll give him that. Give him credit where credit's due, I guess. Yeah. But, you really miss an opportunity there. Take out the architect, it's really not good. Because now that he's missing an architect, he can't actually construct buildings. Because the way Italy works in Wars of Liberty is these merchants, these villagers, all they can do is just gather stuff. And the architects are the ones that construct the buildings. Or they don't construct the buildings per se, they just train wagons to construct the buildings for them. The only thing they actually build with a hammer is basically just walls, basically. Because they're too slow to build buildings because they eat too much spaghetti and meatballs and rigatoni and lasagna and chicken parmesan and pepperoni, Italian sausage, Too much Italian food. Can't construct buildings when you eat that much Italian food, basically. All that parmesan and mozzarella cheese circling through your veins, just about. Yeah. And I should know because I eat it pretty often myself. For a meal, basically. Got some more line infantry there. Yep. Yeah, that barracks is going to be completely razed. Now he has to retrain another architect, which, costs some more food. If he could take out the other architect, yeah, this is looking pretty sad for him. Unfortunately, he's on the opposite side of the town center, so it's going to deter Kapi from doing it. Yeah, basically. He's going to make some of the Dunny kills Fearman now. I just think that this is not going to be the best unit here. It'd be great if Kapi adds some artillery now, but he doesn't. Just some houses, it looks like. Yeah, I just don't like, for the sake of Der Kaiser, that he's this behind an army right now. Yeah. It's not looking too great right now. And now Kapi's preparing his timing to go to H3, get the veteran upgrade. Could start shipping in Yulon, skirms, Kiliseh. Then it's basically GG from there, really. Yeah, that's sort of the route it always goes down at this point with Kapi. Exactly. Yeah, so yeah, this is what they look like. They have multipliers against artillery and assault units. So they're actually heavy infantry, but they technically could be considered maneuver units in a way. Yeah, I don't know if they should literally just change their tag to maneuver, because this looks like more of a maneuver unit than a heavy infantry unit. That's something maybe the devs that they're watching this should maybe consider doing with this unit, because when I look at this, it's got really bad siege. Its multipliers are exactly that of a maneuver unit, anti-assault with anti-artillery, and the movement speed is that of cavalry. So, yeah, this is probably be changed to a maneuver unit of some kind, just so it's more reflective of what it should do, basically. Yeah, because I think it should probably be countered by pikemen based on these stats. Probably should be countered by skirms as well. So maneuver tag is probably the one you're going to want to do there, I think. Yeah, most definitely. And I certainly don't think that artillery... You definitely don't want this thing getting wiped out by artillery as well, because it is infantry, and it kind of supposed to counter artillery. Yeah, so it definitely should be changed to shock and maneuver, basically, to give it its full potential. Not that we see this unit a whole lot, but it's just something you think about when you see it the few occasional times it's actually used. Yep, so going up to H3 for Kapi with whom? The city planner. Same politician as the bishop in Definitive Edition. Grants you a covered wagon that you can get a nice town center with. And from there, I think Kapi's just going to focus on getting veteran line infantry and just focus on his numbers right now. Because the way the ball is turning right now, Der Kaiser does not have enough resources to be able to constantly produce stuff. Like, he's stuck on the one queue of grenadiers in the hopes that he can tip the scales with the grenade throws against the larger army of line infantry. Even though the line infantry will have more HP at this point, so they're going to be more likely than ever to actually survive these grenade tosses, basically. Yeah, so that's all Der Kaiser can do in this unfortunate pickle. Now just spam grenadier and hope that it's going to work out, really. Yeah, that's just about it. Yep, he's going to get a redoubt right over there, it looks like. Yep, in that spot. Perfect. Wonderful. So you got some Grenadiers there, just about. Nice. Got some of those. Perfect. I just wonder how these Grenadiers are going to factor in with everything. Yeah. Yep, Kapi's already has the skirmishers shipped, and he's going to be training some more of them. He's going to get long-range combat to give the skirmishers some more damage, about 20 damage to be exact. Times 2 will be about 40 damage against line infantry and Grenadiers there, and these Danny Kill Spearmen. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Just gotta spray your way through all those infantry just about. Yep. Perfect. Oh wow, look at that. Clean sweep. Yeah, and he's probably going to go 3 Knissa right after that, I'm assuming. Could get another barracks down too and start triple queuing the line infantry if he really wanted to. Yep. Probably doesn't even need to at this point. I think he's doing quite well with just these skirms. Oh, he shipped in some pikemen. Alright. Well, that's going to be a bit of a defense, I guess. Yeah. Yep, town center's going down right now. Yep, perfect. Have some more water while we have a few moments. Yep. Something weird that happens is when I do these like casted game streams, I'm totally fine. But when I do like gameplay streams of like single player stuff, I always get like these nasty aura headaches in the back of my neck. I don't know why it happens. It always happens only when I'm doing single player stuff. I don't know why. It's just very strange. Like it happened when I did that single player stream for Age of Mythology Retold, and then when I did that first stream for the Battles of Greece for DE2. Some reason, as I was getting through the missions, my head started like pounding me like crazy for some weird reason. I don't know why. Started drinking water, and it literally took like, I don't even think it even resolved by the time I went to the bed at that point. It was like really sharp, like, ugh. I drank like 3 bottles of water in case I was dehydrated over the course of like an hour or something, and just didn't. I don't know. Kind of a weird phenomenon, I guess. I wonder if it'll happen this Thursday when we do the rest of those campaign missions. I don't think we'll get them all done, but we'll definitely start digging into the Athenian missions, at least. We'll probably finish up the rest of the Athenian and maybe even the Spartan on the 3rd stream, and if not, we'll just cap off the rest of them in a final stream after that, basically. It'll probably be a short one if it comes to a 4th, but who knows? It depends how hard these missions are. Because certainly a lot of these Persian missions felt really easy because you just spam out chariots and whatever the Greeks try to do to you, and it just seems to work most of the time. At first I thought Cav Archer was the way to go, and then I realized the chariot is actually even better. Even does a lot better in that case, so yeah. GG though on this game. I mean, I definitely think the Kapi's Germany is like one of the most godly builds of all time, because it seems like even this Italy that gave me problems isn't really holding up much against what he's doing there. So, I mean, we're going to have to see in the next games if Der Kaiser can potentially get a win here somewhere, potentially. We'll see. We'll see, though. Because there was no mention if it was best out of 5, best out of 3, or best out of 5. So we don't necessarily know, or even if they did that at all, if it's going to, yeah. We'll see, though. Battle in the Last Champion Part 2. Here we go. Yep. So we got Kapi versus Der Kaiser again. Der Kaiser's using Italy, hoping he's going to snag a win. And then Kapi's going to use Japan this time. So, yeah. Very different circumstances here, I think. Kapi still has the advantage here. I mean, he went from line infantry spamming Civ to musketeer Civ that has speedy musketeers. Like, he's got less numbers, but he's going to just take advantage more of just moving in and out super fast and messing up the targeting of Der Kaiser's army, really. Just using that speedy musketeer concept, yeah. Like, to the average eye, Japan might seem like they have normal muskets, but if you know how to micro them well and hit at the right angles, Ashigarus can be a real pain, and they can get some really favorable fights if you micro them quite well, yeah. It's one of the things you'll notice about them, yeah. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see if Der Kaiser can put up much of a resistance here or not. We'll be seeing, though. Or if he goes for an FF of some kind. Does he try to go Alpini? Try to get out the early Alpini? Because Alpini, that could be one way to deal with Japan. Like I said, 24 range. That's one way you get around the speediness of the Shigumas is you get 24 range on the Alpini, and they're going to be able to hit them from further back and be able to stop them from getting away and retreating, basically, Because that's the big thing about Japan is they can retreat very quickly on demand, get out of bad situations, and then come back with bigger numbers, when they got the right mass. But if you can hit them from longer range, yeah, I mean, you're going to pick off more Shigumas and make those skirmishes less favorable for them, so to speak, yeah. So we'll have to see how this one turns out exactly, yeah. Yeah, alright, so he does go for Heavenly Kami first to make the shrines cheaper and be able to get more resources out of those shrines, basically. This is the standard Kapi 1v1 Japan deck if you haven't seen it before. Basically, starts with Heavenly Kami, you got the option of crates, villagers, you got Diplomatic Intrigue, you do have your Kie, which is your Skirm or your Musketeer Shiguma, and you'd even have a Daimyo here if you want to use them, your General Siago Takamori, and then in age 4, no Daimyo there. Yep. I guess some people put the Daimyo in age 4 as well, but this should be pretty good by itself. And then in age 3, you got mostly a lot of upgrades, mainly for the Kie, the Gunto, and the Shiguma. And then in age 4, you're basically ramping up as part of an FI to just spam these artillery shipments, and then followed by that, just get these very large unit shipments after that, basically, in tandem to get a really solid timing attack based push going. Yeah. I'm just wondering what Italy's got in store here. Are they going to be sort of caught 20 steps behind again, or are they actually going to be able to surprise Kapi with something? Maybe. I don't know. The one thing that does concern me is the fact that he's like using an infinite shipment of 300 food instead of like shipping villagers the normal way. Like, why is he doing this exactly? Is there like a reason why 300 food is better than three villagers, 3 merchants, 3 settlers? Is there like a method to his madness or something, or is he just, eating some of Lars's brownies and special gummy bears? That could totally be the issue as well. Is stay away from Lars's brownies and cookies and gummy bears, because you just don't know what's in that butter exactly. That could definitely be going on with poor De Kaiser there. Yeah. The red coat. Oh man, what a player is Cap. Why don't we have more players like him? It's a shame he joined Wool in the dark era, because Wool is not competitive at the viable level. Well, the problem is Microsoft sort of said, you know what? We're going to make this game called Definitive Edition, move everybody over there to basically stick a foot down on top of the growth of Wars of Liberty, basically, because now the only way we can grow in Wars of Liberty is basically off of the people that already own the game, either on disc or on Steam. And that's not if they pull any shenanigan where they try to basically remove it and delete it from our libraries, because if they do that, then they basically killed off Wars of Liberty as a esport at that point. I hope they don't do that, because it's still possible for us to actually get new Wars of Liberty players, because so many people actually bought the Legacy game. Can still move a lot of people over here. It's just gonna, take a lot of word of mouth type of stuff with people that own the game, basically. Yeah, and going through the proper channels and all that, pretty much. Yeah, will be pretty cool though. 20 years down the road, 40 years down the road, if people are still playing Wars of Liberty on the Legacy game, assuming nobody ports it over to E, which they totally could, But I think what might happen is if Microsoft gets a little too greedy and they try to make another Definitive Edition out of AoE 3 and say, oh, it's Definitive Edition Part 2. It's a new game with new graphics and new support for better hardware and all this stuff. And they're like, no, you already made a Definitive Edition. Well, you don't have to make another one. And they're like, yeah, but we need money. So, yeah, we're going to make another one. And probably ruin half the balance and stuff, and yeah. But so yeah, like if they do that, then I think people just look back and say, do you want to do this weird expensive thing that they're trying to sell us again, or are we gonna just go back to the good old days of the Asian dynasties where you can play Wars of Liberty? And I think they're just gonna do that, because most of the stuff in Wars of Liberty is not only really good, it has literally influenced just about every mod you have on Definitive Edition. Like Age of World, the developer was a fan of Wars of Liberty, and he totally built his mod Age of World off of many principles that were already established in Wars of Liberty. Same thing with Age of Pirates. What does Age of Pirates have? Tanks, subs, and Zeppelins. Stuff that you have in Wars of Liberty. Also, some of the natives, like the Maori and other ones, have direct references to Wars of Liberty stuff. Like the Tau Spearman, that's in Wars of Liberty, actually. It's one of the upgrade paths you can do for the Spearman. So, I mean, if you don't believe it, just look at Wars of Liberty and look at Age of Pirates and Age of the World. There is clearly a lot of Wars of Liberty linkages between the two. Maybe even the Volcano stuff that Age of Pirates ended up developing was based off of the Volcano Hawaii map that Wars of Liberty did. Yeah. And even the Volcano map on Iceland that Wars of Liberty did. Because that one actually attacks you. You know, if you get too close to it, there's an organ gun inside of the volcano that actually shoots these little fireballs at you, basically. And I don't think most people knew that, but I've been playing around the scenario editor for years, and I sort of figured that one out myself. Like I found a pro unit like volcano or something. I go like, why is it an organ gun? And then it occurred to me, like that's why units constantly face damage when going near the Iceland volcano. Is it's literally an organ gun inside of the volcano who's launching those projectiles through the barrier round. Because as you know, in AoE 3, you know, physics isn't real. Like you could have like you know, this big cliff here. If you have enough range, you can shoot a bullet right through all this rock and granite and stuff and hit the opponent on the other side. Like, it's as if physics means nothing, and, you know, the strength of the material and the chemistry and the atoms and stuff is like nothing. Yeah, just about. Oh no! Oh no! What is this? That's a bad way to go. Oh no! What are you doing? Thought this was going to be a real fight here. Look at that. Look at him just letting them do it. Oh no, I had higher hopes for you than that. Look at that. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Der Kaiser, will you stop being Lars's brownies, please? It's not looking good for you here. Like, eating too many of the brownies, especially the ones with the rainbow sprinkles and the peanut butter on them and the caramel cream sauce or whatever, and it's just not, you know, it's making you not notice. Now he figured it out, but he leaves this one here. Like, save yourselves, men. I'm just going to distract him. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, well, he tried his best. Hey, this match is going to end in less than 10 minutes. How does that happen? Like, never happens. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. Seen it all, folks. But I will say, if this was an older version of Wars of Liberty, I guarantee you there's some builds I could do against certain Cids where I would have him resigning in 5 minutes. Really, like the one I mentioned about using the Mapuche explorers to basically take down the Tupi town center that can't fire back. I want to go back in time and do that to somebody so people can relive that. They can relive those experiences again. It'd be so neat if we let people relive those experiences once again. Yeah. So maybe Gafas or someone will play Tupi and I'll just like show you what it's all about. And you'll be like, whoa, what is that? Like, yeah, it's history, living history. They don't put that in the history books. Don't put that in the history books at all, really. Yeah. So we're going to go on to, I guess, the last champion fight between Kapi and Der Kaiser now. And then we got two team games from Sogtulakk that we can cast as well. And that should be the end of the stream after that. So 3 more matches to go. So we'll go to this one right now. This one right here. Yep. So what do we got here? We got Kapi doing Spain this time. Another line infantry civ against Der Kaiser doing Italy again. On high plains, same positioning. Yeah, I mean, what's going to be the difference between this game and game 1? I'm not too sure. But before we get into it, I got to check that phone. stuff that's going to arrive at my door in a few minutes. Can do a little bit more casting before then, though. Yeah, so as I was saying before, I think in general, I definitely see Kapi pulling off another spectacular win with Spain here. I think the main difference is that he's going to have the option of adding in the church with the missionaries that already have the unction ability to that to give him more damage instead of just massing more of them. That's about it. Or he can do similar to what Faringo did today with the heroine politician from H2 to 3, pick up a free Falcon and then ship 2 Falcons and win that way. It's like different keys to the kingdom, so to speak. So it really depends on which one he's exactly going to be going for here, really. Yeah, we'll have to see, though. Or I could be underestimating De Kaiser, too, and he might actually have a comeback here. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Can't count him out too much, because if he can do some blows against me with certain builds, and yeah, he's definitely has some stuff he can do. Yeah. Yep, most definitely. I feel like if I just play like my best civs against Der Kaiser, I can usually destroy him, but if I whittle it down to like a civ I'm not good at, then I think I probably inevitably give him the advantage there. So yeah, definitely. Any messages we want to check here before I... Rest in peace, like 10 settlers. LOL. Oh, yeah. Big time. Absolutely big time on that. Yeah. Seriously. That was really bad. Like, I knew he was on Lars's caramel peanut butter brownies as soon as he started doing that. Like, I knew something was wrong. Either that or the special gummy bears. Might be the special gummies, too. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna check outside for the delivery now and be right back. Okay. Have some fun and talk in the chat with each other while I'm busy doing that. All right. Probably take I don't know, like 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Not too long. Definitely stay tuned for what's gonna come. Timing, so let's continue, alright? Yeah. So at this phase, this is the point where De Kaiser's going to get the capitalism trickle after he shipped himself about 300 food. For whatever reason. And, this is the Kapi deck that he does for, like, 1 versus 1. You'll notice that he has Infante de Menin, the Infantes de Menina. He has the, line infantry here, and then he just has like a bunch of lineups in terms of his age 3 shipments, because as you know with Spain, they get shipments a lot faster than other civs, basically because they have that sort of like XP trickle thing going on, bringing them in all those shipments. So yeah, the main point with Spain is to basically try to get up to age 3 and start spamming like super duper hard, really. Like get your 2 Falks, get your 3 Kilesses, 5 Hussars, 9 line infantry. If you need defense, get a fort. The 1,000 food, though, I find kind of fascinating. Yeah, really is interesting how he's more concerned with getting the food, the comida, to be able to keep up the line infantry spamming, I think. Yeah, definitely quite a bit different there. Yeah. Definitely so. Alright, so from here, we're probably going to... he's going to go up with the Statesman, right? Yep, I saw that from a mile away. Der Kaiser, I'm presuming, is going to do the Statesman as well here. From the looks of it, I think. Yep. So we'll see, though. Just has to get those merchants up there to start hunting those animals. Yep. Shipping another 300 food? Or did he send the capitalism first? I didn't quite recall that. I mean, if he's just shipped himself 2 shipments of 300 food, I know why Kapi's going to win this easily already. Just poor management of shipments. Just that. I mean, it doesn't even come down to, like, philosophy of this card versus this card. If you're using 300 food to age up as any civ, that's very bad indeed. Yeah. Very bad indeed. It's just not a great situation. Yeah. Just about. I mean, Der Kaiser can get some pretty big armies and fight well, but it just seems like if this is his start, it's gonna need some work, I guess. Yeah. Like, look, he already has the food to age up, and he's already still shipping himself 300 food. Like, what is he going to do with that food? Like, what is he going to do with it? Like, I have no idea. Like, you have to, like, build the wagon with the architect, and you have to place the wagon to even get a barracks or a stable down. Like, that food is just floating resources that's not going to do anything for you, you know? What you should do is wait off and get 700 wood, so you could potentially get some more infrastructure. If you're going to go for sort of the naked FF, get the 700 coin. That's about it. If you think he's going to attack you right away, then you can ship 6 line infantry. Just give yourself that flexibility. Because just giving yourself 300 food without an instant way of using it is just not good unless you've got some weird sort of FF build. Like, if is he gonna really ship 700 coin after doing this and go for Alpini? I just don't know. Like, and what's going on with this? Like, he's trying to attack. Oh, he's using the Explorer ability to try to whittle down this treasure and get the settler. I mean, I just don't understand where this is gonna go, honestly. Yeah. What's Kapi up to? So Gabe's going basically naked FF, right? 700 coin first, followed by 700 wood. So if he does, for whatever reason, run into pressure, he can get the barracks down, get at least some line infantry out until he can back them up with that 2 Falconet shipment. It's kind of the main idea of that, really. Yeah. Just about. Yeah, because see how he times it out here? So he has enough hunts. He's got them right up against his town center with the herding. And then once he gets all that coin, he'll be all set for age 3 at that point. Yep. He's got enough coin here, 300. That's enough to reach the 1,000 threshold. And then he's probably going to go for heroin, I'm thinking. Get that one falconet basically there. Yeah. Just about. Yep. So here we go. We got the heroine, basically a falc. And probably he's going to get off the bat. He's going to strip 2 falcs and start queuing up some line infantry. And it'll be a pretty clean sweep, I think, overall. Yeah. Gets a barracks, gets a house. I mean, at this point, if I was Italy, I would probably try to go do the same thing myself and try to get Alpini, because the Alpini can outrange the line infantry well, and if you're going to be going up against Falks, it's better to have just a little bit more range if you're going to have to focus them down, perhaps, or at the very least, you can give yourself enough time to deal with the line infantry and then just ship in like 5 Hussar and clean it up that way. So I can see as a possible route in this one. Yeah. So we got the wagon right there. It's gonna make a house right over there at this point. Yep. Shipped in some volunteers. Great against line infantry, but not great against artillery. Yep, I think, yeah, he's going to just ship in 2 cannons. And he's got his, does he have his barracks? Yep, he's got the barracks right here, and he's already queuing those in. So, I mean, I think once he gets a handful of line infantry, it's really not looking too great right now to be Italy here. It's looking quite dangerous, actually. Yeah. So we're just going to see when that shipment arrives. It's going to be pretty deadly. Oh, he goes for the line infantry first. Interesting. So he's taking that precaution that Italy might have a large mass of stuff to focus down his artillery. Ah, okay. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, I guess. I mean, definitely respect him for that level of preparedness, I guess, yeah. He's going to get the veteran upgrade on the line infantry too, so he has the proper HP and attack going into this. Other Falk is arriving right about here, and it's probably going to come right at this point here, so it's hard for the opponent to go in ace or melee with it. Yeah, but he's already retreating at this point. I think he might already know what's about to happen here. If he's had any experience fighting Wars of Liberty Spain before. It's just not going to be great. Definitely not. So, line infantry. Coming out, yep. Some doggos, yep. Valky is gonna slowly retreat. No, yep, he's just gonna pull out there. Looks should be fine. Yeah, well, maybe he feels bad for him and he's making it easier. Yeah, well, either way, he's gonna have 2 Falcons ready to go right there. Or is he just going to sacrifice this one and fool him? I don't know. Yeah, you think your problems are over, buddy. They're not. They're not. Just wait till the other 2 come in. Definitely not. And those dogs are very ferocious, by the way. I always get tripped up by them when they show up. Like, there's times when I've went like Scythemen and Hajuks with Serbs. And those dogs will eat the Scythemen and the Hajuks. What, they can't even do anything, really. Yeah. Oh, he's already getting a number on the infantry just with his own veteran line infantry. And now the cans are going to arrive right behind him. And it's going to be a total GG bath right there. GG, well played. Yep. There you go. Yep. some pikemen, it looks like, yeah. Killa says, even better. That's definitely the nail in the coffin we were looking for, I think. Yeah. Yep, Killa says, go right over there and do some splash. Yep. Nice splash you got going there, yep. Oh, here's the Denny kills. He's actually going to try to use them for their anti-artillery purpose. But unfortunately, because they're not maneuver and shock, they're going to have a real hard time being used there. They got to change the shock and maneuver, I think. Yeah, he might actually snag a snipe there. Did they have any extra range on these spears as well, or is it just... I don't know. Well, he does... he just... went into that one. That didn't even reach the target there. Not at all. He did get one out with the Grenadiers though, which is pretty smart. Yeah, just not enough to get the second Falk out though. Yeah. Yep, TC will go down right now. Pretty clean sweep there, I think. Yeah, just about. Yep, so looks like Kapi takes this win with about 3-0. Yeah. I honestly expected it to be a bit of a better duel here, but, you know. Maybe Kapi should do one against Jeff or an Alucard. Like, for me to cast. That would be a good one, like Alucard or Jeff. Or even Louise Kaiser would be a good one, yeah. I mean, we can look at the post game and it's like, yep. Like, better resources, military, yep. Right across the board. Just a better build order overall here. Yep, just about. So now that we're done with that, we got about two versus twos to do, and then we should be done here. From Sogtulakk. So it's from a source that we're normally not used to. Because we normally... LOL, rest in peace, 10 settlers again. Oh, yeah, I just saw that, yeah. He didn't learn his lesson from the first time, and he kind of just let it fall apart the second time. I mean, at that point, I'll give him credit that time that, he wasn't going to win even if he saved those villagers. It's like the icing on the sundae, or the nuts and the cherry on top of the sundae and the whipped cream. I mean, he was not going to get out of that one alive, I think. That's pretty clear. So what's this recording going to be called now? If I look at the Discord, it's going to be called, let me go down here to this. Record game 1 and record game 2. So record game 2 is actually the first one he has here, so I guess we'll do that one first. So we have to go R for record game 2. This one. Alright. Believe we're gonna have some Juanito civs in this one. So we got Tupi, Sog using Tupi. We've teamed up with Metal using Args, and we got Mafia using Gran Colombia, and Bandar using Haiti. Alright, so this should be an interesting matchup, I think. And what map we on? We're on Baja California, it looks like. The cool little jagged map. It has like the little points sticking out of it, and basically you either go through this pass or this one, or you can go down here as well. It's like a more open-ish version of Colorado, really, except, you know, the divide is a little bit more linear, I guess, and it goes down this way. So, yeah. And then you have fish, too. You can go fishing as well. I don't know if any of these civs are really going to want to go fishing, per se, but you do have the water option in your back pocket. Literally on the back pocket of your base, so why not go for it if you can, I guess. Yeah. I mean, in this matchup, I'm not too sure how this one's going to turn out. I mean, if I know the players well, I'm guessing Sog and Metal are probably looking good. You know, Metal has a good way of being able to get out the Patricios, and then probably Sog's just going to do a full Tupi mass of some kind here, and it's going to be a pretty quick rush. At least from what I understand about it. But until he could go a different route as well, we'll have to see. And maybe Bondar and Mafia have a defense of some kind. I don't recall ever seeing Mafia in a match before. Is he new or is he old? I don't know. Maybe Mafia is a really legendary Gran Colombia and we don't even know it yet. Yeah, we'll have to see though. Definitely should be an interesting matchup either way. Yeah, definitely. Yep, we got the Tupi villages here. And Gauchos over there, yep. We're going to have to check out these decks as well, because I don't quite know what Zog's going to be running here, as well as Bondar and Mafia exactly in this match. Where are they in terms, again, their first shipment? So he's pretty close. Bondar's already has his first shipment. So this is the Bondar deck. He has some very interesting cards, to say the least. He's got Mystical Prestige, Priest boost the gather rates of nearby villagers. That's kind of an interesting one, because I don't think I've ever used this card before unless I was doing a treaty game in the past, like a long time ago before the WAM rework even happened. Like back in the days when I used to do treaty games with Pierre and some of the other Juanitos. But yeah, I haven't seen this card be used in like a long time. Did they like buff it or something and get the Ord a little bit better? I just don't know exactly, so I can't judge it too much. Yeah, and then you have the Destroyer of Tyranny here. I don't think I've ever used this card before. It's basically an Explorer upgrade that gives your Explorer a temporary ability that increases the movement speed of nearby units, just about. So, yeah, I guess it sounds pretty okay. You do have Mother of Revolutions here. It does help with the age up times. Yep, the age up times. No, not the age up times, but rather the cost of the age ups. and of revolutions as well. Now, the funny thing about this card is literally the revolution cheapening part of it is utterly useless unless you're playing Haiti as well, because, yeah, the Wars of Liberty devs did remove revolts from the game, except for Haiti's revolt. Now, if it was, they set it up to also give you a discount on the ultimatum power Croatia, that would be pretty neat, because that's also sort of a revolt, and they probably should look into doing that if it's not being done already, perhaps with the Croatian immigrants. So yeah, because if I recall, the Croatian revolt in Imperial Age is basically like some sort of Croatian communist movement or something that you can pull off, based off of the old one that they used to have for the Ukrainian immigrants back in the day. Back in the days before the war in Ukraine, actually, because in the days before Russia invaded Ukraine, you could actually play the Ukrainian immigrants in Wars of Liberty. And then they just sort of removed them in favor of the Croats, I think. Yeah. Then they add the French as well. The Oui, je le fais ones, basically, yeah. Oh, Redcoat's describing how Alucard versus Cap went in the Jeff Show match. So basically, Alucard versus Cap. Cap won 2-0, 2-1, 2-1. All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because Alucard is like a really good player with really solid builds and really good macro and overall micro skills. So, yeah, that was probably a very tight series to say the least. Would like to see them do it again, but me casting it this time, would definitely be fun, to say the least. Yeah. So what immigrants is he going for here? He's going for Polish. Okay, I do respect that because it seems like too many people go with the German immigrants here to get out the Diabo cavalry for the most part. But if you go with the Polish, you can get some nice Danublers and Grenadiers to help you out. So that should be a good at least, I think. So what has he got? He got a shipment of about so many Zinglins, I think. About 6 Zinglins, is that right? Yeah, 6 Zinglins. Alright, so these are basically just coyote runners, but they have a multiplier against villagers, which makes them really good. Like, actually very good. Like, demigod level good, yeah. Against villagers. Now, if you're good at protecting the villagers, they won't be a threat, but if you're, like, Der Kaiser, like, if Kapi was doing Haiti and Der Kaiser was doing that, the Zinglins would literally rest in peace 10 settlers in, like, half the time. And like half the time they'd already be doing their damage. Like, look right now at what their stats are. Like, just staying in the base, they do 30 damage against settlers with that. And then as they move out into the map, then they're looking at doing, we'll see very momentarily here. The damage goes up to about 18, so 36 damage against villagers. And it's only a 1-pop unit too, so this is like a really spammable cancer that you can use to clean up enemy villagers. Oh no, he's got villagers right here. He's gonna find them. He's gonna find them. Oh no. Oh no. Rest in peace. Village. Wait a second. What is he doing? He's not even paying attention. He just had an easy one right there. He just had it. You missed it. You tell me he didn't even... Wait a sec. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Alright. Yeah, you tell me he missed... Oh, God. He, like, totally... Wow. He could have had 5 villagers right there, and he just gave it up. He would have won right there. That's why you need to look at your mini-map. You need to look at your mini-map. Even if you're doing some sort of macro task with the hunts or something, you have to look at the colors on the map. Because if you don't, you're just not going to know what villagers are there for you to raid. He's basically just scouting at this point. He's not even getting anything done out of this. He could have had 5 villagers and he would have been way ahead, and Tupi would have basically been knocked out of the match, and they could have teamed up on Argentina. Now, you got Argentina ready to do their Patricios. I'm assuming with a pretty good eco pretty soon, because look, he's going to start adding in all of these workers here, these Polish butchers. He has Solidaro, so I'm assuming these are going to come out as... Nope, these aren't going to be semi-fan because they didn't come from the pasture. But all the ones out of the pasture are going to be semi-fan. And once that death ball comes out with the eco, it's going to be Patricio, Patricio, Patricio. And then Tupi just has to support behind with a bunch of archers or something. Won't be as important, you know. It'll just matter how much Patricio action we get out of Argentina for the most part. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know, though. Like, that's just a good lesson to everybody. Pay attention to your mini-map. Because now, I feel like now Haiti's going to be in a bad situation at this point. Like, oh, he did get a villager there at least. Okay. That's a little reassuring. And he's going to take out a house to boot. Oh, that's not too bad. Like, but he could have done so much more, though. Like, he got a house down and... Okay. It's good. If you got down 6 villages and took a house, now that's pretty significant. That actually will cripple the enemy side really well. Yeah. Trying to figure out how good Mafi is. Is he, like, skillful with the Civ? Oh, he's one of those 40 card deck people. Oh no, look at all the cards in the deck. Look at all the cards in the deck. All the upgrade cards. It's got everything in here. It's got the kitchen sink in here, man. It's got everything in here. Unbelievable. He's got like literally every card in here known to man. And then some. That's a lot of cards. Way more cards than you'll ever use, probably, with a score like that. Yeah. Yeah. Basically. He's building 4 tent barracks around here. It's great if you can keep them working. Yeah, these are pretty cheap. I mean, they're only about 100 wood, so about the same cost as a house. But the thing is they have like half the HP of a barracks, though. So, I mean, you do have to make sure that you're making the best usage of these, or else Tupi can probably literally just burn these with just the Yibrahars. That would be so messed up if he took this out before the oh, no, yeah, try to siege that. That'd be so funny, man. If he, like, cancels that. Oh, come on, just do it. You had it right there. Now everybody's messing up on their stuff. Just commit to siege in the buildings. It's alright, it's alright. He's got Patricios there. It's not as bad. I swear people are really dipping into Lars's brownies way too much. Like, yeah. I don't know. It's alright. I mean, this is why people need to practice more, because once you practice enough in 1v1 and 2v2 and stuff, you get used to this stuff and you can discern, alright, when should I siege and when shouldn't I siege, basically. And know, alright, I'm going to look on the main map. If I see any colors on the map, I'm going to go after it. Because that's probably going to be something for me to target, basically, yeah. Alright, so it looks like Macheteros will be used against these Patricios. That actually is a pretty good, solid answer here. I would prefer if he did group these Macheteros up a bit more to dish out some more splash. Because, see, this is the problem. Look at the collisions. They're pathing into each other, and they're not getting as much damage out of it here. They're not getting as much damage out. That's costing them a lot. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like for right now they're doing actually pretty okay. Now, question is, can Haiti get some more stuff, right? Like, does he have enough Musketeers to keep doing this for a while? Now, this is a problem. Do not send polearms against musketeers. This is just really bad. In the old days, I would say, sure, when the Pardos had stats similar to a halberdier, but now, Absolutely not. These things are much more pike oriented now. You definitely do not want to send those up against muskets nowadays. Back when Pardos first were part of the LATAM rework, I would happily send a group of Pardos against a group of muskets with the proper numbers. But nowadays it's just not worth it because of how much food it drains you of. Because if you look at this unit here, it's cost like 125 food. It's actually more food than it takes to train a Hussar. Just so you can synergize it with things like the Peruvian Bronero and stuff. So, yeah, just a quick lesson to those. Try not to, throw hard on that type of stuff, really. Yeah. A good Age of Empires lesson for us all, really, on that one. Yeah. Just about, yep. That's all I can say, at least, yep. So what do you got, alright. Looks like he's gonna hack through all those Patricios. Good. Like, Haiti's doing the right thing at the moment. Okay, so Gran Colombia has some Escopeteros. Alright, this is looking good. This is looking a lot better for him. Alright, yeah, they'll clean that up very quickly. Alright, so I think they figured it out. They got something going. Escopetero and Machitero, that works very well here. Okay, I'm feeling much more confident about their positioning now. Alright, so he's going to make some Infernales. Good answer by Argentina to deal with the Machiteros and to put pressure on the Escos as well. Yeah, the Infernales totally exposing these Escos for their lack of HP and hack armor. Completely cooked them. Well, actually, he's going to lose some of these Infernales, though. So it's not going to be as perfect of a matchup as you think it is. Yeah. Because these aren't really normal Hussars. These are really just, like, mounted pikemen. So they're really not... They can deal with infantry, especially skirmishers, but not at a great level. Machiteros, we're going for another slash again. Alright. Yeah, you might want to path these up a bit better and get more done while you can. Because if not, Yibrahars are going to come up from behind and start cutting into your backs at that point. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It comes down to positioning there. Well, you gotta manage your units a little bit better. Otherwise, you get completely swarmed and get completely cooked. Yeah, exactly. I think Sog has it under control now. He's got enough Yibras to siege down all these tent barracks at this point. It's sort of the downside of the tent buildings, you know. They're more spammable, but they're also easily destructible, too. Now that he has that much heavy infantry with high siege, it's looking like, yeah, these tents are on their last legs. Get that Infernale out. The German wagon, jawohl. Patricios. Yeah, I think it's basically going to be divide and conquer at this point. Like, Argentina and Ethiopia are basically going to take out Haiti first because they got the more dangerous... Actually, I wouldn't say the more dangerous units, but he's in Age 3, so they're going to take that a lot more seriously. 3 artisanal cans, nothing with all those infernales around them. You get blasted out, yep. Would be funny if Haiti, like, revolted right here. Does he have Mother of Revolutions? Yeah, he does. He already sent it, so I mean... I think he doesn't have enough wood to revolt. That would be so funny if he did, though. Made like a bunch of maroon archers, the one Maxim gun, and all those revolutionaries going into the... Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Yep, just a swarm on the Gran Colombia at that point. GG, well played. Good one. Nice, nice, nice. So we got one more match to do now. I'm going to just restart the game one final time, and we're going to do that one. Let's get into it. This one should be called Record Game 1, and I think parentheses 7 on it. Record Game 1, but with this one. Alright, let's do that one. Alright, so what map are we even on here? Oh, what's this map? What map is this? Oh, isn't it that, wait a second. Can't remember what map this is. Should be pretty interesting, though. Yeah. I like how it has, like, different, trade routes to go right He has like this single winding trade route goes right through it. I can't remember what this map is called. Can you believe that? Like, it must be an ESOC map, right? Yeah, I don't know. Does it say it on the Discord what it's called? Let me see. Go and find out right now. Nah, it doesn't say what map it is, so I guess we're gonna have to find out what map this is exactly. Yeah. Alright, so, one of the civs, it's at Varengo is Japan. He actually has a pretty good Japan. He's teamed up with Metal as China, his main civ. Sog will be using Tupi again, and Mafi will be using India. Mekolunga. Alright, yeah, this will be an okay one. It really depends on if Mafi really knows India or not, I guess. Yeah. But as Metal quoted himself, Varengo is not that good. I don't know about that, but yeah, that's what that's what the 9.6 finger guy said about it, basically. Yeah. I mean, I think personally Varengo has his strengths of being very crafty, very sneaky, being able to retreat and attack from different points on the map, just about. Yeah. Sometimes you can do well, sometimes not so much. Once you bring out the bomber planes and the tanks and stuff, then he sort of resigns. Yeah, where is Great War Age? We haven't seen a Great War Age match in like a long time. It's like, where are they? Who's gonna do tanks and planes again? It's like everybody fights. The teams are so skewed and the fighting is so intense that nobody ever reaches Great War Age anymore. It's like people totally forgot about it. Literally, yeah. Very interesting, yeah. Oh, yeah, alright, so he's doing another 40 card deck here. Look at all these shipments. This is a lot of stuff. I don't know, though. Doesn't even have infinite Arumi, though, so I can't say it's that good. I'd say, yeah, get infinite Arumi there. Then we'd be talking. Alright, so what does Varingo have in his Japan deck? He uses dojos, okay. He uses dojo 1, dojo 2. Alright. Other than that, I mean, the cards are pretty okay. Heavenly Kami with villagers, fine. Crates, units. Cherry Orchards is always a good backup if you don't have any wood to get the rice patties. Especially since the rice patties in Wars of Liberty are really expensive for some reason. They're like 500 wood, like they are in the Asian dynasties. When they really should be brought down to a price of 400 wood, I believe. Yeah, something like that. Yep. And what else we got here? He does use Sino-Japanese War. That's a pretty good card. It basically gives all your infantry additional siege as well. Yeah, just about. Yep. And then Shiguma's those Yabazume shipments. He does have Yabazume attack, which I find pretty interesting. Yeah. No upgrades for the Kie and Kanto in H3. That's a little sus. Has upgrade for Shiguma there. Alright. We'll see how this turns out exactly. Oh, he's going greedy to Shugo Shrine, it looks like. Alright, makes sense. He's getting the Heavenly Kami now, so he's probably going to be getting a lot of shrines pretty soon. Looks like. Yep. As for Metal, Metal is getting his Summer Palace now. Yep, on his side. And what are they doing over there? Is Mafia agent up yet? Not yet. I mean, he's just starting to get a Sacred Field. Now all Sacred Fields slowly heal nearby units. Alright, I mean, I don't think I've ever gotten that card in like a long time. Pretty interesting choice. Yep. And what about the last one, Sog? Sog is already in H2, bringing in wood. Very well, he could get into a really aggressive state at this point and start sieging like crazy. Yeah. Probably. Yep, start grabbing up all that wood. Has the Warhawk going up, and he's probably going to be able to start making some raiding units really soon there. Yep. Got the Yibaraharas there. Yep. Kazaba Rainforest Log in there. Yep. Get that aggro up, yep. I mean, if assuming Moth knows about the comp well, I'm assuming he's going to do Sepoi here, maybe. Because what might happen is it might come down to 2-piece spam with Sepoi versus Shiguma and Chinese spam. Because this puts it in a really interesting position. You got 2 spamming civs and 2 musketeer civs. Right? You got a Sepoi versus Shiguma, and you got a 2-piece spam versus a China spam. And how they manage those will determine who ends up taking the win here, I think. From the looks of it, yeah. Should be an interesting duel either way, though. Yeah. Alright, so Aggro Fort's going up there, yep. Is picking up Spice Trade on the 2-piece side, yep. Good choice. Basically, 2-piece can get a lot of hunts. I believe they can actually make tapers from their animal enclosure and actually continue the hunt for the rest of the game if they want to. So having a card like Spice Trade is actually pretty smart if you're the 2-piece, pretty much, yep. Looks like right now, Yibraharas might actually find these shrines here and be able to start sieging them a little bit. Yep. Well, the Explorer's going to start the siege first, and then these Yibraharas will join right in and ideally siege them. Just as we've seen in the game between Jesucristo and Memekan, sieging shrines from Japan is very, very painful to do to them. They do not like that at all, and this is going to hurt quite a bit for their economy. 2-piece going to age 3 with who? The wise woman? How wise is she? Nobody ever asks. Yeah, must be very wise. Let's start sieging that shrine down. He might be going for Pomberos, I'm not too sure. Yeah. Alright, so we got some Chinese banner stuff going. You just barely had this one. Just get it done. Get her done. There you go. Alright, now you can go home and rest easy knowing that you did it. Yeah. At least you know you did that. Alright, the Ibraharas will get away, I think. This Tigerman won't reach them. Yep. Alright. There you go. Okay. Yeah, some more Yibras right here. He's choosing the fight, which I don't quite... Yeah, just get out of there. You're not going to get much out of this. Just get away, get some Martha Cora's Clubman if you really want to, and go back in there with that. I'd just wait for Pomberos maybe and just mass that up. With your ally, depending on what your ally's doing. What's the India doing? Is the India even on Sepoys yet? Well, he's got some Sepoys right now. These ones, did he train, or did he train some of these, or is... Well, his macro is just not looking great right. Oh, he got conscript Sepoys, so he's going to get free Sepoys with his cards now. Okay, I understand. Yeah. What they should do with this card is basically... scale it so it actually scales with how the villages work in Wars of Liberty now. So instead of 2 free Sepoys in age 2, it should be 4. And in age 4, it should be like 8 Sepoys. That would be pretty bonkers if they did that. And I'd probably actually consider getting that card more often if they did that. Just because every card would be like a big army of Sepoys, basically, and would encourage you to add in more and more, really. Yep. Yeah, I mean, his macro's not looking that pristine, though, so I just don't know if Sog can carry the team there enough, yeah. Yeah, Varingo, on the other hand, is just going to focus on getting up to age 3 quicker. He is using the Portuguese consulate to cheapen the cost of his wonders, which is a wonderful idea. Wonders, wonderful. Yeah. Because basically when you had the Portuguese allies, makes your buildings cheaper. And for Japanese and Asian wonders, they'll be cheapened by their food costs. Which is pretty neat, considering about 3 of the 4 Asian civs right now have access to the Portuguese allies, that being Korea, Japan, and China. So, if you like cheaper wonders, definitely go with the Portuguese. You won't regret it at all. Yeah. Unfortunately, SOG only has pikes, and that's basically going to allow Japan, China to basically just spam skirms against them. I guess rest in peace. Is that 5 villagers? Yeah, I mean, this is not looking great right now. Yep. And is he going to find the other villagers here? If he finds those, I mean, this is already over at this point. Yep. I don't even know. I'm surprised Sog ate the brownies of Lars as well. I wouldn't have expected him to eat those delectable caramel, peanut butter, marshmallow, I don't know, birthday cake brownies that Lars makes with the special butter in them. Really, really surprised that he did that. So now he's just missing opportunities to save his villages left and right, but it's about, yeah. Because now he's on the run. He's right on the run now. He's got, like, China right on his tail here. He's, like, chased him down at this point. Yeah. China. Go over here, China. Just take him out. It's got him snared at least. There, yeah. Some more. He's gonna find these ones because he's got him in the fog of war. Yep, fog of war is active there. Yep. You know how many villagers Sog just lost there? That's gonna cost him a lot. Like, how much res does he even have? He's got a lot of food, but he's got like no wood now because he lost like probably his whole lumberjacking setup there. Forgetting the wood. Lumberjacking. It's not even a word, but it's enough of a word for me, really. Yep. That, yep. Pomberos at work, yep. Exactly. Here's some sours. Yep, so that might look like a Lakota ability, but that's actually a big button that the Tupi get at their town center that allows them to constantly pump out about, I believe, how many archers is that? About 5 archers for an increasing cost. So you can do it as many times as you want, basically. And what it is if you have like already a very large army, you can just keep spamming that big button at the Tupi town center and just have like 80, 90, 100 archers behind your main army and use that to basically win a game. Yeah, it's really powerful. China, though, has Tonkop Hussars, Meteor Hammers. It's looking a lot like the Rommel versus Metal game at this point with this Chinese comp here. And I think at this point, it's looking to be in favor of Metal, honestly. Yep. Because all the Mafia guy has is a couple of Sawars there, just about. Yeah. Just start changing that shrine for the most part. Yep. Yep, just gonna chase down his archers now. Those ABC archers are like paper, like 75 HP. Those go down really fast. And Guntos are gonna even do even more damage to him. Yep, there you go. Guntos are in the mix now, so that's basically a done deal there. Here comes the Akademikos that he made earlier. So follow them in the back. Yep. Yep, Tupi resigned, and now it's going to be time for India to resign. Yep, Hamla. Not enough Sawars, just a bunch of stinky camels. Get completely shredded by the Chinese driving Tufa Howdah spam. That Agra fort is going to go down about now, looks like. Yep. Just about. Oh, metal's already in industrial age. Faringo just that's nice by Faringo. He just gave Metal the chance to be him on his own. Alright, that's cool. Very considerate. Good game overall, I would say. Yeah. How much res does Moth even have? Yeah, no, like no coin, just some food and wood. GG, well played on that one. So where we are, end of stream. It was a long one, you know. I didn't know if we were even going to get through all of them, you know. We were sort of in the situation with the previous weeks where we only got through like 15, 16 games max, but we made it through all 18 games because of how short they were. Yeah, alright, so, yeah. That was a good stream. Anybody enjoy it? I certainly enjoyed it. It was fun. Had some good games in there for sure, you know. The rest of them were alright too, you know what I mean? I like how we had a variety of 2v2s and 1v1s off and on and stuff. And that multiple people submitted stuff. That's good. Because it's not always great when the same person submitted all the stuff. You know, we got stuff from Sog, we got stuff from Kapi, we got stuff from Rommel. We even got a game that was saved by Metal. So, we got treated well tonight, I think, on that part of it. So, yeah. Any questions from anyone about any of the strategies, any of the units, any of the builds, or anything that you saw today? Anything like that? Yeah. Just stretching my neck right now. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Didn't even get to eat anything, you know. The thing is when you stream after your job, you basically have to skip one meal out of your day at that point. And I only eat about 2 meals a day, so sometimes on a stream day I only eat once the whole day. But, you know, it's basically fasting, you know. It's basically fasting, like being like in a monastery, like a monk, you know, sort of a way how they eat less food. That's sort of what happens when I'm streaming. Like, I eat less food. And it's probably for the better because, well, when you eat stuff when you're streaming, it makes obnoxious noises. People are like, oh my god, my ears, stop chewing on that crunchy thing. It's like, yeah. Especially people who do it right up against the microphone, like, they're thinking, oh yeah, that's like free ASMR. People are going to love that. And then they're like, stop doing it. It hurts. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, definitely. Thankfully, you don't have to listen to my eating ASMR when I'm on the microphone. That's good. Yep. It also cuts down the times you have to visit the throne room as well. Not the Wars of Liberty and the War of Triple Alliance throne room, but the actual throne room where you have the fleshy lever on it. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely. All right, well, looks like people are heading out now, so I'm just going to call it quits on the stream. See you on Thursday, where we're going to continue more of the grand campaign in Age of Empires 2 DE's Chronicles Battles of Greece. So, yeah, you said you wanted to see more of that, so we're definitely going to do it that day. And hopefully we get as many people to watch it this week as we did last week or more. That would be pretty cool. So, yep. Well, okay. See you on Thursday then. Sign off now from our stream today.